scrolling past.
Yes.
I don't know how many followers you have, and I don't know how to change
Not
it.
enough yet.
Because you need to. It's just a bunch of numbers. You need to change that sometime.
Well, there's nothing you
can.
can do. It's YouTube. It's not like Facebook where I changed mine to CRoM Madness. You can't do that on YouTube. You get what they give you.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I know I changed mine a long time ago. Mine is Frank James Bailey 1. So if you look on YouTube, that's what it is.
If you know how to do that, you let me know, because I tried to find a way to do it and I couldn't do it. Anyway, I'm gonna hit this thing live. Oh, we are. Go ahead, man. We're live. We've been live talking about YouTube channel. Yes, everybody. Hello.
Welcome. Well, hi there.
Welcome to CRoM Con VII. We got our CRoM Con VIII.
I said that was last month, dude.
I wasn't there.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you weren't there last month.
So here we go, people. This is me. Pops, we're here. You know what's up.
I am Frank James Bailey, the man with the voice.
We are here with Frank, and we're going to do the first 6 hours with Frank. He's going to help me out. We're going to spend the first half hour here, and we're going to be talking about sharing this. We're going to be sharing this out, and we're going to be talking about, some of the guests that'll be coming up in the next few hours. And, just doing what we do, having a good old time.
I'm actually going to try and find the link right now to your. There it is. Boom.
Yeah. We start sharing it out. That's what we're going to be doing here for a while, is sharing this here out.
I'm actually putting it in my Turkana Facebook group right now, so people can actually go to my group and actually see me live and talking to other people too. So I want to make sure I put that in there before I forgot. But we had to go live first, so.
Yeah, it's up on the Twitter. It's in
YouTube.
It's in the Madness now. It's on YouTube. It's in Marketplace. I got a few other groups that are cool and let me share it out to them too. So I'm just going to be doing that. If you want to just go ahead and tell everybody about you and what you got going on real quick while I
Well, my name, I've been doing this CRoM Con since April, and I think that's when we started, right? April?
Yes.
Or was it before that?
April was the first one.
April was the first one. Yes, I started in April. I think I only skipped one. I think it was either June or July. I don't know which one it was, but I only skipped June and July. But I've been plugging my stuff on CRoM Con and on the Comic Related Madness group ever since then. I basically created a superhero called Turkana, and that is her right there. You can't really see her too well, but she's right there. Tercona, Turkana.com. You can go there and check out the books. You can check out the comics. You can check out the prints that I have. You can check out the special covers to some of the comics I have. Plus, there's bios of each character. So you can get a little bit of don't each character as well. I have a Facebook like page for Turkana, which is really simple, Facebook.com/Turkana. Then I have a group called the Turkana Fan Club. And more people go into that group and respond to that group than the regular Facebook page. It's like I post fan art sometimes, and some people post their own fan art. I had this one kid, I forget his name now. I can't think of his name. But he plays these video games, and he created a character, Turkana, and a character, Brittany. So they fight in this little video game. And he created these two characters that look similar to my characters, and they're fighting other villains in this game. So I thought it was pretty cool. And he posts that in the group. And some of the other people post things in the group. People respond things in the group. So, the groups is where people respond a lot more, I think.
I really loved the interaction.
Yeah.
When the fan, if a fan wants to draw your stuff, man, don't ever be offended by that.
No, yeah, exactly.
Some people don't like it, and it's like, don't be that way, because if they love your stuff enough to draw it, encourage that, show it off, let people know, because now all that person's friends and fans are aware of what you're doing too.
Exactly, yeah. And not only that, on occasion, when I see an artist that, oh, hey, you're like a new and upcoming artist, what would you do? How much would you charge me if I had you do some fan art of Turkana? And sometimes I'll pay him like 10, 15, especially somebody who's just getting started and wants to draw. It's like, well, tell you what, I'm going to pay you because after all, you should get paid for it. how much you want for it. And some people, I think I paid up to like $25 for a picture of Turkana once, just to have them draw their style. Again, just trying to help out other artists too. But of course, there are some artists who charge a lot more. So, what's that one?
Lee Reese, CRoM Con.
Pardon me.
That's CRoM, and Lee Reese did that group number, and his buddy D's Custom Tees, D's Custom Tees, Dale Rube, I think is his name, or Dale Robb, one of the two. Anyway, he made the shirt, and man, I love this shirt, dude. I try not to wear it too much because I don't want to like wear it out.
Not that fast.
Oh man, but I love it. It's a comfortable shirt, fits good, and everybody who's seen it like around town that doesn't know what Pops does, they ask.
What's
CRoM Con? When they ask, I get to go into it, right?
Yeah.
I do online Comic Con, So I'm starting to get a little bit of a local following here too. It's kind of cool, and it's definitely fun. It's all been fun.
Oh yeah, and I try to make each character in my story have a birthday or something like that. And you might have noticed in the group of Comic Related Madness, I posted Paige's birthday, which was October 31st.
Yes, I did.
Again, to me, it's in that group. It's good to post Kickstarters and Indiegogos and try and plug your stuff. But it's also good to post something a little different every now and then that's related to a character in your book.
Right.
So that's why I posted, "Hey, it's Paige's birthday," and I got that idea from watching the cartoon She-Ra on Netflix. She-Ra has this Instagram for their show, and hey, it's She-Ra's birthday, or it's so and so's birthday, or it's I'm gonna like that idea. So I had my artist draw these little memes up about particular birthdays, so this way people get to celebrate their particular birthdays. And my daughter loves My Hero Academia, and she knows all their birthdays. So it's like when people are infatuated with a fandom, you got to give them information about their characters. So
right. Right.
And some people can really relate with certain characters too. So,
all right, I see Marv. Marv's in the comments. What's going on, brother? I see. What do we got? The Ninja Genko. What's up?
Good morning.
I love the people coming out. Yeah. Oh, dude, Marv. Yes. I love that book, dude. I have to throw out a public apology to everybody who put a book out in September or October that I couldn't get because of the wedding, because of the finances due to the wedding. I want to apologize to all you people because there was a lot of books that I would have backed if I wasn't obligated to not spend a whole bunch of money during that time. What I mean? I couldn't. I just couldn't. As a matter of fact, it was just 2 days ago, Thursday, that I finally got to the post office and got some packages out. That I've been putting off for that same reason, and everybody was very understanding, and I appreciate that.
Well, I'll also kind of getting up this other comics just for a second. When you went to the wedding, was there a lot of people there? Because with the whole COVID thing, there's not supposed to be a lot of people. I was just curious.
Well, we rented a lake house, and there were some people who didn't come because of, they were afraid they, would expose or get exposed to.
Yeah.
There was only one person out of the, I'd say, 130, 140 people that were there that was wearing a mask the whole time. And I'm going to say this publicly. We have not heard of anybody that was at our wedding who has contracted COVID since the wedding.
No, that's good though. That's good.
We have not had one person go, "Hey man," or had our phones go ding 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 or anything like that. Okay. So, I mean, we're a small town though. I mean, I see the big numbers on TV and I'm like, I don't see it around here. That's all. I try to tell people is your personal experience is what you have to go by. You know, if you can go out to the store in your local area and things aren't blown up, then live your life. You know, I mean, if you're in an area where things are crazy, then be careful.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? But you know, I mean, if you're in a place where it's not crazy, then live your life, man. We don't have a whole lot of time here on this planet, man, and we are not the ones in charge anyway. There's no government that's going to protect us from a virus. Okay, a virus is going to kill who it's going to kill. Period. And I don't mean that.
It doesn't discriminate against color, race, or anything.
You know, yeah, and there's nobody that gets to go, hey, that guy can stop it. No, that guy can't stop it. He cannot. Nobody can stop it. Even the vaccines are only 90% effective. That means it stopped it for 9 out of 10. Woohoo! Do you see what I'm saying? It's like it's something that's going to be here. It's not going to go away, and we have to learn to live around it. Just like we did with every other thing that we've encountered as a race through time. You know, I mean, we survived the plague. We've survived it all, man. You know, everybody needs to lighten up a little bit, just a little bit. You know, what happens, we don't have control of it.
But protect yourself if you need to protect yourself.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, that's what I'm saying. It's like we don't have control of it, though. There's no guarantees that every single measure you take to protect yourself is going to work.
You can reduce the chances of getting it, but you can't 100% get rid of it.
That's what I'm saying. It's not going to go away, people, and we have to learn to adjust to the fact that it's going to be here. And that doesn't mean walk around, you know, constantly in fear. That means you got to learn. Just like, you know, I know people that were afraid to ride in cars with other people, and they've gotten over that fear, and they ride in cars with other people now.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, it's a fear, you know. There we go. We got Max. Yellow fever was a pandemic during the early U.S. and all they did was shut the government down.
Oh, boy.
I'm not touching that one, but wow. Ironic.
So, Bob, so what we got coming up today? Anyway. Okay?
We have Ray Merritt III is going to come out here at 12:30. I'm going to be shooting him a link here pretty soon. And
now, Ray Merrick, I was looking him up a little bit, and I saw there's a Ray Sloan. Is that another person related to that guy? They work together or something?
I do not know. Because
I could have sworn there was Ray and Ray Sloan. I'm thinking, are they the same person?
I guess we'll find out in about 15 minutes.
Okay, I just wondered. But like I said, I was kind of doing a little bit of research on some of the people we're gonna interview, and I noticed, is that the character that he's doing? Because honestly, getting back to my stuff just for half a second, I obviously have a superhero with a blue hair, and her name is Turkana. She's the superhero. So what I did was I noticed this like 5-6 years ago, there were people out there pretending to be a certain character in a cartoon, like Kim Possible, Danny Phantom. They were actually having a Facebook page called that, or some character from the TV show. So I went out and I actually made Facebook pages for some of the major players in my show. So you can actually go to Facebook and look up Paige T. Smith. That's a character in my book. Brittany Garcia, that's a character in my books. Brian Evans, that's another character. You can see their picture, and it's like they had their own face. And I haven't updated them in a long time, but I wanted to have that as a backup, because if it ever turns into a cartoon, or if it ever gets bigger, people are going to be, oh, is that the character from the book? Yes, it is. So I made him a long time ago.
I'm pretty sure that's a comic book character.
Oh, yeah, the top pops. Okay, yeah.
Man, Zan is a comic book character. That's that's a creation of Raj Mahan. You know, he's the one that created this monster. It wasn't me.
Oh, okay.
You know, I mean, I created the group to help him promote the book, and because there's groups that don't let you do that, right? And there's groups that, I mean, it's like, so instead of trying to figure out what groups I was going to be allowed to help my friend promote his book in, I created a group to promote his book in. And everybody else's, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, but that was kind of like the reasoning behind the concept. Because Raj was creating a book. He turned me into a comic book character, and it was like, I want this book to succeed.
Okay.
I mean, we were talking about it for 9 months before it hit Kickstarter, in this group. And that's, it's about promotion for me. I mean, if I can help you guys to get more exposure for what you're doing, that's a win for me. Whether that turns into cash for you, I can't make that happen. But at least the possibility is there the more people who see your stuff.
Exactly, yeah.
So that was my goal. I have no budget. I don't have a marketing budget that I can throw out here. I'm out here on the free StreamYard. I don't have a marketing budget that I can throw at you guys. I got a group now with 1,800 people in it, and I hope that's helping.
Yeah. That's quite a few. I mean, your group has grown quite a bit pretty fast. I mean, you started back in April?
Well, no, we started October 23rd last year.
Okay.
And we had like 200 people right away, people from other groups, friends of mine that all joined right away. Which was some big names like Monty Moore and Brian Polito. And, we had some really awesome people join the group right away and give it a little bit of credibility. They understood what I was trying to do. We promoted a lot of Lady Death early, and, but Brian doesn't need me. Okay. Brian promotes the hell out of what he's doing. He's awesome with it. And yeah, I share it, but I don't need to spend my time promoting Brian Polito. Brian Polito can do his own cons. He can do his own thing, right? I love what he's doing. He's a great business model for all indie creators. I mean, he's doing a really good job. But he doesn't need bumps. I share stuff. We see it in the group, but I'm not like, I don't push on the Lady Death as hard as I used to, because like I said, Brian's in good place. There's a lot of people that could use my help more, that need my help more, so yeah, you'll see Polito, you'll see his stuff out here, and we love the dude, and we love Lady Death and Evil Ernie and all the things that go along with it. But there's little guys that need that boost, and those are the people I try to focus on now. And hey, that's not saying we don't have some big names come out every now and then, Keith Williams and Mike Barron and people that are well established in the industry.
Yeah.
But those guys, they're established in the industry. It's the people like you that need that boost. Those are the people I'm trying to focus on the most.
When I try, occasionally when I share a Kickstarter, I try to share a Kickstarter on my profile pages and Twitter and stuff that needs help. Not to say, not to discriminate against people who have left like, hey, it's 800% funded. You don't really need help. You've already got 8% funded. Not that it's not a good book. I'm just saying you've already got your money.
This was the dilemma we ran into with Mojo, though.
All right.
Funded in 48 minutes.
Okay.
Now we're not going to stop promoting it because it's funded. And we said 30 days of Kickstarter. So now we're out here talking about a book that doesn't need you, but you need it.
Yeah,
come on out and buy
exactly.
it. You know what I'm saying? It was like, that was a dilemma right there of what you're just talking about. It's like, yeah, it was funded. It was funded right away, and it was awesome. But we still wanted to
get people to know the book. Yeah.
We wanted more.
Now, see, my problem is, like I said, I had a Kickstarter back in April, and it didn't work out very well. But I went ahead and printed my comic off anyway, and that's what I try to promote because the third comic is there on Turkana.com. It's only $5, and it also has a special print for it too. Go there and check it out, Turkana.com. There's also a place where you can actually read like the first 5 or 6 pages, kind of get a little hint or a little preview of it, you know. But again, I don't have a Kickstarter or Indiegogo or anything to promote the next book coming. I'm already had my artists. We're already still working on it, but I guess I'm on one end. I'm kind of, it didn't work the first time. Do I try it again? I don't know. I mean, I probably have a bigger audience if I went back to Indiegogo or went back to Kickstarter to try it again. But I'm kind of up in the air about it because it didn't work the first time.
Well, now a lot of people have come back and been successful on it.
Yeah.
Some people have even had to go 3 times to get it right. But
gotcha. Okay.
You can't give up on it. You might try Indiegogo.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird, especially like the whole atmosphere of comics right now. There's some people that will only use one or the other.
Yeah.
Won't use the other. Won't, you know what I mean? It's like really weird what's going on out there right now. So you got to just like roll with it, man. But the promotion, the interest, when you've gotten there, when people are drawing your characters, when people are sharing your work and talking about it, it's like you get that feeling that, okay, it's time to try this again.
Mm-hmm.
And you just got to not stop talking about it and not stop working at it. You got to keep
plugging away at it, right?
Yeah, you can't give up, man.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not giving up on the story. It's hard to put my hands around the Kickstarter thing. But yeah, the story is continuing on.
Yeah, even Max is the same thing. We had to do an IGG then a Kickstarter because some users just refused to use the other platform. So
interesting.
Like, you make some money on that one, you make some money on that one, and hopefully between the two, you get something you can get out in people's hands.
Interesting.
I mean, I think you can do the open funded on IGG, which makes it so that it's a little easier to fund. Even
now, okay, explain to me what is open funded.
I think that was where you don't have to set like a certain set funding.
Okay,
so you could be like, so you could still print the books for the people that pledge.
Okay, okay, yeah. So if you don't meet your goal, and people still give you money for it, you can still print the books and give it to them.
It's like, I don't think it's a set goal is what it is. Open funded, Mary Machine Gun went to the printer 2 days ago. For everybody who's waiting on that one, there you go. We always love that kind of news. Flex funding, that's what it is. See, I mean, I don't know the exact terminology. I'm not one of you guys. I don't use the platforms from that side of the.
And again, I've only used it once, so I'm a little unfamiliar too. So all I know is I like to write and I like to create, and the business aspect I have ideas for. But when it comes to Indiegogo, when it comes to Kickstarter, I'm a little unfamiliar with it, and I have to learn more. That's all.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can find some people here. I gotta, make sure I got the right people getting the invites and whatnot.
Gotcha. Okay.
Let's see. There he is, Razor. That guy. I hope he's awake and paying attention because. Well, it's like it's happened before that people have forgotten.
Have you noticed? Just out of curiosity, have you noticed that some people, some creators are more introverts than extroverts?
Oh yeah.
And then I'm not one of them. I'm the kind of guy that wants to talk about my particular project and talk about whatever. I'm just a very extroverted kind of guy. I like going out and talking to people. But I realize there's some people who are creators are very like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. It's like, Tell me about it, dude. Come on.
No, there are some people that are really, that were really dry interviews, like back in the beginning, that are now really lit up. That
Okay, good.
Have grown into. I mean, everybody had to adjust, man.
Well, yeah, true. Yeah.
I was on radio on Z-Rock in the late 90s.
Oh, cool.
Okay. And getting in front of the camera was much different.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I could pretty much say whatever I wanted on the radio, and nobody could see my facial expression and know if I was kidding or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like I could have fun with people. It's like now people see you, they can tell if you're bullshit.
Were you like a weekend jock, or did you do like 7 midnight or something?
I was a sidekick. I was Pa Bell. I had the phones, man.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Then I was Pa Bell. Now I'm Pops Banzai.
Gotcha. Always something, huh? Well, when I first started in radio, matter of fact, I think it was early 2000s. I worked at a country station, and yes, James is my middle name, but I used the outlaw Frank James, and I was working at a country station. I had a cowboy hat and everything. Oh, there's the outlaw Frank James. So, and it worked for a while at a country station, but then I moved into rock stations, and once I went to the rock station, I just used Frank James, and there's Frank James. He's the guy. So, but then when I left radio, I just used the whole Frank James Bailey. So, kind of knew it'd be eventually the full name, kind of like James Earl Jones,
And Marv is the same thing. He's. I remember the first couple of times he came out on Indie Bowl. And he was real quiet. And it's like now
Marv, I see that there.
Now he's talking, So we have in the backstage area our very first guest for CRoM Con VIII right now in November. I realize we're a week late. We didn't want to do this during the election mess. So I'll be honest with everybody. That's why we didn't do this last weekend, because last weekend was a mess. Still kind of a mess, but at least we got past it. Here we go. So, without further ado, our first guest is Mr. Ray Merrick III. And let me get a better looking screen here. What do we got? How about that one?
Bada bing and bada boom.
How you doing, sir? You need to unmute that microphone. Your mic's muted, sir.
That's a good way of telling somebody, I can't hear you.
Down at the bottom, see down at the bottom where it says mic, mute, stop cam, mic.
How about now?
There you go. We got
He has a voice.
Yes. I always forget to do that. I run my own show and I forget to do that. I just start talking and nothing. So, how you guys doing today?
Not too bad.
Great. I'm assuming this is your partner?
Yeah, that's Jay, my guy.
How's it going?
That's good. How you doing?
Not bad, man.
I'm Pops. This is my backup right here, Frank, this week.
Hello.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Jay.
For a second, I thought you guys were the same person. For half a second, like one person was like, "Okay, are you the character? Are you the person you created?" I was trying to do some information on you guys. I'm like, explain this to me.
Well, Jay's the art director. He did the concept design for almost all of our characters, really. Actually, I think all of them, right?
So far, yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Cool.
And,
Cool.
Yeah, he's an interior artist, does cover work. He's a great artist.
We got people.
I just write. So
You're just a writer.
yeah, that's all I do.
With writers.
I'm a writer too. I'm nothing wrong with writers, man.
Right.
One of you guys do me a favor, drop your link in the private chat so that I can put it up in this banner right here, rolling across the bottom of the screen.
Okay, that'd be great. Jade, you got the mini link or whatever it's called
For the Kickstarter?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me grab it here real quick.
I was gonna say, why don't you tell us about your Kickstarter going on?
Well, where to begin? We're on issue 2 of Operation Eclipse. It's a character I created 13 years ago, I guess. Issue 1 did quite well. We did 4,000 on a $2,500 goal, and everybody is getting their physical rewards now, and digital has gone out a while back. And it's kind of a superhero book, non-powered superhero who's got a sword and He's trying to take back his city, which is St. Louis, which is our home city, Jay and I city. And yeah, he's fighting some really cool looking villains in the first issue. In the second issue, we open it up the story a little bit more with more character development. You get to learn more about the actual character, because the first issue is we drop you right in to kind of the action, and he has to fight off 4 different guys to save the kidnapped mayor. That's the gist of the first issue, and you can get the first issue in the Kickstarter if you missed out.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I noticed when I went to the Kickstarter, it says obviously Operation Eclipse, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now the first thing I thought of when I said, "Oh, Operation Eclipse," does it have anything to do with the moon or the stars? I mean, moon or the sun being eclipsed, or is that just a name?
It's pretty much just the name. It comes from the character who trained him was Special Ops. His name's Claude, and they all had nicknames, and his nickname was Apollo, and the one nickname, or not nickname, code name that he decided to use for him is Eclipse. Just kind of go along with that. And the reason why Claude's his code name was Apollo, because I based the character off of Carl Weathers. So
okay.
Yeah, Apollo Creed. But yeah, there's a deeper meaning that gets revealed later in the story of why he's called Eclipse.
In book 2, I'm assuming.
No, it's a little bit deeper than that, but
okay.
It was basically Claude's his best friends. It's kind of like a tribute to him.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but it's even more interesting than that. It's a really big like spoiler. So
don't spoil it yet.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it. But I'm really bad about that. I'm like Tom Holland, who from Spider-Man, always wants to tell everybody everything. I'm the same way. It's like, got to keep my mouth shut.
So Jay, how long have you been doing artwork?
I've been doing art pretty much. I mean, it's, from the time I could hold a crayon, I guess. Really, I mean, I've always drawn and doodled, and when I was younger, 2, 3, or whatever, my dad was artistic too when he was growing up. So as soon as he noticed that I was drawing with crayons and whatever, he started helping me and giving me little pointers and stuff. And
you go to school for it, or are you like self-taught?
Yeah, I went to school. I took all art classes in high school, and then majored in college. I got a 2-year degree in graphic design, but then I went back and got my bachelor's in fine arts. So, and as soon as I got into decided I wanted to do comic book art. This was back in the mid to late 90s. I was taking some college courses. I decided to go ahead and take a bunch of figure drawing classes to help with my anatomy. So. Yeah. So yeah, it's been a focus of mine.
Oops, that wasn't the right one.
As long as I can remember.
That one.
So how long have you been working together?
That one. Yes.
3 years.
Yeah, we met in the early 2017. Yeah, we started another publishing house, and just decided to come out, do things on our own. We had different visions, and man, when Jay and I get together, it's ridiculous how in sync we are with the storytelling and character designs. It's insane. So that's kind of why we decided to branch off on our own and start on Parallel Comics.
So you kind of like have good chemistry together, right?
Yeah. And we live like 40 minutes away from each other. Mm-hmm. So like
that's cool.
First time we decided to hang out in person, we just we just made some creative connections and had a lot of similar interests, and it went off from there.
Somebody was asking in the chats, are you related at all?
No.
Like first cousins or something?
No.
Brother from another mother.
Yeah. Although my kids think he's like kind of like an uncle, so because they were helping. My daughter was helping us stuff the packages for a lot of our backers. So yeah, it is kind of a family thing, I think, Jay. Maybe for me. Maybe not for Jay. I don't know.
Extended family.
Yeah, there we go.
Let's get back to your Kickstarter again. I see it says issue 2. It's live now and stuff. And you only have so many days left for it then, huh?
Yeah, 11 days.
Okay. How can people get to know this character and get to know this book and stuff to help you back the Kickstarter?
we've got a lot of posts on our Facebook and Twitter accounts that it'll give a lot of different either backstory or previous posts from the previous book and little bits and pieces here and there that not doesn't give too much away, but it should entice you and give you a little bit more information to make you more interested.
Now, just out of curiosity, if the is all the information on the Kickstarter, or do you have a website with it too?
Well, there's a lot on the Kickstarter page, but our main website, we're switching hosts, so it's kind of down right now. But,
I did that recently too. I totally understand it.
Yeah, so yeah, our Facebook and Twitter pages have quite a bit, and we do post on Instagram as well. So,
and I constantly post about it.
Yeah.
That when you're doing a Kickstarter, you got to constantly post about it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Pops, you got something there?
Man, I'm just like sharing and trying to get this out to everybody, so that everybody sees it. So you just keep doing what you're doing, right? Early in the show, it's like all about me trying to get it out as
Oh yeah, I went ahead and shared it on my personal page too.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna share it on our Facebook page.
And while I was screwing around, I went and lost the tab, so I got lost the, because I'm just like such a rookie at this. I am no tech guy. Everybody knows that. My tech guy is Phil Leon, but I don't know where he's at right now.
Oh yeah, we know Phil.
Yeah, the tech side is not my forte either.
Yeah, I just, I do my best with what I got. I see you got 95 backers and you got 11 days to go. I just popped this up on Twitter with a link to the CRoM Con show too, so that if anybody's paying attention, they can come out and see you guys right now while we're showing this off.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I have another question. I'm curious. Is it more of an all audience things or more like an adults? What's the audience for?
I think just about anybody can read it. I let my kids look at it. There's not any cursing. It's not ultra violent, not a lot of gore or anything like that. I mean, and Jay hates doing this. It's almost akin to a Batman book,
Oh, okay.
So yeah, but and I was heavily influenced by Grant Morrison and Jeff Loeb. Those are some of my influences when it comes to writing. Those are my favorites, and I always wanted to write Batman. I said, screw it, I'll write my own. And it's not exactly like Batman, but it's akin to it. I did a lot of modifications to the character over the years and tried to pull it further away. And then Jay comes up with this killer concept or concept design, and it's like, man, this is awesome. Plus, I love swords.
So he doesn't really have any powers. He's more like he had a lot of skills, right?
He's got the skills. Yeah, he's got the skills that he learned from Claude. If you look, Claude was on page 5, I think 4 and 5. He's got the Acapulco shirt on. Yeah, he learned. Well, he went out. So his fiance was murdered in front of him. So he went out for revenge and got his butt handed to him, and Claude helped him essentially, and because Claude got too old to do the job he wanted to do, so he gave him his suit, gave him the skills, and sent him on his way. And now he's kicking butt in St. Louis.
Yeah. Good to have characters with good backstories too. So this way people get to know the characters better.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I skipped over the origin because I'm not skipping over it. I'm going to tell it throughout the story because sometimes I've nothing against other creators or anything like that, but I've read issue ones that are all origin story, and
you just have to make an appearance, didn't you?
And, yeah.
The dog's making an appearance up there.
You just had to make an appearance, didn't you? Yep, look at the camera then. No, the camera's over there, dude. Yeah. All right.
That's awesome. But anyway, yeah, I wanted to get into the action and kind of I'm going to tell the everything through back, like flashbacks and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
so then are you going to take this collection of flashbacks and make an origin book later?
Back in 2011, DC Comics they launched the New 52, and they did the first 6 issues, then they did a 0 issue. I was thinking about doing something like that because I think everybody would like to see exactly what happened one day. With his name's Reynolds, the Eclipse's character's real name's Reynolds, which is my son's name. And which my son, of course, thinks that's just the coolest thing ever.
I can relate. I'll tell you in a second. I can relate.
Yeah, right. So, I'd like to go back and I have it written. I mean, I've written so much of this character already, probably 12 issues of it. But with the thing is, I keep changing things because I keep seeing really killer artwork that inspires me to change the story and update it. And George Lucas did a little bit,
Yeah, my little superhero girl back there, Turkana, she has an alter ego, and her alter ego's name is Paige. I named Paige after my daughter's name is Paige.
Nice.
So the alter ego of the superhero is named after my daughter.
Right. Yeah. Awesome,
so does your superhero or Eclipse, does he have an alter ego or?
Yeah, his name's Reynolds.
Okay.
Yeah, Reynolds Mason. He's named after my son. I can't give him my last name, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's named after my son. Actually, I have a daughter also, and her character pops up in this second issue. She's on the cover. The name she's named after the character's named after her. Mm-hmm. I can't say much about it because again, that's spoiler territory.
Yeah.
But
it's good to see that you have your kids inspire you to make different things and create different things. So
absolutely,
yeah,
we do. For sure.
Did you, Jay? Do you kind of put the artwork into his kids, or just kind of make them their own little thing?
I just make them their own thing. Wherever I draw inspiration from, it varies from day to day or basically if Ray gives me a description of the character's personality or the type of character he's looking for, and then I'll do I think about it and I do a bunch of image research and then start playing around with different design concepts and find one that Ray agrees with and go from there.
So how long did it take you to put this thing together?
Like the character designs or the whole thing? Character designs, they came out. It didn't take that long. I mean, the first issue we had six characters.
Yeah, I think. 6 characters you had to design.
Yeah. So what I do is in order that they appear in the book. So Eclipse obviously was the first one. Knocked that one out, got that one down, and then from there it was like, all right, then what characters appear in the book first? Which ones we need to get done first, so the interior artist can start on pages, and then I just kind of work my way through the book like that.
Go ahead.
I want to jump in here for a second, just because you all brought the kids up, and you know how I feel about bringing the kids up into the comic world. Okay. Any author or writer or comic book creator that's even a little bit thinking about the next generation, I appreciate you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? Because without the next generation of comic readers, there's no next generation of comic writers and artists. Absolutely. We have to cater to them. We have to get them interested in it. I got the 4 grandkids, and every one of them brought report cards home the other day. Now, I'm going to tell you, reading is something they got no issues with. Okay.
Well, that's good.
And this is what I'm saying. It's like without people like you guys, it would be so much harder for me to get through to them about how important reading is and having a place to escape.
What's interesting in my daughter, she doesn't like to read a book, but she loves comics.
Yeah, my son's the same way.
She loves manga too. So
nice.
Yeah, I got the full spread.
She reads that.
They like comics. They couldn't wait to graduate from the girls wanted chapter books. They couldn't wait to graduate from comics to a real book.
Uh-huh.
So the boys still love the comics, but the girls really. They still like the comics, but they couldn't wait to graduate to a book that had chapters.
Right.
They call them chapter books,
Right. Yep.
They're like, I got a chapter book, Grandpa. Cool. and we just encourage it, man, because
Oh,
that's
yeah.
where it's at. You know, those are the future you guys. You
Well,
know,
I'll be honest with you.
be out here interviewing your daughter and your son
Yeah.
10 years from now, 20 years from now, when they're doing their comics.
Oh, you know, it might be sooner. My daughter told me yesterday that her and my son are working on a comic book together. She's going to do the art and he's going to do the story. So, yeah,
Excellent.
Believe me, when as soon as they could hold a comic, they had one in hand. You know, my son's always going to the shop with me. He's got a few things that he gets. So yeah, they're both invested already. They see what I do and they want to do the same thing. So
Yeah, it's awesome, man. And like my son's 30 and he has his collection and I have my collection, and all four of the kids now have their collection. So, you know, hell, you never know. We might even get mom in on this. She's got to be going crazy.
Comics can bring people together, man. I'll tell you what.
Oh yeah, everything is superheroes around here. It's like I think my son even has Cap Shield over his bed. So you know.
Cool.
Yeah, awesome, man.
Nothing wrong with that.
But yeah, man, it's really nice. It's nice to be able to do this and get people out here talking about what they're doing and maybe get, you know, exposure to some people who didn't know who you guys were, what you're doing. You know, that's our main goal, and that's why I spent that first 20 minutes sharing it out everywhere. You know, there's a lot of groups that let me do this, that let me share this feed into their groups.
Oh, nice.
So this does get out there, you know. It's like people do see it. It's pretty amazing sometimes the numbers that we've gotten on different segments of these shows. So, you know, everything I can do to help you guys out, man, that's what I do. And
it's totally appreciated.
Yes.
Anytime you want to share something in the group, you know, I mean, that's what the group is for, networking and promotion. So don't, you know, like hold up. Oh, I shouldn't post that. I posted there yesterday. No, man, at least twice a day. Once in the morning, once in the evening. If you
hammer it home.
Right.
If you have an active Kickstarter, our feed moves pretty fast. You might want to do it twice a day.
All right.
You know, I mean, I'm not saying spam the feed. I'm saying it moves pretty fast. You might like put something up there in the morning, and you might have to look for a while to find it in the evening. So you might want to put it up there again. Now, if it's still right there, then yeah, you know. But I mean, for the most part, when you got as many people as we have that are active now, that feed goes pretty fast. So twice a day is fine. I tell everybody that. You know.
All right.
Now, guys, we have plenty of time to talk to you more, but I'm just curious, how do they find you on social media?
Let's see, Facebook and Instagram, Unparalleled Comics, and then on Twitter we're Unparalleled DAO, and I think we got a YouTube channel as well as Unparalleled Comics. So pretty much Unparalleled Comics across the board. Twitter handle didn't have that many characters, so it's Unparalleled now.
I know what you mean. My name is Frank James Bailey everywhere except for Twitter. It has to be Frank J. Bailey.
Right.
Because they only allow 15 characters.
Right.
Yeah, there's also we've got other books we've got going, like Stellar Odyssey and the upcoming Dragonfly, which people seem to be flocking to. So there's a lot of cool stuff, a lot of great looking art that we post on all the social media platforms as much as we can. We've been doing during Kickstarters, we do giveaways for physical backers, like 11 by 17 posters, or we gave away, what are the 36 by
for our day one backers, we had 3 24 by 36 inch wall posters that we drew random backer numbers for.
Yeah.
To add to the rewards.
And yeah, so we do we've done Sunday and Wednesday live feed like this with the StreamYard, which StreamYard is amazing. So we do a lot of different stuff to try to hit the community a little bit, try to get involved. And then lately we've been trying to get involved with other creators like Chuck Pinot and Sean Barber, and of course we know Phil, and there's other creators. We love the indie comics universe, the community.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of great creators out there. We're really starting to really get to know a lot of people, and it's fantastic so far.
Now, obviously, your focus. Go ahead, Pops.
Chuck and Sean and what they got going on over there. Those guys are awesome.
Yeah,
They are.
Congratulations on Belial, guys. By the way, if you see this,
Belial 2 was
You
killing it.
need to read it.
Yeah.
Well, I was just curious. I know you guys have this particular Kickstarter going on, but have you written other books before this one? And if you have other projects that people might want to see and check out?
Oh yes.
Yeah, we got Stellar Odyssey is our sci-fi book, and we put out issue. Well, we ran Kickstarters for issue 1 and 2. 2 is at the printers right now. I should be getting emailed for shipping for them shipping it out to me here any day now. But and issue 3 for that, we got the artwork is halfway done for the 3rd issue. So it's 22-page book. We got we have about 12 pages of artwork in for the 3rd issue. So yeah, it's our sci-fi universe, and we've got a lot of different characters and a lot of different stories planned for that. So that'll there's a lot in store for that. So
yeah. That's kind of where we started too with Unparalleled was the Stellar Odyssey. Jay and I are big sci-fi fans, Star Wars, Star Trek, Firefly. What else, Jay?
I'm a fan of Cowboy Bebop, so I got a lot of Cowboy Bebop influence in mine. And we got together one night, and we were like, we had several different ideas for books, or we had our own books we had been working on ourselves, and we were like, well, which one do we want to put out first? Do we want to go superhero? Should we go sci-fi? What's hot now, or what's flooded the market? Are people sick of superheroes? So we decided to give our sci-fi book a try first, and it was successful funding on the first try, so that was nice. Got that book out there. Book 2 went pretty. It took till I think the final 48 hours, but we got that one funded, and that one's getting ready to start shipping out soon. So yeah, the sci-fi book is going good too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was also curious, do you guys go with the market, or do you guys just kind of write what you want?
A little bit of both. I mean, we kind of write what we want, but then we've tried to feel out the market, see what's which one we want to put out there first, or which one's next. But now I think we're in a place where we're just doing our thing and putting it out there.
That's what I enjoy. People who just kind of do their own thing and people follow it.
Yeah.
I think the market's hard to read anyway anymore, because you'll see like this great looking sci-fi book do really well on Indiegogo or whatever, or Kickstarter, and then you'll see superhero books kind of waning. I don't know if it has to do with people not knowing each other or just interest or what it is, but I don't know. All 3 of our Kickstarters, with the exception of Operation Eclipse, because it's not finished yet, have done pretty decently. They've all funded, so that's a good sign.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a lot of stuff we want to do, and excuse me. We are kind of going with what we want to do at the moment, which is kind of fun also. We're always constantly thinking and constantly building and creating, which is healthy, in my opinion.
Now, Ray, I have a really kind of totally off the subject question. I'm a voice actor myself, and I use a professional microphone. What kind of microphone is that you got there? I'm just wondering.
You know what? I'd have to look at the box.
No, I'm just curious, because I mean, you have a big thing for it. I'm thinking, do you do podcasts or something too?
Yeah, I do. You can see my background is horror stuff. I have my website, The Horror Syndicate. We do a podcast every Tuesday and Thursday, live on Facebook and YouTube. So yeah,
your microphone does sound very professional. That's why I was curious.
Yeah, I was using the mic on my computer, and I sounded like I was in like 3 different tunnels all at the same time.
Yeah,
so I can relate about this. It was only $50 too, so not bad. I'm glad that somebody told me it sounded good, because I had no idea.
It has a good warm sound to it. So yeah.
It's just
the one I work, you can't really see it unless I move the camera a little bit here, but it's a shotgun microphone.
Oh yeah,
and it honestly it cost me like $800.
Wow.
So,
sounds good though.
But it sounds it'll pick me up wherever I go this way, and it won't pick up around me. I have to talk close to it to pick up really, really well. So.
Yeah.
I can't show you my mic because it's part of my camera.
Oh, okay. One of those guys.
Walk over in the other side of the room, and you guys hear me just like I'm sitting here. It's pretty crazy. I sit over there and talk to people on the phone all the time, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a Logitech camera with a built-in mic.
Yeah.
Works pretty good.
And Jay, you looks like you have like you play video games or something.
Well, I got a webcam, Logitech, like he says, and the mic was so overbearing. Like I'm still like trying to I went into the recording devices and turned the volume way down, and it's still just way overpowering. So I got so I went ahead and got I got the headphones because I got 2 large speakers on my computer desk. So my art table's right next to me. So I play music from Spotify or watch YouTube videos while I'm doing art. So I think the echo from the speakers was messing with the mic too. So I got headphones.
When you play the music, does it kind of inspire you to do different characters?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I get inspiration from the music, and I also will pick my music depending on what I'm working on. So like different music if I'm doing sci-fi or whatever.
Yes.
What about you, Jay? Does the same thing with music, or just watch movies or something to get inspiration?
I mean, for me, I was just gonna say, I've heard people say that they can't do music; it distracts them from writing. But man, I'll tell you what, anything. When I was younger, I used to have Metallica playing, and I'm like, man, this has got me in the mood for writing. It gets me in the mood, and I start getting inspired by what's going on. And the best way for me to write is turn everything off around me except for music, and I'll have music playing, and I'm just going, and I love it. It inspires me, and sometimes it takes me to a different direction than I thought I was going to go.
Music is a great inspirator.
It's strange because I'm kind of the same way. Let's say I'm going for a walk outside. I have my headsets on. I'm listening. I don't have nothing to write it down, but it's like, oh, that's a great idea. And then I'm dancing around. And I'm thinking another idea. And I'm dancing around. It's like, I better write that down when I get home.
I had to install.
Gives me inspiration.
I had to install a voice recorder on my phone just in case I have an idea anywhere I am. I have the voice recorder just in case. Plus, I don't like typing, so on my phone. I mean, I'm typing on my phone. I'm terrible at that. I'd rather do it on the keyboard.
Are you a 2-finger typer or an all-finger typer?
Kind of. I'm like, I feel like the screen's not very big, but I feel like it's like gigantic, and I'm using my thumbs. And I see people do the swiping typing. I'm like, well, how do you do that? I couldn't even imagine. I'm not that old, but come on.
No, I mean like when you type, like when you're writing, do you use all the whole keyboard or just 2-finger thing?
Yeah. I'm slow, but I use all the digits.
Yeah, me, I've always been just 2 fingers. That's it. I don't know why I've ever since high school.
I'm the fastest 3-finger typer. I type really fast with 2 fingers, and I space bar with my thumb. But
yeah, I have to look at the keyboard though. Also, I will say that. Which is not good. My wife used to make fun of me. Why do you look at the keyboard? I'm like, I got to see what I'm writing. I got to see what I'm typing. Yeah,
I do. Sometimes, I don't know. It's like it's kind of habit now, but you still look. But mine lights up all pretty, so
you
gotta look at it, right? And that's why the lights are there, so you can look at it. Ray, Jay, you guys rock, man.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, man.
Great meeting both of you.
Hey, before we go, plug your social media so that people can find you one more time.
All right. Facebook and Instagram and YouTube, we are Unparalleled Comics, and on Twitter, we are Unparalleled Now, at Unparalleled Now.
Cool.
We do have, you can find Stellar Odyssey on Facebook. You can find Operation Eclipse on Facebook. There are pages for those pages, and Dragonfly and Anomalistic, which is tougher to spell, but that's a new book we'll be doing next year.
So you got a Kickstarter going on right now, right?
Yes, we have Kickstarter for Operation Eclipse #2. We've got 11 days left. We need $438 to get to the goal. There are like so many people watching it. My question is, why not back it now? The money doesn't come out till after the Kickstarter. Just back it now, get it over with, and let us breathe again.
we got some stretch goals planned too.
Oh,
so
yeah.
The quicker we can get to reaching our funding, the quicker we can get those stretch goals rolled out.
Yeah. We're excited. This is going to fund. We know that. It's just about how much it funds, and we're excited about bringing you. We're going to take a little break over the holiday season and come back in 2021 with some new content, some issues 3s. You know, it's going to be fun. We got a lot planned, and we're having some fun anyway. Right, Jay?
Favor,
Oh yeah.
you drop any pertinent links that you have in the chats there on YouTube, in the chat, so everybody can see it, you know, in the comments. And totally appreciate you guys coming out.
Oh yeah. Appreciate you having us.
Hey,
Yeah.
it was awesome. I'm glad. Well, hi. This is Isaac. He's making an appearance.
There we
He'll
go.
probably be the guy doing this.
Hello.
The future.
You know, he's going to take over the group when I'm gone. He already told me that. So,
There we go.
okay.
That's great.
so you're going to know all these guys, right?
Yep.
Yep. All right.
I'm the guy with the funny voice, okay?
He's also actually, I think his a character that he created is going to be coming out in a comic here next year. So
Oh, nice.
Great. Awesome.
keep your eyes out for
Awesome.
that.
Get them started early.
Start him young.
Yeah.
All right. Totally appreciate you coming out. You guys have a great day.
Thanks,
You
guys.
as well.
And good luck to you guys.
Thank
Don't
you.
hesitate to post stuff in the group, man. That's what it's there for.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that.
You bet. You guys have a great day, man.
You too.
All right.
Thanks.
Have a good one now.
Peace.
Bye.
And we have in the background area our next guest. And
Hey, before you bring him on, just out of curiosity, did I do okay?
you're doing fine, Frank.
Oh no, I
You're
just want to make sure because I haven't done this in a long time.
We have viewers. You're doing fine, bro.
Well, that's good. That's good. They're not running away.
So I'm about to hack this guy's name, but he's going to correct me after I do it.
Okay.
Zin Zing. Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
We can't hear you.
Okay, how about that?
There we go.
Okay.
How'd I do? Did I butcher your name? How'd I do?
No, you did good. You did fine.
Awesome. All right.
Now I gotta ask, just out of curiosity, is that your name or is that a show name?
It is part of my name, although I'm mixed. Part of my family is from China, and so that is why it's actually there. And it is just I've had it for so long. It's just a nickname I was given that it's just become part of my everyday name, and I answer to that more than my English name. So that's why.
Cool.
Very unique. I like uniqueness. That's very unique. I was always curious about the background there. So
What's that
Oh,
water?
wow.
How are you guys doing today?
Water.
I'm doing
not too bad.
Oh, good. Good.
Show
I
you.
move my camera up just a
Oh,
little.
there he is. Now I got. Are you an artist or a writer or both?
I'm both. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I'm having the worst time with this camera over here. There we go. I'm actually both artist and writer. This is one of my series right here. It's called Symphonic Verses, and it's that's been a long road, very very long road.
That is very detailed.
Oh yeah. So the actual book looks like that. That's how all the panels and pages are drawn, just like this. And I think that was part of the reason why I couldn't get anybody to publish it. It got rejected 157 times because it is aesthetically different. It doesn't look like a Western book. So most publishers wouldn't touch it for that reason. But all these other kind of really amazing things have happened since then, and yeah, it's been a fun ride.
So how long have you been doing this?
Like 26 years.
Wow. Okay.
I remember going to shows that now have massive attendance, and a lot of the attendance back then for some of these shows was like 800 people, 1,200 people. and then here, 20 some years later, now you see it as these great, big social media and pop culture things that have just kind of taken over everything. And it's been fun. I used to just take black and white sketchbooks that I had like put
That's not.
together, and would like sell them at these shows and poster prints, and the book wasn't done, and I had a lot of requests for people wanting to know where they could read it, and the reason it took so long to get it out, aside from all the publisher rejections, was uh, I had to make sure that the art style was the way I wanted it to be.
Mhm.
Uh, and that took a long time to develop, a very, very long time. And before it actually came out, I actually got a television deal for it. And so
Wow.
it,
Awesome.
thank you. It got picked up by the Global Genesis Group, and I'm actually one of the executive producers and one of the lead writers on the series. And it's gonna be worldwide. And we've got Two Steps from Hell doing the music for it. And I mean, they've done music for everybody from Harry Potter to the Lord of the Rings to the X-Men, you name it, they've worked on it. And I never thought I'd ever get to uh, rub elbows with people like that, but it's happening. And so I it was after that then I released volume one of the series, and it sold out like in no time. It actually, there were so many sales coming in, it crashed the website twice, and my agent, her name is Sonia, very nice lady. She had to expand the bandwidth uh, two more times in order to account for the amount of orders that were poured into it. And so volume one is 148 pages. Volume two is 108 pages. Altogether, the series is 330 chapters. And so volume one covers just the first 7 chapters. Volume two covers just chapter 8. So we have a long way to go for the series. But the TV show will cover a lot of ground in other areas that I won't have to focus on so much in the graphic novels, which is kind of nice. But then I'm actually drawing volumes 3 and 4 right now at the same time, and that's taken a little longer than I'd like it to, but how it is.
Now, when you say TV show, do you mean like an anime, or do you mean like a Western cartoon, or
It's going to be
live action, or what?
No, it will be an anime.
Okay.
Like Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust. That's the kind of quality of art, and Symphonic Verses is really, it's really an opera. It's kind of this dark contemporary tale, but it's very much human emotions, things we could all understand from experiences of loss and love and hate and revenge and forgiveness, but yet what happens when things go wrong, and how do we deal with these things? And the main character, his name is Adonis. He's a prince from a mafia-like kingdom that is called the Noctum Imperium, and he is the last of this venerated bloodline who has to protect these celestial swords of power that were handed down from these great dragons of Eon, and they were blessed onto his bloodline, centuries ago. And so each king who has come in line, that has been their task, is to use these swords to wield them to govern and to protect their people. And but then there are other swords that show up. There's all these other things that are going on, and their world has been at war for 800 years. And so the crux of the story is ultimately about, we know good and bad, but what do we do when we have to make a choice between evil and a greater evil? How can you do what's right when you can only do what's wrong? And see, that's the great dichotomy of his situation. And so if you like things like Hamlet and Bram Stoker's Dracula, it plays a lot on this idea of pronounced tragic irony, but it is dressed up like this. This is how everything looks, but there's so much that goes on in it, and it we've got so this is okay. So this is oh Lord, this is volume one, and I'm sorry, it's kind of there we go. These are onyx chrome covers, so they're like really glossy, and it's the way that it's been painted too. And it's dark, but all of the details that are on it are symbolic to what's going on in the story. And then this is volume. That was volume one. This is volume two. And on the
looks great.
Oh, thank you. This is actually one of the villains. His name is Gaius Malfechium Ippitus, and he's the leader of these warriors called the Shadow Knights, who they exist as a race of warriors that way. And for centuries, people thought they had been extinct, but they have been alive, and they've just been in hiding, and they play an integral part of the story with the villains. And I mean, there are so many villains. There's so many bad people and very, very few good people who are actually in the series. And I can actually, let me find it. Here we go. These are, so this example of how it looks on the inside.
Wow. The detail is amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Go forward at the top just a little bit so that the glare goes away. Yeah, there you go. And forward. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now, while I'm thinking about it, and you're showing the comic there, is there a website for people to go to get the comics?
Yeah. So actually, a few months ago, I got approached by Second Sight Publishing, and they were like, we want to publish it, and so they picked it up. It's going to be in Diamond, and so Second Sight Publishing, you can go to their website, and that's where you can order volume one, and it actually comes out this month on the 25th. So we're fast approaching for it to release, and I'm excited about that, for it to be able to reach more readers and a wider audience. And it has gotten I mean, I've been very, very fortunate to have so many people supporting the series, and it's got to the point where I've been able to be in touch with Blizzard Entertainment, Santa Monica Studio, Sony, Square Enix, just these amazing companies, and they have all given the series such amazing feedback and thumbs up, and it's a humbling experience. It really is. And it's I've had the privilege of some of the minds behind Game of Thrones who are the fans of the series and have actually bought copies of the book, and things that I never thought would happen have happened. And so it's like I tell people all the time, at the end of the day, I mean, these will always be my stories, my characters, but it's because of people that it turns into something else. It's because of readers that it evolves into something more, and that's that experience that we share. So it's not because of me, it's because of other people, and that's what makes it what it is. And I just want to give people a good story to read, and that's it.
I agree. To me, and I'm a writer myself, I think even though artwork is fantastic, you need to catch somebody's eye with artwork, but you really need to have a good story to lure them in and keep them there.
Oh, exactly.
Artwork is great, but if it's just fancy artwork and no story, they might not stay.
I tell you, there's times, okay, even as I'm going to go back to my kid fandom, okay, when you're turning the spinner back. Okay, and that cover grabbed my attention. Okay, and I had never read that title before. And I went home and I checked it out. And if that was written well, I was probably buying the next one when it came out next month. And I was looking for it. If it was just the cover and the art, it was like, okay, it was just that cover. You see what I'm saying?
Right, exactly.
When you take it home and you read it, it's the story that's going to decide whether or not go by issue 14 if that was issue 13. You see what I'm saying? It's like that's the story that brings you back.
Yeah.
Art's
Yeah.
great. Art's great. I love art. Don't get me wrong. Art's great. I love it. It's everywhere. Okay, but it's the story that's gonna get me to come back and buy the next.
Yeah,
You know,
it is. And
so
that's the heartbeat of it. It really is. It's the heartbeat of what moves these things forward is the story. And you know, I regularly get messages from people who, you know, volume two especially. Uh, I've had people message me and let me know how it has affected them. Some of them have cried through it. Some of them have been so moved by aspects of it that they say even after 2 or 3 weeks of reading it originally, that it is still impacting them, that they're still moved by these things that they have read and that they experienced, and really especially when you look at Adonis as the main character. Yes, he's a prince. Yes, he comes from this noble, venerated line, and sometimes people could look at that and say, well, he kind of has everything, and he kind of, but does he? Because he has lost his parents, his wife has died, he has no heir. He is the last of his kind. He just That's it. And although he has a mentor and a friendship are a best friend. Those are two different things. And so, his journey and his struggles with these choices that he has to make, and trying to find a way to undo so many things that have happened, if such things can be done. At what cost is it bought? At what cost do you achieve these things? And so you really begin to see the decline. He's already in a bad place in volume one, and then as it goes on, you see his decline even more. And he really has what, if their world, it's called Lady Somno's Fee. And so this is not Earth. It's a total different world. Their society is very baroque. It's very gothic. It's almost like if oh yeah, I will make sure I do that. Thanks. Um, there are it's like if you look at Cologne in Germany or Castile in Spain, where you've got these great Gothic, um, architectures surrounded by these modern cityscapes, and that's how their world exists. And then there's a part of their world that's very ancient, things that are very lost and very destroyed and very broken, and it is this it's this very long journey that he has to take, and he takes it with this other noble woman named Lady Sapphirose, who actually comes from a kingdom called the Glass Kingdom, and they share this rare ability that allows them to behold celestial light with their plain eyes. They can see things that no one else can see, and the story reveals more of what that's about and more of what's happening with it, and it really just is it's really one of those things where it's the tragedy. The beauty of it is it's tragedy, it's darkness, the suffering that they endure and that they go through, and ultimately it's going to lead to this cataclysmic outcome that I don't think even they would have imagined would have come from these things before it's all said and done.
When you say tragedy, the first thing I think of is Shakespearean stuff. So you said you were inspired by Shakespearean stuff?
Oh yeah, I mean the Iliad, Bram Stoker's Dracula. I mean there are so many things. There are so many literary work that have always impressed upon me. And ultimately, if you look at Professor Tolkien, you look at George R. R. Martin, you look at George Lucas, look at Joseph Campbell. These individuals who they've been smarter than whole generations of people who have come
Frank
before.
Herbert, do not leave Frank out.
No, we cannot. I'm sorry. No, and we cannot leave them out. I mean, and look at how each one of them took something in a way. Look at the impact Dune had. Look at the impact that Star Wars had, and the Lord of the Rings had. And so all of these things have these particular impacts on people. And I think what's important for creators, and I've been doing this so long now, is I meet people who are like, I've been doing it a few years. I've done some shows, I've done this, I've done that, blah, blah, blah. And then the minute one thing doesn't go right, they kind of fall apart. And the reality is that it takes a long time to get used to the failures that will come, because they will come, and they editors are not there to be your friends. Publishers are not there to be your friends. It is business. So people will say, I sent them my submission and they did this, or I showed them my portfolio and they told me I didn't know what I was doing. It's not because they're trying to be cruel. It's because they're trying to help you realize that your community of friends, they might boost you up. Your family might blow smoke up your backside. But if you want to be a true professional, you want to be an expert, it takes many, many years of hard work, and you have to learn from the best. Not just, I copied a panel that I saw someone draw in, an issue of Batman or X-Men or Spider-Man. That's great. But you need to have the knowledge of how you do that in itself without that reference. And so that's a really important thing that I think is it's needed to help people as they're developing their artistic and literary skills, because you need those to endure. Because if you don't, the minute things get wrong, you'll just give up. If you don't absolutely love it as well, I mean, and you have to have a passion that is relentless. And if you're not doing that, well, it's not going to help anything. It just won't.
Yep, that's 100% correct. There has to be the love of what you're doing. I tell people that a lot. A lot of people are like, oh, man, I can go get this job. It's more money. And I'm like, will you be happy?
Right. Exactly.
Are you going to like it? Do you like the job you have now? If you like the job you have now, you might want to consider that you like the job you have now. And you might not be able to come back to this job if you don't like the job that pays more.
Yeah.
And how we feel at the end of the workday has a lot to do with the rest of our day.
It does.
Do stuff you love. Do stuff you like to do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really, if you want to have a good, happy life, do stuff you like to do.
Yeah. That's I mean, that is really that's the truth of it. Is you have to do these things that you that you love, and if that's not the modus operandi, or you will suffer for a long time through these things, because it's not something that's a passion. It's just it has a dollar sign on it. That wears, and that gets old very quickly.
I found that our personal happiness comes from the things we love.
Yeah.
Okay, our personal happiness comes from the things we love, not the things we buy. Now, I'm not saying that some of the stuff we buy we don't love,
right?
But
right.
we didn't have it until after we bought it. You see, so the things we love are what drive us. And if those are not the things that are driving you, then please reconsider how you're living your life and let the things you love drive your ambitions.
Yeah, it really is. That's and when it's interesting, even in the story, there's a because I'm getting ready to post some links in the comments. But there's an image where you see quite a few of the characters, and then in the first images of Prince Adonis, and I've had a lot of people ask about that, and really the amazing part is that what it is that he's the only one looking backwards, while all these other characters are looking forward. And so that image symbolically makes reference to where he's at. He's so fixated on these things that have already happened that he's not aware of these tragedies that are awaiting him, but also this hope that is awaiting him. And he, for a long time, has lived without hope. If he was real in our world, I mean, he'd have PTSD, he'd have chronic depression. He lives his life like he's in a mausoleum. Just to to put it in those terms. I mean, the throne room alone, where he's at, it's so massive. I mean, you could put the Eiffel Tower in there and it still wouldn't reach the ceiling. It wouldn't touch the top of it. And so you have this great, Baroque and very dark, but beautifully ornate throne room. And he's in there by himself 90% of the time. And he just mourns, he grieves constantly. That's all he does.
It's pretty awesome, man. You seem to be a very deep person, and I think I'm gonna have a good time getting involved in what you got going on.
Oh well, I mean, I'm happy to share, all of this with anyone, and I just, I just want to tell people a good story and hope that they enjoy it, and that's ultimately it. And the graphic novel actually has a soundtrack as well that was composed by Michael Roberts, who did some work for Konami on arrangements with Castlevania. He also did some stuff for Nintendo and a few films, and so he actually we sat for like 2 years and worked on the soundtrack, and he's a very, very talented guy. And so whenever you order a copy of the book from Second Sight Publishing, you'll get the link to download the soundtrack for free. It's got like 20 tracks, all originally composed, and the music is really, really beautiful.
Cool. Yeah, drop them links in the comments.
I was just going to ask if you have websites and links to your Facebook and Twitter and stuff. If you want to talk about that real quick before you wrap things up, or
I also one of the things that I sometimes do is I'll let the guest going out meet the guest coming in and say hi to each other, okay? Because we got John Hervey in the backstage right now, and he might want to come out and say hi because I think he's kind of interested in what you got going on too. He's giving me the thumbs up, so go ahead, make sure you drop your links and give us the rundown on where people can find you real quick, and I'll bring John up so that he can understand.
Okay, yeah. No, that sounds good. Let me grab these other links real quick.
Hey, Pops, I'll be right back in a second.
Okay.
Hey, it's a great looking book you got there. Great looking project, and congratulations on how far you've been able to get. With some other media, that's a big deal.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. It's been a long road, but it just you just keep plugging along as best you can.
That's right. That's exactly it.
Yeah, and it's funny because I have all these other stories that I've written, and the movie studio, they actually picked up 3 more of my series, and so now I've got multiple worldwide TV deals, and just the other day I talked to the composer from Jurassic World, and
nice.
I mean, that's where things are going, where it's like these are the kind of people that I'm getting to meet, and they're getting involved in the things that are going on, and it's funny. The last rejection that I had got from Image Comics, Jim Valentino, he actually replied, and I actually have the quote on the back of the book. He said that you've achieved things already that these other professionals would give their eye and teeth for. And so he was like, I think the best thing is just you keep doing the things that you're doing. And it was very, it was like, hey, I get it. I appreciate it. And, but I thought that was very kind of him to get back with me about that.
That's, that's a great testimony too. Just sticking with it and, continuing to believe in yourself and your own property, Don't let that be dictated by other third parties.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you gotta. And see, for me personally, I learned this kind of art from China and from Korea, and so that's why it doesn't look Western. It has a very different aesthetic to its visual makeup. And what I'll do also is I'll post a link to the prelude that can be downloaded for free, and I'll put that in the comments so anybody who wants to download it, they can download it and read it.
No, I'll definitely grab that.
Yeah, so
That's a no-brainer right there. That's easy. Yeah. No, it's a beautiful look, and I can see the other influences in your work. It looks really nice, man.
Oh, thank you. It's a lot of some of the there's a lot I never show publicly because I want the readers to experience that for themselves.
Yeah, it makes sense.
That away from them, and so I won't show certain things because I want them to see it, and then that impression it leaves. Then we can talk about it after. And I tell people all the time, message anytime if they have questions about stuff from the book. I'm happy to answer or translate names or pronounce stuff.
Nice.
Well, I'm like really glad that you chose to come out and tell us about what you got going on today. Because I really wasn't in the know that you had this much going on. Okay. Yeah. So now you kind of got my attention. I hope you got some of the attention for people watching too. And this will be up on my YouTube channel forever. So people will be watching it. Usually I try to get somebody to break the segments down so I can send you your personal segment to put on your own page. But that just depends on tech availability, willing to work for free, because that's what I do.
And we appreciate it, Pops. We really do, man.
Hey, I have fun though. It's just like what we were talking about. If you love doing something, do it. What you're getting out of it in here, always out.
Yeah, exactly.
If you love doing something, do it. That's why I'm. Yeah, it's by speakers, man. I tried to bury it back there in the corner behind some stuff. I'm trying to make it. I don't know. It's the way it is. I can't do the headset thing, man. I look goofy. I don't do that.
Yeah, it won't go well with your hat. That's for sure.
I gotta,
Yeah.
So I just posted the link to the media fire where you can download the prelude. It's just a couple pages.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, but the Facebook page and the publishers, I put the link. All that stuff is in there.
Awesome.
Hey, Pops, thank you so much for inviting me. I really appreciate it.
Always in the group too, man. When you got updates, something new you got, let us know, man. In the comic related madness, that's what it's for. It's to keep everybody in the know what you got going on.
Okay, no, I certainly.
It is a networking and promotions group. It's not your typical comic group. This is about you guys, and then us fans can find you easy. You're all in the same place.
Right. Yeah.
That's what it's about.
Exactly.
Well, awesome.
You're more than welcome to post anytime, man. And anytime you got something new or an update with what you're doing, make sure you get that out there where we know about it.
Okay, I will. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. It's been great sitting with you guys and getting to chat, and I'll be sitting back and watching the rest of it.
All right. Appreciate you, man.
Good to meet you.
Y'all
Zing Zing. Did I get that? I butchered that. I tore that up, didn't I?
Zing Zing?
Yeah, no, that's it. Yep.
Okay.
Zing Zing.
All right, feel good then. I got it. Nailed it.
Yeah, take care.
All right, take care, Zing
All
Zing.
right. You have a good day, man. Mr. John, what's up,
Pops,
dude?
how you doing, my friend? How are you doing?
Man, it's all good, man. Let me get your banner up here real quick.
Yeah, it's good to see you, man. Last month was a really great show, but we missed you.
Oh, well, I made a little appearance.
I know. I saw you make your cameos.
Dude, I had a great time last month, and I really appreciate Pete and Phil for letting me go do that and still provide the show for you guys.
Yeah,
That meant a lot to me, man. It really did.
No, that was awesome. To have reliable guys that picked up the slack for you.
Yeah, they were awesome. And
yeah,
I'm kind of wondering where Phil is today.
Still recovering.
Can we get a clickable link? Let's see if I can give you a clickable link. I don't know if that works in here, but we'll try.
Yeah, I think we should be able to do that. I don't know if I have the ability to drop
There
that.
it goes. I think so.
Okay. Let's see what I got here.
I think that worked, didn't it? In the YouTube.
What I dropped wasn't clickable. I think what you dropped was clickable. Yeah. Yeah.
So hey, man, how you been?
Been doing well, man. I've wanted to first and foremost thank you for last month. You helped us pretty much close out the Black Tiger campaign. There's only like 7 graphic novels left of that campaign. So now we're launching a new one. So this link is for a brand new campaign that is launching this coming Tuesday. And the project is called Magna, the Last Pantheon. And it's, just in short, the story is about a protagonist. Her name is Kari Skogsholm, and she finds herself, basically her world gets turned upside down when she learned that she's adopted. And she goes in search of her parentage. And, it's also a period piece. This is set in, in 1944. So this is right before the U.S. Got into World War II. And we start off in a fictitious city of Tree City, Idaho. She makes her way to Finland, and there's a lot going on from an historic basis in Finland at that time, kind of under the thumb of Germany. And then she makes her way to Asgard, where she finds herself in league with a conglomeration of the last of the mighty men of old, the last of the old deities. So it's a conglomeration of deities from the Egyptian and Aesir and Olympian and Chinese pantheons, and they're the last of their kind. And she finds herself in the middle of their struggle, and she finds herself being actually the key to whether they are going to survive or not. See, my dude Hex Allen is in here. Yes, sir.
yeah, he's here.
All right.
He wants a link for the other guy.
See, that's cold, buddy. No, I actually want a link for Jing Jing's thing too. It was hot.
Dude, that was fire. I didn't know it was that in depth and he had that much going on.
I know, that was amazing.
Speaking of going on, you say you have 7 copies left of Black Tiger?
Copies left of Black Tiger.
7?
So,
yeah, you said you have 7 left?
7 left.
Okay, I'm gonna have to reserve one of them, bro.
All right, you got it.
Yes.
And then, so yes, 7 of those, and now we're on to our new campaign. Are you able to share that preview page link, Pops?
Yeah, let me see. Let me get it up here without screwing something up. Okay. You talking about the sign up page?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we'll start with the sign up page. I've got a video that I think is fun and that people enjoy watching, and we can kind of riff off of that. And then what I will show you after we show this page is I'll show you guys the kind of the preview Indiegogo page. I have it's not launched yet, but I can show you guys at least what the page looks like now, what it probably will, 99% of what it's going to look like. So if you want, we could start off. So if you want to scroll down a little bit about the team. So myself, John Hervey, I'm the writer. Penciler is a gentleman from Brazil named Marcio Abreu, and he's done pencils for Red Sonja and Warlord of Mars. And my cover artist, Elizabeth Torque, and her brother Eduardo, they were just great finds. I actually found them on DeviantArt and kind of found her right before she started getting gigs with Marvel and now with DC. So it was just perfect timing. And I love it. It's like, people are making their dreams come true. And Omi, he's done colors on like Ninjak and Exo Man of War. So he brought his skills to the table. And Marco de la Verde in Spain, he's the one that did our letters. So it's an international team. It's the beauty of being online. You can reach folks anywhere as long as they're hungry and they have a desire and they want to do something really cool. You can collaborate. So if you want to scroll down a little bit, you guys can see a little bit of the artwork, and I'll show you a little bit more with the video. On your own time, don't click on that one now, because that's an animatic that me and a couple of artists put together. It's actually a 10-minute animatic. So
heck, we're gonna have to post that in the group later then.
Yeah, so people can go there and they can check that out and enjoy the animatic that's associated with the comic book. But here's a little bit of tidbit, a little bit of taste of the yummy art that you're going to get in the book. You're going to get, like I said, a little bit of period piece. You're going to get a little bit of high fantasy.
This one too, just because it says I see the Rainbow Bridge, man.
Gotta have it, brother.
I see the Rainbow Bridge. You know I'm a Thor dude. You know I'm gonna have to get in on this now.
All right, man. We won't disappoint. We will not disappoint. So I mean, I'm a big fan. And have always been kind of an enthusiast of, and that's one of the beauties of comic books is the stories I tend to write. They tend to be mashups of different things that I enjoy. So like the Black Tiger story was kind of a mashup of a couple of Hong Kong genres, one being Kung Fu and one kind of being John Woo-ish, along with, kind of a little bit of a good old fashioned American gangster story, all kind of mashed up with superheroes, with a Dark Knight element to it. So that was Black Tiger. And then this one is like a mashup of, a little bit of high fantasy, but also some World War II. And then also, Pantheon, so you've got Greek gods, you got the Olympians, you got the Aesir, you got Egyptians, you've got, Chinese Pantheon. And it's a fun ride. And this is volume 1. So this is basically 75 pages, and the art is all complete. The production is all complete. And it's the first half of the graphic novel. Because if you remember with Black Tiger, I did a 172-page graphic novel all in one. This one, breaking the story up into two pieces. So you'll get 75 pages with this one, and we'll be able to quickly follow up because the whole story arc is complete. Production is complete. So, yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm absolutely down for this too, Danny. I get you, bro.
Yeah, Danny, appreciate you, brother.
Dude.
Why don't we scroll up to the top? Let's let my man Danny see the video.
The video.
And not that one. That's the animatic. You should watch that later, Danny, because that's a 10-minute animatic. You'll love it. But here's the campaign video. Just see unmute that.
Spring is in the air, but times are tense as the world finds itself at war. While high school senior Kari Scott's life unfulfilling, her parents are eager to keep their lives and, most importantly, their extraordinary daughter under the radar as long as they can. But time is not on their side. They prepare to flee to protect Kari, but something within her compels her to stay and take a stand. It's time to learn truths that have been kept from her, be it out of love or fear or something else. It's time to answer the calling upon her life, whatever that may be. So her journey begins, and things will never be the same. But Kari's story finds its roots millennia prior. The men of renown, known as the sons of God, and the daughters of men in the first and second heavens, joined with raised arms one last time, combining all the power that they had to command. In the heavens, above the world, the last stand of these mighty men was also the last appearance of the agents of destruction until their reemergence in 1942. Kari must learn the truth about herself, determine the endgame of these supernatural agents of destruction, and how to stop them before all is lost.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You got me.
Like I said, it's a mashup of different genres that I love. And one of the things that we all love about comics is just, I mean, you're creatively you're free. I mean, your budget is the same. Whether you're making a period piece or you got something that's in the far off future or whatever. The only thing that constrains you is your own imagination. I appreciate that, Danny. Hey, Pops, I put in, that Wolf is Beast Mode. I put in the private chat a link to the Indiegogo page. It's not launched yet, but I would still love to share it. People can check it out, and they can start getting a flavor for
right one up here.
Because the campaign is launching on this coming Tuesday. So for those that go to that first link, you can go ahead and get a sign up so that you'll be notified when the campaign launches on Tuesday. And then the
right one up here.
And then the next link that Pops is going to pull up. This is pretty much what the campaign page is going to look like, unless in the next couple of days or so, the few folks like yourselves that see it just say like, oh, that sucked. Some things need to change. Then I'll make some big changes. But I'm excited, and this is also for those of you that did back Black Tiger. It's in the same universe. So looking to build the world. So Black Tiger and Magna, and then some subsequent heroes that will be showing up in some subsequent books that inhabit the same world. That's all. No, appreciate that, man. And like Jing Zin was saying, just build, take your time, love it. I love this. This is absolutely a labor of love, and I'm grateful for anybody and everybody that does decide to back any of my books, because I appreciate when people are willing to take a flyer on something that isn't Marvel or DC or whatever. I mean, just willing to pick up somebody's book, and it's been a real blessing, because I've gotten some good feedback as a result from Black Tiger, and I'm really excited about this new book.
It's awesome. Like I said, yeah, you definitely get my attention every time you do something, man, because Black Tiger was big. I was like, I want to be in on this, but of course the timing for me was horrible.
Yeah.
With the wedding and everything, but
yeah,
things have opened up a little bit now. So
hey, and Black Tiger is 25 pages. I mean, $25 for 172 pages.
Mm-hmm.
So the Black Tiger campaign, I gave you the full graphic novel. So you can get that soft cover for $25 plus shipping. That's 172 pages. It's a full story arc. With this one, I'll show you. We actually, I wanted to split it in half for a number of reasons. Part of it was also just printing, because printing went haywire. Right when we were going to print, that's when all this Corona stuff started going down. We had all kinds of problems with the printing. That's what delayed the book a lot. And then with the book being a thicker book, a graphic novel, it even made it more difficult. So, this campaign is a 75 pager. So we're breaking basically this story into consider it like, because there are 6 basically issues. So first 3 issues, and then the subsequent 3 issues will follow. But right now we're kind of going to be alternating between Black Tiger and Magna volumes. So we've got another Black Tiger volume that's going to come out after this one.
Cool. Yeah, you have to put one of them aside for me. I will get you some money.
Oh yeah, for sure, sir. For sure.
That's
are you?
One that, I was hoping I was going to get it through that other crowdfunding site that blew up, but
yeah,
it's just because that didn't happen doesn't mean my interest isn't still there.
No, I appreciate that. You know what? And I get it. I mean, it's not easy to be an innovator. I love them. I think the Wheelers are awesome. I think that what they're doing is big and awesome, and I hope they don't give up on it.
Yeah.
I understand from a technical standpoint, sometimes you got to take a couple steps back before you can go forward. But I hope they're able to, just good folks. So I hope they're able to make that work.
The only thing they did wrong was try to rush it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like once they have that solid, I'll be promoting it and encouraging people to use it just like I would any other tool in the toolbox.
No, exactly. Exactly.
I mean,
that's my thoughts too. Exactly.
Getting books in the retail with the retailers, just like Danny, getting books in those shops, that's end game. That's what he's trying to get.
Exactly. And that's what's going to help, keep the industry, going forward. It's a big deal. Are you able to open the that second link pops, I just want to show folks, if possible, I want to show them, even though it's an unpublished campaign page, because I have a lot more art on there, so you guys can check out some of the completed art, and check out also some of the rewards kind of as they're going to be set up. But there we go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So it hasn't launched yet, but this is pretty much what the page is going to look like. So if you want to, however you want to go through it, if you want to just check out some of the art or check out what some of the perks may look like, I'm good to go. But like it says there, production is 100% complete. So it's not just the artwork, but the letters as well. So it's just more of a matter of kind of once we know the numbers we're working with, just getting everything set with the printer. And
digital there for $10 for you digital fans.
Yep, that's right.
A lot of people are really turning that way now. So
they are.
It's always good to have that option, especially like I know a lot of people are having problems with worldwide shipping right now.
Oh man.
So that digital copy is a godsend in that particular area too, because some people don't want to wait.
And also for folks that sign up on that sign up list, if you get a physical copy, if you sign up on the sign up list, I'll give you a free digital copy.
There you go. Then you don't have to wait. You don't ever have to touch your book. See, that's another thing for us collectors. Now I got to ask: is that my friend the Midgard serpent?
That is a different serpent. Sorry. Hey, but you know what? I've got plans for the Midgard serpent.
There you go. Okay. That's all I want to know. I just want some real. Thor Ragnarok just made me mad.
Yeah. Well, because it's like, don't throw the name Ragnarok in if you're not going to really go there.
Yeah, if you're not bringing out the serpent and destroying Asgard, come on.
It was. They took more stuff from kind of the prelude to World War Hulk. Exactly. But I realized that they couldn't throw that name in there because I guess of rights issues with regard to the Hulk or something. But it really wasn't. That's the direction they should have gone, and they should have Beta Ray Bill.
Exactly. It's like, come on, man! If you're gonna tell the story, tell the story.
Yeah. There was almost like this giant totem in the movie, and you saw Beta Ray Bill's face on it.
Yes.
But I didn't know what that meant. I don't know if that meant the Hulk killed Beta Ray Bill or what that was supposed to mean. But I wanted to see Beta Ray Bill.
Previous champions is what that was.
Yeah.
But then now you're gonna bring Beta Ray Bill in, so maybe he won his freedom and left.
There you go.
Who knows? It's all the way. That's the great thing about the writers. The writers get to write the story.
Exactly.
Like, everybody talks about who can beat who, and I said, well, who's writing it?
Depends on no, exactly. It all depends on who's writing the story. I remember back in the day, kind of the Thing versus the Hulk. That was a bigger deal back then, but I think they've made a much bigger deal of differentiating between the two now. But oh man, the Thing could beat the Hulk could beat the Thing, and it's just fun. It's just fun.
Then now it's like people get really serious in those arguments.
I know.
That's one of the reasons I don't let those kind of posts get too crazy in the group. I'll turn the commenting off or something, or because people don't even know how to have fun talking about stuff like that anymore. People, it's a really weird time in our lives, man.
Yeah, we do live in a strange time where, like, if somebody thinks something differently than you, they're an enemy.
Yeah.
Or they're it's this culture of offense. You're offended. I remember one of my best friends to this day. We met in grade school because he was wearing a Thor shirt and I was wearing a Spider-Man shirt. And I didn't know anything about Thor, so you wouldn't have been happy with me at that time, Pops, because he's like, oh man, Thor would whoop Spider-Man. I'm like, man, that long-haired sissy wouldn't beat Spider-Man. Well, come out to find out later that Thor is like power levels above Spider-Man. So when I found that out, I was like, okay, maybe he would.
I'm like, okay. I will give Spider-Man his due.
Yeah.
He smacked the crap out of Firelord.
That he did. That he did. You know, I was 0 for 2 with that friend because then one day I wore a Superman shirt and he wore a Batman shirt. And this is long before like Dark Knight Returns. So I was like, man, Superman will whoop Batman. Batman can't beat Superman. And then of course Dark Knight came out and Batman gave Superman the business. I'm like, okay, fine. All right, I stopped gambling on the heroes. I just like them.
Do anything in the movies though, but the writer still has control.
Yeah.
You see, and that's the bottom line is the writer still gets to be the one to decide who actually wins.
That's right.
You know, now when we talk about Batman, if I don't know how many of you like are old historic Batman readers, but if you look at some of the old 60s Batman books, that dude got knocked out all the time.
Yeah.
He had a really wimpy rogue gallery because somebody could have popped a cap in him at any time in his career and it'd have been over.
Yeah.
Okay, because he got knocked out all the time. And
Just
instead
upside
of
his head.
Yeah, instead of them taking him out, they run. Okay, we got to get away. We got to get away from the bat. No, go back over there and end it. Then you don't have to worry about the bat no more.
Exactly. No, it's interesting to see how those characters have changed over time.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, because back then, like I said, man, everybody knocked Batman out. He's still winning in the end, but everybody got a shot on him.
And I also remember when Batman was more of a detective. I mean, he was in a costume, but he really wasn't fighting. I mean, he was really a detective. And I think that's one of the big things. And I know a lot of people have different feelings, about what's going on with books today. But the thing that I realize is these characters over time have always been changing. I mean, like the Batman and the Superman and even the Hulk that I was reading, was different than the very first version of the Hulk or the original versions of what Superman was like. So, I mean, to a certain extent, it's like, if you're getting too upset about it, then just vote with your dollars and buy something else. That's all you can really do, and for me, I realized that I'm kind of an era guy. Like my era of those heroes, like between the 70s and 90s are really my era of those heroes. And I'm fine with that. So I don't talk bad about them. I don't talk bad about what they're doing. I just buy indie comics now. It's real simple. My life is okay. I'm not hurt when they do whatever they want to do with Spider-Man or do whatever they want to do with the Justice League today. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it. I'm the guy who said they should have killed Batman back in the 60s. Oops.
I know. Hey, man, you know what? You may find your account gets closed off or something.
I know. It's like somebody's going to take that totally out of context. Right?
Did you hear what Pop said? Like the total monkey game,
Kill Batman in the 60s.
Yeah. Pop said to crucify Batman. And he said it live on his show. I heard it.
Yeah, all the Bat fans are gonna get me for that one.
Yeah.
What can I say, man? I'm an old school comic book reader. It's like the movies have changed a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, the movies have changed the industry a lot.
Yeah.
But you were an old school. I pulled this book off the spinner rack kid. You know what comics are about.
Man, that's the crazy thing is that's how I started reading comics. I remember, the drugstore my mom used to go have one spinner rack. Then they graduated to 2, and my mom sometimes would let me get 2 books, but she'd always let me get 1. So like this is painstaking work. I'm going through every book on the rack. I'm trying to figure out which book I'm going to pick up. It's a big deal.
Yes.
I remember when I picked up, I think it was Avengers, I want to say it was 184. This is the one with giant Crusher Creel. He's on like this freighter and he's holding Miss Marvel like he's King Kong. That was the book. That was what put me over the edge. That's when I became that's when I said I'm a comic book collector. Like when I picked that book up, I was like, and I didn't know I picked up the book. John Byrne drew the darn thing. So, come on, man. So, it's just like, the book was like gold. It was magic. I just kept rereading that same issue. And I'm like, man, I need to get the issues before this. And I need to get the issues after that. But it's like, they didn't have comic shops like that. So I had to go to bookstores trying to see.
and looking at the back of the spinner rack and digging through. Dude, it started for me with Defenders 10, which was the final episode of the crossover between the Avengers and the Defenders back in the early 70s.
Oh, wow.
And it was like 9 or 10 issues where they went part 1 it was in Avengers, part 2 was in Defenders, part 3 was in Avengers, and it kept going back and forth. Well, the first one I found was the last book in the story. So I have to go from store to store and spinner rack to spinner rack trying to find all the previous issues so I could read the whole story, because it was Thor and Hulk on the cover of Defenders 10.
Oh.
And I was a Thor fan
Yeah.
and didn't know Thor was a comic guy. I was a mythology guy.
Right.
So we are at 2:00. I do want to bring Nicholas out so you guys can say hi to each other.
Very cool. Appreciate you guys.
Getting everybody to meet each other. But Mr. Nicholas Mueller.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, Nick?
I'm doing good. About you guys?
Good, man. Good.
Do me a favor and drop your links in the private chat so I can pop them up during your segment there.
Will do. I'm here also kind of on behalf of Brainy Pixel. He was supposed to be on here, but he got sick last night. So
he let me know he wasn't feeling well. So.
Oh, well,
yeah.
It's not the Rona, is it?
He didn't say. He just said that he just was throwing up in the middle of the night. So
Snap.
Don't think that's part of the symptoms, but
yeah, that's not fun nonetheless.
It will drop his stuff in there. So I'll give a little heads up to shout out to him and everything. So he's the one that set this up.
John, this is Nicholas from Raven.
All right, Nicholas, man, it is a pleasure. I look forward to watching. I'm gonna hop off and I'm gonna sit in the gallery with everybody else and watch and enjoy. But I'm thinking I already know what your project is. I'm thinking I already Because who are you working with?
It's just me.
Okay.
I'm a one-man team, unfortunately.
Okay. Man, you know what? You're top to bottom. I appreciate you.
Well, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Pops.
You bet.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Frank. Appreciate you guys.
We got a couple different things we're going to be showing off with Mr. Mueller. We got Tennis Tales, right?
Yes.
You're going to be talking about that one too. Now
so
I have a poster I won from that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he'll hand that stuff out. So that's Brandon's work, and he is the founder of one of the co-founders of Brainy Pixel.
Hi, John.
I'm an admirer of his work, and we kind of talk, and we really great guy. So I just want to give him a huge shout out. He's the creator of Tenet's Tale, and he's putting some stuff out there. They're putting out some cool animation projects right now that Pops will probably put a link down in the bottom here called for Brainy Pixel, and they have stuff that they are putting out. I'll try to give the best summary. He's a lot better at it than me, but just from what I know, he's got Tenet Tales where he's got an 8-page free. Yep, the link on the bottom there. It's an 8-page free. You pay what you want. You can pay $0 or $1 or $5 if you want to go check it out. It's 8 pages, and it's a good way just to kind of check out what Tenet Tales is going to be. He's working on that right now. No release date quite yet. He's just kind of still getting everything put together, and it's really cool. It's kind of got a Hellboy feel to it, sort of Mike Mignola sort of feel to it, but it's about this fallen angel who's just been kind of wandering the world, kind of doing some supernatural investigation and stopping stuff. And you can read more about that on brainypixel.com, and you can check out some more of their animation projects that they have going on there, like Divine 9 and other stuff that they're putting pilots on together right now. They're shopping them around to other things. So Brandon's he's putting together pitches at the moment, and they're shopping around. They got one out called The Pick Train that's on YouTube, and it's on under I believe it's TBN, the network station, the Christian Broadcasting Network. Okay. So that airs in between segments, in between shows, and it's been going on for quite a while. But so right now they're pitching shows off to other people. I think the one that they're going to be releasing real soon is a show called Cupkins, and it's a for younger younger sort of group of people. But here's a picture of Tenet's Tale.
It looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. Like I said, it's got sort of a Mike Mignola feel to it, and it's kind of, as he would describe it, it's kind of like Hellboy for Christians in a sense. It's going to deal with a lot of sort of Christian sort of theology in it, and kind of delve into sort of this idea of fallen angels. people that fell, like the angels when they fell and they became demons. Oh, what if they decided that they didn't want to go with Lucifer and they wanted to kind of be their own thing? So these are the guys that are in the middle. They're not angels, they're not demons. They're just kind of in the middle, and they just kind of want to be their own thing. So Tenet goes around and he kind of deals with the things in between, and this deals with his world. And the many happenings and stuff that he might come across. So you guys can check out that book right there. It's a free download. You can put in $0, $1, and it's an 8-page little preview. And he's working on that right now. And if you go over to Brainy Pixel, follow him on Facebook, Twitter. He will give out cool prizes like a poster, like Pops was just saying. And it's this thing right here, and it's a large one.
That's how I became aware of him.
Yep.
He was on Twitter, and I tell you guys, I enter all the contests that I see,
right.
and it's like I win all the freaking time. I entered it. It was like he's giving away some way. Oh, check it out. So then that got me looking at his book, though.
Right. Yeah.
So what are the social networks that we need to follow?
So he is on Twitter, and Facebook. Yeah. And if you just type in Brainy Pixel, like what the link down there says, same spelling and everything, you'll find him real easily.
Gotcha.
And he's in the group.
Yep.
He's in the madness. Everybody's in the madness.
And Brandon's a great guy. He's got so many creative endeavors going on. This is just one of them. He's got about 5 others that are going on right now. Like I said, like Cubekins. A lot of them are more meant for younger audiences, such as like a Sesame Street sort of level sort of thing. So if you got kids, this would be perfect, right up their alley. Obviously, Tenet Tales, not really. It's more meant for like your teenagers and up. It's meant to tell more grounded supernatural stories with some really cool monsters and things that you would see kind of like from a Hellboy sort of perspective. So kind of just this guy that's traveling all around, and you kind of have a lot of historical things in it. So yeah, Pops has got the poster right there, and
that looks pretty awesome, man.
Yeah,
that's the one I won, man. I was like, no. It was awesome, man. When it came, I was like, yeah, that one now. I just finally got the Mojo pencils framed to put on the back shelf back there.
Nice.
That one. That one.
Pops, you have a lot of comics.
Those are just some of the signed ones that are on that back wall. Those are, the.
I saw a lot of boxes back there. That's awesome. You have a lot of comics.
A lot of long boxes there.
No, dude. I got filing cabinets. Hold up. I got
not to interrupt you, Brian, but
I got boxes over there. We got filing cabinets, and then behind me on this side are all the custom boxes. I have a whole wall of custom boxes, 3 layers. Between my son and I, we're about 6,500 books.
Woo.
Wow.
And they're all his eventually, but he gets the stuff he likes and I get the stuff I like, and between the two of us, we got a pretty solid collection.
Not bad.
Like I said, the ones on the wall back there, they're all signed. It's like most of them are Politos, but you got Stan and Kevin Eastman and Stan Sakai and Greg Horn and Mike Zeck and let's see, McFly and Frank Cho and Anna Zoe and Mark Brooks, and there's just lots of people back there.
all good ones too. All good ones.
And all of them were very nice to me.
Isn't that half of it though? Like who wants to meet a creator that is obnoxious and rude? And I'm sure we can all probably tell a story of running into a creator that we were really looking forward to meet, and then they ended up just being complete wankers, and we're just like, well, it kind of ruined my experience with them.
I've been really lucky though. In my case, I've been really lucky because the only ones I've met so far are ones that have all been really cool. So
right.
But I've heard all kind of stories, about people. I've heard all kind of stories about people, and some are good, some are bad.
I've always heard good stories about like Kevin Eastman and Stan Sakai and those guys, like just all around really nice, grounded guys. Like, the type of people you would want to meet and sit down and just have a good chat with, and stuff like that.
And Mike Zeck was awesome. I caught Mike Zeck at the perfect time. There was nobody near his table. we just got to talk to him for like 15 minutes, and it was so cool because Punisher. I got him to sign my Punisher books. I got him to sign the Secret Wars books. I got him to sign Chuck Norris Karate Commandos #1. Yeah, I went digging through my collection. What do I got that he did? What do I got?
Nice.
Oh, Chuck Norris, no way. Yeah, that was right straight up there. I had to take it to him and get him sign it.
I know, and then at convention, those guys got to be on constantly. Like they can't just be off. Like they can't have a down moment. Like to not have like a nice experience. It's like they have to be constantly sort of in that moment and engaging with people.
It was so much fun talking to him though. Like I said, I could have caught him at the wrong time and there'd been a line and I could have got 1 minute.
Right.
I just got really lucky. Like he had just come back to his table or something and nobody was there. And Randy Davis. Also in the group, actually the very first member of the Comic Related Madness. That was the day I met him.
Oh, cool!
Rapids Comic Con. Okay, so it was like him and me and my son and my son's friend, and we're all just sitting there with Mike, and we're just talking, and it was like, dude, there could not have been a better time for me to walk up looking to find Mike Zeck's table. There's no way it could have been better.
Right. Well, speaking of your group, Pops, this thing blew up out of nowhere. I remember when you first started this and you were just kind of getting even CRoM Con started and you were just looking for guests for your first show. Like you went from like 100 to 400 to 1,000, like within seconds. It seemed like.
Yeah, it seemed like every time we did a show, we got another 50, 60 people that week.
Yeah.
Not counting, the weeks in between, but every show was like a big boost.
Yeah.
What are you up to now?
We're at 1860 something.
Wow.
Gonna
hit that 2,000 mark real soon.
Yeah. No
when
kidding.
I started this group, before there was no CRoM Con, there was no concept of that coming. When I started the group, I figured 300-400 people and we'd have a good time.
Yeah.
But when COVID hit and we decided to do the CRoM Con thing, it was like, okay, it's going to blow up, but I don't want it to just blow up with just anybody. I want it to be comic people, comic fans, people that, appreciate what we're doing. So it's not padded numbers. And, those 1,800 people are all people that are in comic groups that appreciate comics, so there could easily be 5,000 in this group if I just hit okay every time.
Yeah.
Easily.
Vetting some of the people has got to be a hard task and making sure you keep some of the troublemakers out.
I look to see if they're comic people, and then if they're in a comic group that I'm in, I look to see if they participate.
Right. Yeah, because I don't know about you guys in the last few weeks. I've been getting like bombarded with really weird Facebook account people. Like,
yeah, me too.
I don't know what's going on.
Although a lot of people have been requesting my friendship in Facebook stuff. I usually look at their profile first.
Yeah.
If I can. And if they're like, 1 or 2 pictures and I don't really know them, it's, but if I can scroll through their page a little bit and see, you're a creator. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. We can be friends,
Right. Yeah, because there might be a networking opportunity or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Had their numbers, and then you got people that, actually care about who they're talking to.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. It's the same with my friends list. Okay. I've gotten thousands and thousands of friend requests. I tried to keep it right around 1,100 and I couldn't even keep it there because now it's to the point where these people are asking to be my friend that I actually talk to that are in my group, and I have, okay, you're cool. You're cool. Yeah. and of course, we all have those incidents where people leave, and that's what can you do?
Well, I got a question for you real quick, Pops. Do you let people in the group that have nothing to do with comics?
No.
Because really it's about selling comics to new listeners and new viewers. But if you just let creators in, we're just having creators buying other creators' projects.
It's not just creators, it's comic fans too. But if they're not, if they have no interest or nothing on their page gives me a reason to believe they give a crap about comic.
Right.
Gotcha.
Then, it's like, then you're to the point where you're padding your numbers.
Right.
I wanted to people, in the last 30 days, 1,450 of our 1,800 members actually liked or commented on something.
Right.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
People that actually care about what we're doing. That's It's pretty simple.
Now,
You know,
since we're about halfway through this, I'm just curious. Let's talk about your social networks and your project, BMR Comics.
Yeah. So I just ran a Kickstarter a little while ago called Demon Hunter Raven, and that's through my little publishing soul company called BMR Comics versus Blue Moon Rising. Because I started up an LLC and was just looking for some random words to put together that sounded half decent. So it just ran on Kickstarter a little while ago, and I'm relatively new in terms of social circles, but been kind of part of the comic scene for about good 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
And
I love
put out
doing
I put up the first one back in May. So before the pandemic hit, I was just about to put out my first book, and then everything crashed, and so everything was just really crazy, and it became kind of a struggle just to kind of get people to come in. And my networking was just bad. I kind of cold opened, basically. Like I told everyone, didn't really have anyone behind me, and I just put out a book, which is, like, as many of you guys probably know, that's a no-no. You don't really want to do it that way. So in between books, I kind of started building up a network, really became good friends with some people. Like there's a guy in the chat right now called the Calvary Collective, and he's Paul, and he's got a book coming out called Bump Back. And so just started kind of intermingling with some really cool people, and just kind of started networking. And because I think even Pops, you can say that's one of the things that you don't want to do is just be kind of a lone gunner out there. You want to, like, you put together the madness to connect with other people, and that was a huge benefit for me, actually. Was
you guys to connect with each
exactly.
other, fan bases to bounce off each other and to make each other aware that if you need a letterer or a whatever, a flatterer or whatever, there's somebody in this group that can help you.
Exactly. So Demon Hunter Raven is a supernatural book that deals with a young kid that gets infused with this holy relic, an artifact that grants him this sort of powerful suit to help him fight against demonic forces, vampires, ghouls, witches, whatever I'm feeling like. Basically, whatever I feel like drawing that day, I'm going to throw into the book as coherently as possible. It's kind of heavily influenced by like manga, anime, and that sort of stuff. It's meant for more of like a teenager and up. Kind of like what a shonen anime would be, kind of like your Naruto, Bleach. It's really looking for that sort of energetic battles, but yet with kind of like a grounded heart, a lot of emotional stuff. So it's not just people screaming at each other the whole time.
Over 9,000 times. Sorry, I'm just kidding.
It's over 9,000. Yeah. So with each book, I've just kind of been taking in what people have said, like, hey, this could have been done a little bit better, and I've just literally worked really hard to kind of up my game. So, for the first book, it was all me, black and white, and it was just kind of getting a feel of like, would people like this? Is this something people would want? And I got some really good feedback on the book, and people told me what they liked, and they told me what they didn't like, and I just went back to the drawing board and said, like, okay, how can I make this better? So right here, you're seeing the first book that I put out, and it was a 48-page book, black and white. Like I said, very sort of got a manga feel to it. And so once I started listening to who was buying the book and what they enjoy, I went back and I said, okay, if you're going to make a product, how can I make this enjoyable for them to buy as well? Like return to them, because you want to do better than the first book. So I turned around and started really diving hard into how to color and everything. And so I went back and did the second book in full color, same page count, basically, just 8 pages less, and hired some really cool artists to kind of help me navigate sort of the thing. So it's still all solely me, but I got people like Robert Nix to do some key art for me to kind of help me discover more of these characters. Like right there, Robert Nix's character is in the middle there. He helped me draw that one. And I got Matthew Weldon, the guy behind Punchline from Antarctic Press, to do the cover for this one. So I just really tried to up my game with this one.
So what's Minneapolis, Minnesota have to do with this?
Well, that's where I'm based off of, but that's also where the book takes place.
Okay, that's where I was freaking born, dude.
Oh, is it really? Okay. That's awesome. Yeah, I was over in Edina and Chaska in that area. So
let me get this thing out of your face. Hold on here. I didn't know I had your face covered up, man.
That's all right. No one wants to see that.
Now, is your Kickstarter done, or is it still going?
It is all done. I've just released the digitals this week for backers, and I just ordered all my supplies to start printing. So I'm just waiting for stuff to come back from the printer. I believe in a really quick turnaround. Oh, hey, Chris. Yeah, he's a good guy. He's got homebrewed comics as well. He's got a comic that he just put out. People should go check that out as well.
Your beard game's on point. Getting all kind of compliments today, sir.
Well, thank you. But yeah, I'm in fulfillment mode right now. I believe in quick turnaround. I don't believe in making people wait 3, 4, 5 months. If you're going to back this, I want you to have it, because I've got a lot of story to tell. So the reason why I choose to do crowdfunding is not simply to earn a bunch of money. I want to do it so that I can get capital to make more stories. I want to put out a lot of content. With this one, the last one I only did 1 book. This one I did about 3 to 4 or 5 books, and it was kind of like a back catalog of stuff that I worked on previously. So for this one, I put out 3 books simultaneously at the same time. So
how many Kickstarters have you had before?
I've had 1 fail, and then I had 1 successful one before this one. So 3 that did generally around 40 people or so. And then this one is kind of where it took a little bit more of a momentum. So we did about 141 people for this one, I believe.
Me and Pops were talking. It's like, I had 1 Kickstarter back in April. Of course, that was probably the worst time to have one. Everybody's out of work and stuff. But it's like it failed, and I'm thinking, okay, should I try again? But now I hear something's like successful as you. It's like you tried one, it failed. The next one, it went well. So maybe I should try one.
You have to not. I mean, you have to believe first. I know you, Frank. I know you believe in what you're writing.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I know you believe in that, and so basically, you inspire the people to read what you love. I mean, it's like you came out the first time we were trying. We're going to do a little better next time. I got a little longer reach now. We're going to get you there, bro. We will, and like I said, there's times like this summer was weird. Okay. There's books that blew up, and there's books that didn't do anything, and they were totally the opposite of what I thought would happen. Right. I mean, it has just been a really weird year.
It has been. Yep.
And I don't think it's over yet through the holidays. Okay.
I think we got a lot more going on.
Yeah. I really think it's actually I'm kind of worried about next year and cons right now. I was thinking I wouldn't have to do this anymore.
I think you're going to be doing a lot more than you think.
I think so. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be doing this next year too, because I just don't think there's going to be big cons yet.
Yeah, people are going to have to rethink their marketing strategy now. I think they should plan for no cons. Worst case scenario, if
you're ready.
I have seen a couple of smaller cons try to have something like, in the little small towns where they have like a few people here and there, and they're wearing masks. They're being very careful. And, I guess they had a few people there probably because they wanted to get out and do something, But big cons like Cincinnati, New York, LA, that ain't gonna happen.
That's good.
That's right here.
That's
absolute
good.
Truth.
Yes, that's good right there. And not only that, I've noticed people that go out with their first book, and they put a goal that is kind of hard to reach for a first book.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm not saying you did that, Frank, or I'm not pointing out anybody specifically, but I have noticed this. Like, there's been a couple times I'm like, man, I really want that one to fund, but I don't know if you're going to get there. And I backed it. I wanted to fund. I'm in there too. Right. But what happened, it's like, sometimes that goal might be too high. It doesn't hurt to put in a low goal and smash it.
Yeah. So that's actually something that a lot of people don't understand. And nothing against people that are setting high limits. I mean, if you got to make your money back, you got to make your money back. But if you're looking for something that's going to be a continuation, or you're going to be doing a long stand form sort of storytelling, like I'm sure we all want to do that, is so many people are hesitant to jump on that first one because maybe you're unknown and they don't know the content. Is there something that they can read available? So I put out like 20 to 30 pages of free content, so people can't come back to me and say like, oh man, I didn't like it. I'm like, well, I gave you something to read, so you had half the book to read beforehand before you could decide. So you can make an intelligent purchase decision, because people need to be smart with their money, especially right now. And I think it's just creating momentum and hype. I think about movie trailers before a movie comes out, and teasers and trailers, and how movie studios create so much hype. and marketing strategy behind the stuff that you kind of have to treat your books in the same sort of fashion. Like I think of like there's probably a few exceptions, like Brian Polito doesn't have to create hype. He just simply puts out a book and people are like, oh, I'm going to back that right away. Most of us don't.
No. Brian Polito goes out and makes videos at least once a week where he's out there telling you black metal, black metal. I mean, he is a salesman.
Yeah.
He is a creator. He is a promoter, and he perfected the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole package. He was in our first con back in April. He was the one
I remember that
finished it off at the end.
Yep.
Yeah. And just talking to him, and he didn't need us. Okay. He had just done his own con.
Right.
I mean, after ECCC went down, the first thing Brian did was put together a con and sold some of the books that he was supposed to sell in Seattle.
Exactly.
First thing he did, online con. I mean, me and him were talking about it. It was like adapt and overcome. We had,
Yep.
What are you going to do, Brian? He's like, oh, I think I'm going to do this. I told him what I was thinking of doing for my friends in the group, and he's like, yeah, that's a great idea. And
exactly,
he did his thing, and I did my thing, but he don't need me. He really doesn't need CRoM Con. I mean, he pulls just as many people to watch what he's doing by himself.
Right.
And he has all them other people that do covers for him and work with him, and he can put together a weekend of content with his own people.
Yeah.
You know? So, I mean, once in a while I'll get one of them to come talk to us over here, but I don't try to like bother them because they do have a pretty solid thing going on.
Right. I think he's a good example, though, of someone that has a pre-established sort of background where people know his sort of history of delivering and everything. And compared to us smaller time people that we have to work for that sort of respect and reputation, that we need to be in those groups assuring people that we are going to deliver. We can't all be like Red Rooster, take the money and then put it in Walmart. And then eventually. I love that.
Tyler, I'm not paying you royalties for that one, buddy. I think it's about that, but Tyler did Tyler Carpenter. He did a show about that book, and he did a little song about that book.
Tyler's a good guy. That was a good show.
That was hilarious.
That was funny. And of course, he's got a book coming out too next year with Chefs Food Wars, and that's going to be good. I'm excited for that one. But yeah, I think a lot of guys that are maybe just starting out need to kind of put out a game plan in effect of like how do you get that first one going? How do you get people under it? Because if it's good enough, then the word of mouth will get out. You'll get that word of mouth sort of grassroots sort of going thing. That's really what you want. I look at guys like Common America, the creators Tim Lim and Mark Pellegrini, and how they kind of start out with like kind of parody spoof books, and then they kind of just kept rolling one into the other. And I mean, he may have done some covers for Marvel, but being able to have that sort of grassroots word of mouth where people are just kind of going based upon the integrity and their ability to deliver products, I think it's so important right now. Because people are so hesitant in this time frame. Because for me, when I'm backing something or I'm going to buy something, I'm looking at the reputation and history of these people of do they actually deliver. I don't care about all the other stuff like the prints, stickers, or any of that. I want the book.
Exactly. And I want the
others are bonuses.
Okay.
Exactly.
I want the book. I'm a collector first off, so send me that 9.8. Okay.
Right.
I mean, package that thing for war because I want it. Not me personally, but a lot of people do grade their books. Okay, I don't do that, but a lot of people do. They go get their book graded, and they want the best book they can possibly get.
Right.
And that comes down to fulfillment. And I'll be honest, and Brian hates that I tell this story, but the first books I got from Polito were damaged.
Oh man, that would be. I mean, he put so much hard work into that too.
Oh, the first package I ever got from him, like the books got the package got corner slammed. The books all had a big old corner crush on them, and I sent him. My son was like, "Dad, they're all smashed. They're all." I was like, "Don't worry about it. Hit Brian up, right?" Send Brian an email. Within a week, we had books replaced. Like right now, he's on top of it. He's
Yeah.
that on top of it where you're going to get what you pledged for.
Right.
You know,
You bring up a good point though, because we're not just creators, and Brian's a good example of that. We're also customer service.
yes,
Because just because you created a book doesn't mean that there's not going to be something afterwards. You got to be able to deal with the afterwards. You got to be the help desk at the end as well. You got to answer questions, play ball. Like we were talking about earlier about just having good experiences with the creators. If someone has a sour taste with you at the end of it, that's going to whole entire change their experience with the book as well, because you're just as much part of the product as the book itself.
right.
And there's a lot of creators that don't understand that.
Not only that, but if you have a problem fulfilling this book, and then you come out with something that's just balls badass 3 months from now, nobody's going to be paying attention to it because
Exactly.
you didn't fulfill this time.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Um,
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's so major. And
Yep.
I hate to say it, but there are people who I probably won't back anymore because of what I got. And then there's people who won me as a fan for life because of how they treated me.
Exactly. And that honesty, and reputation, they'll shine through every single time if you're consistent. And the people that do the hard work and come through at the end, those are the guys that are going to keep continuously having a good reputation and having a fan base. They're going to keep coming back. That's why I set my first book had such a low goal, because I didn't think I could hit anything higher, and I was unknown. I didn't have any sort of reputation behind me. So it was more important that maybe I take a little hit, but I create more of a base, and I start having people, because I want readers. I don't want people to just buy a lofty goal and just get money and then just be like, whatever, I'm going to Walmart now.
When you say low goal, how low of a goal do you mean?
Well, I originally did $500. I always set it at $500 because I'm just looking to cover printing costs.
Okay.
So if I can get it out to people, that's all I'm looking for. Because I'll pay myself out of my own pocket. I mean, I'm a one-man team, so I can afford to do that. The reason I asked,
because that was part of my thing back then. I was hoping to raise 2,000. I thought, well, 2,000 is not too bad,
right?
But when you're like at 500, I'm like, whoa, am I like too high? Because it depends, right?
Well, and to be honest though, I fought to get that 500. Like that was not I mean, it took me 30 days to hit that. It wasn't until the last week that I finally got to my goal. And I think I hit every single backer. I talked to each one of them individually. And I think a few of them just said, oh, the product looks good. And so a few of them were just kind of like walk-in shopping, but most of them were like one-on-one individual handshakes. Like, hey, I'm Nick. Here's my product, and they're like, oh, that sounds really cool. This next one though, I had gained a little bit of trust. I delivered, and my reach went a little bit further. I started working with people and started networking, and I thought I was going to have to fight for this. I didn't think it was going to get to this point, but I had people then behind me.
That was what I was talking about with the goals. Like it doesn't matter how low you set it.
Yep.
You still sell $5,000 worth of books.
Yep.
Or you still get 150 backers or whatever. You see, those are the numbers that matter. The backer numbers.
Exactly. Yeah, the backers are more important than the other results.
People put this pressure upon themselves. Make that goal as low as you can. It doesn't matter what the goal is. What matters is that you get books out to the people that want the books.
Yeah. Yep. Some people could argue that sometimes setting a higher limit, though, kind of like creates like this sort of marketing feel for people that like they got to fight to get in. So then it causes your fans to go out and start marketing for you. That's a whole entire different sort of pathology that I'm not sure a lot of people can pull off. And especially in this current day and age, unless you have already a sort of a audience behind you or people that are willing to kind of go out and do the work with you. Mm-hmm. Because what I always tell people is if you're not going to push it hard, who's going to do it? I mean, you got to be the front man. You got to do it. You got to do the work.
And I tell people, it's like, I'm more than willing to go out there and be your front man, but you got to be excited too.
Exactly.
If you're not excited about it, I look like an idiot out here trying to be excited about it.
Oh, exactly. Because if you don't show passion, energy for your own project, that's going to be the same reception people are going to get from you. They're going to be like, well, why should I care?
And those people that are introverts and have a hard time getting out here and doing this, I will do this for them too. And not be like, oh, they can't do this. I mean, I'll be like trying to help them sell their book. That's what I want for everybody, is to get the books in the hands of the people that want the book.
Right. And that's the hardest part, I think, is getting awareness of your book, because we're in a very saturated market right now with crowdfunding books and everything. And so one of the things that I'm in marketing. So one of the things that we talk about is the emotional purchase. The idea that like when you're seeing a movie, when you're sitting there watching the trailers beforehand, we're all judging something before we actually maybe decide before the end. We're all watching those trailers. We're like, oh, that one was funny. You're like, oh, that one doesn't look good. Oh man, that guy's in there. Like, we're all making judgments beforehand, but it's that one that grabs us that will go, oh, I've got to see that. That's how you want to sell your product too. Like you want to somehow grab them through some sort of like telling a story, equating it to something. You want to get people attached to it so that, you know, it looks cool. You want good visuals, but you want to attract people and get them to have some sort of reason to buy it.
I am really, really, really good at avoiding trailers and spoilers. I mean, if I go to the theater, I'm in the bathroom when they're showing the trailers. I come out when it starts. I don't want to see it because it's either out of context or they're showing you some of the best scenes in the movie.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't want that ahead of time. I want that best scene in proper context. You know, I mean, because sometimes you get the wrong idea from trailers.
A couple of years ago, that Terminator came out, and I don't know what it was, but they literally spoiled the movie in the trailer. I forget which one it was, but it's a Terminator movie where he was the older Terminator and younger Terminator, and it's like I forget which one it was, but
that was the newest one. Wasn't
spoiled?
It?
Yeah, it was one of the newest ones. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, though. It's like I avoid trailers like the plague, man.
Exactly.
I don't want nothing to do with them. I'll scroll.
To be fair, not all trailers are like that.
No.
I'll scroll fast past them so I don't even read the caption of what somebody wrote about it. I don't want to know. You know. Yeah, Chris, same way. I hate trailers, man. They spoil everything.
Oh, that was. If you want to talk about alienating a fan base,
comments of the day right there.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming, Nate or Chris. I love getting a good laugh. Ain't no lie. That's perfect, man.
But that's what people want. Like that's what you want to do with your product is you want to give people a reason to buy it, because you'll get a lot of people that are going to check it out because it might look cool, and you'll get that earnest like window shopper. They're like, oh, that looks cool. But a lot of people, you're gonna have to sell them hard. You're gonna have to give them a reason to buy your product, because I'm sure like a lot of us, we're sitting on there going, I'm bored. Because right now, because of the pandemic, there's a lot of people that are just looking for something fresh, new content. They want to consume something new.
Yeah,
so give them a reason.
There's not a lot of TV shows or things out there that people to watch.
Yeah.
Because, you know.
Yep. Yeah. So how do you fight for that control? How do you fight for that attention?
Yeah.
I tried to watch football the other day for the first time. I recorded the Vikings game so I could watch it, Vikings in Detroit, because I live in Michigan, from Minnesota. So I kind of cared about that game a little bit. There were no fans. There were no fans in the stands. I'm like, I can't even watch it. The whole thing is fan participation. When we go to watch something, it's also to interact with each other, cheer together, and dude, it's gone. It didn't. I got nothing from it. You know, I mean, yeah, Dalvin Cook ran for 200 yards or something. Woo! Asterisk game. I'm sorry. The whole season is an asterisk. What if there were fans in the stands? Yeah. How many yards would he have got if there were people actually cheering him on as he was running?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's an asterisk year. There's people that are out because of COVID. There's people that aren't playing because of COVID. So this year doesn't even count in any sport.
No.
Okay? They're all asterisks. I can't even get behind it because half the people aren't even there.
Right.
And the fans aren't there. If there's no interaction, I interact with my friends that are comic fans all the time. Right? We interact in the group with my friends that are comic people. I interact with them all the time. It's the same with football. I used to interact with all my football fan friends. And nobody's really got much to say.
Yeah. Well, Pops, you bring up a good point here. And I think Todd McFarlane was talking about this at the beginning of the pandemic, about when people start becoming apathetic towards buying comics. It's really hard to get them to come back. Because you want to keep up that same continuous momentum, that consistency of they're coming back next month. But if they don't come back next month, how soon will it be until you convince them to come back? So, and that's what we were talking about earlier. You got to deliver. You got to keep things. I mean, like you were saying earlier, if you don't deliver on your first one, but you put up another one, people are going to feel jilted. You're going to feel like you just stole their money.
And the hard thing about, independent comics, we don't have the ability to put out one comic every month all the time
Exactly.
like a publisher.
Right.
Yep.
Maybe two or possibly three in a year, but that's probably pushing it.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's really hard because then you have to kind of figure out your marketing goal of how do you bridge those gaps in between. How do you kind of keep momentum? Because the hardest part is always staying in front of people. Because the best marketing is basically making people aware of stuff. One of the things that we talk about is having 5 to 6 different interactions before someone decides to buy something. And so a lot of times you're talking to maybe that one person, and you've got to have 5 to 6 different interactions with them before maybe they decide to do something. As I can tell you how many times I've lost a sale because by the time I hit that 5th interaction with that person, they've suddenly like, all right, man, you convinced me, or you've annoyed them enough that they're like, all right, I'm part of it now.
Well, see, that's part of telemarketing. If you've ever done any kind of
voice guy here was a telemarketer for a while,
and they call it level 1, level 2, level 3.
Yeah.
And by the time, if you can keep them on the phone to level 5 and level 6, you're probably going to sell them something.
Yeah.
You know, and it's designed that way to keep and not antagonizing. What's the word I'm looking for? You just keep insinuating that it's going to get better. Hang on.
Yeah.
It's going to get better. Hang on.
Yep.
I'm going to offer you something even better. Just stay on the phone. Don't hang up on me, and it's going to get better. This deal is going to keep getting better. You can't say that, but if they hang around every paragraph, I've offered you a better deal.
Exactly.
Same thing. Right?
Exactly.
That's
well,
how sales work.
And for guys like us, it's kind of like continuously putting out new art that attracts people. So comics is a visual medium. So a lot of times is we just need to keep something visually out there in the forefront of, if you've got people that are waiting for something, visually entice them continuously, be like, keep showing stuff off and over again that gets people to kind of continuously think about it. Like covers are one of the things that when we're walking through a shop, like we're always constantly looking at the covers, like what will entice us. So think of that even in your marketing sort of protocol of like, what can you put out there that's enticable? But think of it like put it towards your budget towards marketing. Like more creators need to think about their marketing goals in between and how, like, just because you're running a Kickstarter doesn't mean that your time away from Kickstarter, like when you're not running it, you shouldn't be marketing as well. Like you need to keep bringing in more people, need to keep pushing stuff.
Build a brand. You don't just do it during your Kickstarter.
Exactly.
Always. That's
what do you think about variant covers?
Mojo, when I created this group, it was basically to help Raj promote Mojo Risen. I mean, that was kind of it was a good part of it,
Right.
And we started building a fan base for Mojo Risen, and everything exploded and it became way more than that. But we talked about that book for 8 months before it went to Kickstarter.
Right. Oh yeah, you got to talk about it beforehand.
No interest in it long, but by the time it got to Kickstarter, we had people that were about freaking time, dude.
They say it takes about a year to market a book before it gets out there because you're constantly getting people. But your question about variants, I think it depends on who you are and what you're doing. Like if you're not an established person, sometimes a variant from someone that is established can help kind of bring in more people. Like. So no, I didn't say this, but when Matthew Weldon did the cover for me, he brought it to an exceptional amount of people that I couldn't reach. That was not a reach I could have pertained.
And that was what I meant about the fan art when I was saying earlier. If you got people that are drawing your stuff, now their fans are aware of you and aware of what you're doing and your characters. And it's like you want that. You want people to tell other people about your stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
When somebody draws one of your characters, that's like the ultimate compliment. And all their fans are going to see your character.
Yep. And do free giveaways too. Give away your book. Have reward people for following you. I mean, like, hey, the next person that's next follower, like the next people that message me and this comment down here, give away something. My comic, I'm getting naked. I'm getting naked.
My comic will get naked. You don't want to see me naked, no. I wife is letting me see me naked.
But even that was a
but even your interactions with other people in the downtime in between stuff, people are going to remember that. Like if you're mean to one person, all they've got to do is talk to 5 other people, and guess what? They have now represented you before you've even gotten to those 5 people, and they may have sold these people off to your product, and you don't know it.
Me and Pops were talking a while back, and I try not to be political or religious on my particular Facebook pages.
Mm-hmm.
It's just my thing. I was into I marketed myself as a voice actor for quite some time, and I always realized that if somebody, a client, were to say, "Hey, I want to hire this," that guy's talking about that, you know.
Yep.
It's the same thing with being a writer for, particular comic books. You know, a kid or anybody following me is going to say, "Oh, he's talking about that." You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, I very rarely talk about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, unless that's the market demographic you want to go for.
Yeah,
that's a whole different game.
This is something that I run into. You guys know, there's people that get mad because Pops has a real life and real opinion. I keep them out of the group, okay, and that's why we built the group, to have a place to not where nobody has to go deal with any of that, right? But
yeah,
I have had people that don't want me to represent their book because of something I've said at some point in the past.
Yep.
I'm just trying to help you sell a book.
And
you know,
that's the hard part, is you can't.
I'm not selling a book. I'm not selling a book. It's no money's going in my pocket. I promote everybody, and I have no problem promoting everybody.
Right.
Now, that doesn't mean everybody wants me promoting them.
And that's something I think is weird, because you want people on the ground talking about your stuff, and you don't have control over who's going to talk about your stuff. That's a weird concept to me, when people are like, you know, keep my name out of your mouth, or whatever they end up saying. It's like, well, you have no control over people. Like, whatever they end up saying, I don't know. I try to stay out of every drama that I can, because if you're concentrating on drama, you're not concentrating on your work. You're not concentrating on fulfilling. And now you're taken away from the stuff. But some people thrive in drama. So, I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
It's not so much that thrive on, okay? Drama finds me. It's found me forever. It's not.
Well, you're a figurehead. You're the top of a food chain, really, to be honest.
Top of the food chain.
Even before, okay? I mean, drama finds me, and I'm the kind of person where if it can be destroyed by the truth, it deserves to be destroyed by the truth.
Right.
And I will truth you. Okay. Now, some people will call that drama. I call it ending the drama. Okay.
Exactly.
And then I go on, and then I move on. I say what I got to say, and you can fact check it all you want, and then I move on. You know.
Well, and then that's just having good boundaries too, and what you allow and what you won't allow, because I mean, like, mine is just, I just don't want to deal with it, period. But then there's the people that are comfortable with just putting the kibosh on something. And I'm totally fine with that. Like, I do think there needs to be a point where you put your foot down and put a line in the sand saying, I'm not willing to cross this, and you can't say this to me, or you're not going to speak about me in this sort of way. Like, there needs to be a clarity too, because at some point, someone's going to start going around and start saying stuff like, hey, did you hear that Nick guy? He's a complete a-hole, and he does this, this, and this. And then there might be certain evidential things that are not true in that. Well, if you're not going to, just as much as you're not going to sell your product, who's going to back you up and you know, clear your name? And as creators, we have so much uphill battles.
I know. Yeah.
I've done things to try to help people, and had people say I'm helping the wrong people, and you know, all that. And that's why the group is what it is. Right. There are no lines in the group. Now, if you know, I mean, I can't make people come to the group and let me help them promote. You know, I can't make them do that, and I can't make them stay in the group. But there's nothing in the group that will do anything but help you sell your book.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
If you're part of the madness and you promote your stuff, there's nothing there that's going to deter people from buying your book.
Exactly.
If my opinions in real life about other things stop you from wanting to sell books, I can't help that. I don't do it in the group. The group is free from all conflict.
Right.
You know, the group is free from it. That's the place to market. That's the place to network. That's the place to sell. And all I do is try to make sure everybody has that place. I can't make them use it. You know? I mean,
I'm sure, Pop, some days you feel like you're trying to work with a bunch of cats. They're all just kind of mindlessly doing their own thing. And
no, not a bunch. Just one or two. One or two come in and mess up the box.
Throw the kitty litter over and everything.
We have a really great core of people in this group. I mean, what do we got? We got Art. What do we got? Oh, Emma is coloring today.
That's nice.
You want to say hi to everybody? Come on over here. This is my oldest granddaughter, M. Sue.
Hello.
And she's probably going to be a big part of this group too when she gets older, because that's what she does. She arts.
You look about the same age as my daughter, so.
How old are you?
9.
9?
Okay, you're a lot older than my daughter. Never mind.
They all sent some pictures to Ernest McClendon because he drew them pictures for them.
Mm-hmm.
And I just sent him a tube full of art from the kids.
Oh, cool.
And
cool.
He's gonna get that probably Monday. I sent him Eugene Gray. Yeah, I did.
Does she like superheroes?
Oh yeah, she's down with all of it.
Not that I'm trying to plug anything, but there's a great female superhero right there.
I can let her read that digital. I have that, don't I?
Yeah, I think you do. The digital one, yeah.
Yeah, I have it on the computer. You can read it if you want. This week. Okay?
And that's so important, is to just kind of hand stuff out to people. Like, don't be afraid to do some free stuff, you know.
Well, I mean, I probably have a larger collection of stuff I'm not allowed to show anybody than anybody you know.
Mm-hmm.
People are always sending me, check this out, but don't show nobody. Check this out. Don't show nobody.
Well, I sent Pop a script,
I do, right?
and I don't know if you've read it yet, but I sent up for a script I have coming up, and a couple of people in the group that I've trusted to read it, and they really liked it. So
That's
cool. That's cool.
It's like they're totally making it hard on me, because that's what I do is I share. I show.
Yeah.
And they send me stuff I'm not allowed to share and show. I'm like, man.
Well, unless you signed an NDA, you can share all you want. I'm just kidding.
True, yeah.
You're not legally bound.
I have a file, right? And it's like it rotates in and out. It's like when somebody sends me something that I can't show off, it goes into the can't show file. And then when they show it off, then it comes out of the can't show file, and I can show, look, I seen this months ago, you know. Then I get to tell everybody I had it first. But you know, it's like you don't realize how much until I look in that file. And it's like sometimes there's 40, 50, 60 pieces of art in there I'm not allowed to show anybody.
Oh, wow.
It's a blast. I love that's what I say. I love what I'm doing here.
Yeah.
I make a dime. I don't care.
Well, and no other group like the Madness even has the banner where the creators can be the center point for that amount of time, like rotating in and putting people front and center. It's a very group that is curated for that, and no one's hit upon that idea. And it like, for me, it's been a great connection point, because people I know have come in here, and it's wholesome, it's clean, and I mean it in the good ways, not like kid wise, but like it's a good place to come and hang out with people and not feel like fingers are going to get pointed because you said the wrong thing. You did the wrong thing. Like, you know, it's a good place to come and hang out.
Yeah, but that's and the whole thing is from the beginning. It's like, come show us what you got. We're not gonna critique. Nobody's gonna take shots at anybody. Just network, get to know each other, show
exactly
what you're doing, and that's how it started. You know, and it wasn't ever. I never thought it was gonna be like this, where I'm doing a con once a month, and I'm no con organizer. I love
you are now.
Yeah, you are.
This is how I did the list for the first con.
Oh, that's funny.
I keep this. Look, it's either bottom Polito. Okay, that's how it ended on Sunday night. Polito.
I was supposed to be on that Sunday, and I had to been to work that day. I wasn't able to come on.
And see, this is the amount of organizational, skill set Pops had going into this. I had no idea what I was doing. I just knew that my friends weren't setting up their tables.
There's one thing I want to notice that Pops did really well. When he contacted me the first time, he didn't just come on and just start demanding stuff. He had a very polite and came in with a gentleman-like sort of disposition. I don't know how many of you guys get inboxes just saying, like, demanding something, like, if you're a writer per se, the amount of artists that somebody come out of the woodworks going, pay me to draw your book. And you're like, no, I haven't. No. The polite side of it as well is something that's so important that other creators need to understand, that how you correspond with other people can also play a huge effect too. Like, I don't know how many people I've just kind of lost a little respect because their correspondence was just rude, or just their demeanor was just demanding, where you're just like, I don't owe you that, or you can't demand that. And there needs to be a give and take. There needs to be a respect for each other. That one of the things that I've experienced in the madness has been just nothing but respect for each and every one of individuals within it. And as Tyler would say, we have a silly goose time all the time.
I do. You know, a silly goose time. Is that what you
I did, yeah. I'm going to coin that phrase today.
I'm going to owe that dude a bunch of money after this weekend's over. This song, she's using this slogan. Now, Max, the madness helped out. And see, and the way he says that right there, the madness helped out, that's the way that should be said. Not Pops helped out. Because it's not always Pops. Just like last month, I wasn't even here, you know? And the last couple weeks, I was pretty much avoiding the internet. But the madness keeps things rolling. You know?
Right, yeah.
It's like I get embarrassed when people tell me, you know, oh, everything you're doing and no, man, I started this and now everybody's doing it, not just me.
I Pops, as you said before, it's like you created it, but it kind of runs itself now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like now I've got people wanting to be co-hosts. I could probably take another month off and have 6 people do the show. You see what I'm saying? It's like now it pretty much has taken on a life of its own, and I'm just kind of like running along beside it, trying to keep up, really, because I mean, I'll be honest, there's times when I'm like, wow, it's done way different or way more than I ever thought it would, you know.
Well, you were one of the first ones on the scene with this sort of convention-like landscape, and the amount of people now that have kind of copied it. I mean,
there's a lot of people I know that have very much almost copied what he's doing.
Exactly.
Like co-hosted with me early back in the beginning, and now they're doing their own.
Yeah.
You know, now I'm not saying they took my idea, because I know one of them was a con promoter or you know, something before that, and then came and co-hosted with me on this, and now doing their own thing. You know, it's like, but they were already a con promoter. It wasn't, you know. And then there's other people that have just straight up started a show that came out of the madness, and that's cool. I don't mind, you know. Matter of fact, it gives me hope for what I'm trying to do. That
exactly.
You know, it doesn't all have to be me. That's what everybody thinks is an ego thing for me. It doesn't. I don't care if there's 20 other people doing Comic-Cons to help you guys out, and nobody watches mine anymore, and I stop. That would be fine as long as there's still 20 of them out there doing it for you.
Right.
That's what it was about. It wasn't about me. And a lot of people seem to think it's about me. It's like, come on, man. If it was about me, I would have just like really put a lot of work into teaming up with Polito back in the beginning and have his guests out here all the time. And I'd be, you know, doing something entirely different if it was about me.
Right.
You know, it's not about me. It's about you guys.
This has been such a great place though to learn and network with people. Like when that time you had Polito on, like I was listening about how he talked about marketing, and I took a lot of notes from that first interview about how you got to get out there and talk with people and people's perception of you. Like you're a salesperson at the time. Like who you are at home is not who you should be in front of people. Like you gotta be upfront with people. But you know, you're selling a product. You're selling something, and I don't know. There's that's a whole another conversation about how to engage with people.
He was teaching me something too then, because that first con I had went to Bleeding Cool and all these comic press sites and sent them press releases about the con I was doing and got zero play.
Right.
Zero.
Right.
And Brian told me, man, don't worry about those guys. They'll come around. They come around in the end, you know. He's like, they're talking about me now. They weren't talking about me before.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
It's like, you know, he's like, don't worry about them guys. That all comes with what you do, you know.
Exactly.
So I just kept doing what I do, you know. Now I do get press releases on some places, and I do get, you know, I mean, if I push for it, you know, I mean, I can dude, if I was getting paid and working, you guys don't know what I could do with this thing. If I had some money, if I had the budget, like what SDCC, if I had that kind of budget to put together a con, I'd blow it all out of the water, man.
Well, the sad thing is there might not be any cons coming back in the next 9 to however long this thing goes, and whatever people decide for us. And so I think the online version of this is going to be kind of the way to go about it for a while.
It's adapt and overcome, no matter what.
Yeah.
When they come back, be ready.
Exactly. Get your stuff ready.
Set your table up, but don't sit around waiting.
Oh, that's the worst thing you can do. Because you got to go where the people are. You can't just wait for them to come to you. That old saying of if you build it, they will come is so outdated. Like, you have to build it, and then you have to go show people and be like, I built this thing.
And you got to maintain it.
Exactly.
Nicholas,
and you got to keep making content too.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, nobody's really out there anymore. I can't go anywhere. I'm going to stop making content. No, you got to keep making content.
It's the worst thing you can do.
Nicholas, do you know our next guest, Mr. Starr?
Maybe not off the top of my head.
Starr,
I do not know. No. Hello, welcome.
Damien, Damien is somebody that I've known for quite a while. Actually met a couple years ago, and he's a real good dude. He's got a great book, Bring Your Kid to School Day. Is that
take your kid to work day?
Take your kid to work day. School day. Yeah, okay. That's my days are school days. All right. And he's also got a friend of his with him who's also a friend of mine, Mr. John Running. And I always like you guys to get a chance to meet each other before I send one out and bring one in. So
good meeting you guys.
John.
Nick.
I'll say goodbye politely to you guys, and thanks for having me on, Pops.
Sure.
Hey, anytime, Nick. It's great seeing you, man. Great seeing you. What's up, gentlemen?
Not a lot. Just getting by.
Come on now, you got to be more excited than that.
It's been
fans. You got to be more excited than that.
It's been interesting times here in St. Louis. School closures and stuff. But they keep trying to let us do stuff, but it's just not going the way I would choose for it to.
Really? What do you mean?
But that's all right. It's stressful having the kids at home all the time while I'm here trying to get some work done.
I know what you mean. my wife and I decided to homeschool our kids this year because of the pandemic. We're hoping to go back next year, but it's been difficult.
Yeah, sure.
So
we got kind of lucky. Ours are all in school.
Mm-hmm.
Although we were supposed to go back about a week ago, and but at the last minute they're like, nope, we're not doing it.
Yeah, I will say this. We just got a notice from our school over here that they're going to start doing remote learning, I think, sometime either next week or week after. I'm thinking, okay, so we're going back to that again now.
Yeah.
Cool, right?
So why do you even go back? They're going to come back home anyway.
So she just told me that Whitmer's going to make it virtual here anyway. So, oh, man. We have not had any cases reported out of our school. There's no reason not to have the kids going to school, but they're going to pull the kids out of school.
Hmm.
0 cases.
They're going to give us our laptops.
Oh, they're going to give you a new laptop, though. Tax money. Oh, tax money. Remember that.
How about you? How you doing, John?
I'm well. How are you?
Not too bad.
Let's talk about your project here.
Yeah. We launched the small stone about a week ago or so, and we've made it to about 20% of our goal. It's a comic. It's a little different than our last project. This one is an anthology of stories. John is going to draw one of the stories for us, and as well as Gaz Moses is going to do one, and Chris Matt is going to do one. And each of these stories kind of looks at an extreme version any random situation. So one story shows a worst case scenario type of situation for a seemingly small event in someone's life. And then another shows like a best case scenario for a seemingly small situation. And then one's kind of the middle of the road. And, one of the stories is a true story. And that's actually the one that I've got John lined up to draw. That's a experience that I really went through. And, the whole project, the whole idea was kind of special to me in a way. I think Pops, I quit drinking about 10 years ago. And when I did that, I was told that my problem was not entirely just an addiction to alcohol, and that there was another sort of defect in my life. So in exploring that, I got to learn a lot about how my actions impact other people. And anytime I make a decision, I think about what is the worst thing that can happen to someone else when I make this decision. And that's kind of how I built these stories, thinking about, how if you look at this situation several steps down, where does it go? So that was the inspiration behind these stories.
Well, I know I remember reading the first one, and I'm pretty sure I remember telling you that I totally related to.
So this is actually unrelated to Take Your Kid to Work Day.
Right, but I'm saying that was my first look at your work.
Right.
And it was a great story, and I totally related, and I'm looking forward to seeing where this one goes. Because you do some pretty good work, Damien.
Thank you. I look forward to bringing it to life. Like I said, it's pretty special to me. I put a lot of my heart and soul into these 3 short stories, and really can't wait to see them in a book. John here is going to draw one, and he's someone I got in touch with a couple years ago. He was doing a giveaway on his art page, and where it was something like the first person to comment on this post gets a free commission or something like that. Right. And I happened to be the first person to see that post. And commented, and when I got that commission, I was blown away by how detailed John's art was. So when Peter and I got together and decided to make Take Your Kid to Work Day, I knew right away that I would be interested in having John do a cover for it. And after working with him on that project and getting the finished product and everything, I had talked to him a little bit, and he had mentioned, or I asked him if he had interest in doing interior work, and he had mentioned that was something that he would be interested in doing. So I'm looking forward to see what he can put together for us in the smallest stone.
I look forward to working on this as well. One reason I wanted to come on this project is, Damien. I like Damien's work. I know he's a really good dude, and this comic and the whole idea of this comic seem to kind of reflect his values. And they seem to have, like Damien was saying, issues of morality, questioning the right thing to do. I can't speak on any of the other stories other than the ones that I'm working on, or the one that I'm working on. But it seems to be, like Damien was saying, just something that has a lot of life lessons for little people, little decision-making things that affect us throughout our daily life that can, make or break either our day or someone else's. And it may not seem like, very significant when I talk about it, but it kind of is. I don't see a lot of stories that really kind of focus and zero in on this kind of issue. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And it was just nice to kind of get on something that just focuses on something a little more positive. I'm so used to working on things with like murder and rape and all these other great things, but something that I was kidding with the great things, by the way. But yeah. But this thing that Damien's working on, this seems like something cool. It seems like a nice change of pace.
Well, thanks, John. I can't see myself ever writing a superhero story. I like to read superhero stories, but I can't see myself writing one, at least not anytime soon. I have a lot of story ideas, and I've tried to think of something good and unique for superheroes, and I come up with some ideas, but it's always not what I want to write. And not to say that I won't ever do it, but right now, these stories come out, and I'm really excited about some of the ones that aren't so traditional comic book material, and hopefully some other people can get behind that too. I know that's one of the big challenges that the Small Stone faces, is that it's not your typical comic book. And in your with your previous guest, with Michael, sorry, Nicholas, you were talking about variant covers and stuff like that, and that's another challenge that faces this project. It just doesn't really fit the bill to have variants, and it's a story to be read. It's not, so I can't get 5 different artists to do a variant cover over something with no characters that are ever going to be featured in another story or anything like that. And it's just 3 characters from 3 short stories and that no one's ever heard of. So
that's when your concept artists, you call somebody like Sandra Cole, people like that who don't do necessarily character art but do concept art, and you have them do a couple covers for you.
Sure. Well, Peter is a pretty talented concept artist himself, and he's not.
Obviously, I'm looking at it. That's what I'm saying. It's like it might not be a variant like the normal variant, but still featuring a different artist and a different type of concept. Maybe a cover. How many stories are in it?
3.
Maybe a cover for each story.
Yeah.
I don't know. I do know, though, that the more people you have involved in your project, the better chance you have of it being expanded out and exposed to more people. I'm sure hooking up with John got you some of John's fans looking at your book. And,
absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. I love the fan art and the fact that people network and do work for each other, because it does expand all of your fan bases.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the marketing that each artist has brought has definitely been helpful. And I could have gone with one artist for all 3, but the 3 stories are so different. I really wanted them to have 3 completely unique feels, and so that's why I decided to go with 3 artists. But in addition to the Smallest Stone, or actually, sorry, back to the Smallest Stone, I did put a new reward tier up last night that will be exclusive to CRoM Con viewers. If you scroll down on the page there, it's a $50 tier, and it doesn't have any details about what it includes. That's because in order to know what it includes, you're going to be watching this video. I believe it's called CRoM Con VIII. Yeah. So as you can see there, it doesn't tell you what's in it. But I'm going to tell you right now what's in it.
Cool. Okay.
It's a copy of The Smallest Stone, a copy of Take Your Kid to Work Day, issue 1, 2 prints that are of concept art of our next story that Peter and I are going to be working on. We're in the early stages of writing it, but we've got some concept art ready. So we've got a couple of prints of that and an Illuminatus Comics t-shirt.
Nice.
So
a CRoM Con exclusive.
Right. It's an online con exclusive. So the only way anyone's going to know what that is if they watch this video. So hopefully,
cool. Well, we'll have to make sure people
jump on that.
The CRoM Con VIII tier. You have to watch You have to watch this to see what's in it. You have to vote for it to see what's in it.
And let's see. You mind if I share my screen for a moment, Pops?
Let me get that one out the way.
Hey, Damien, I'd be willing to throw in some original artwork, some really big 15 by 21 original artwork for anyone who wants to match your top tier. Like custom, whatever they want.
Nice.
Okay.
Anybody, if you're looking at wanting original art and you have not seen John's stuff, go look at John's stuff. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it is definitely impressive.
Yes. Dude lights it up, man.
Thank you. I appreciate
now,
that.
what are your social networks so people can actually go see your art?
Yeah, I need John's link. That's the one.
The Art of John Running on Facebook is all there is. I don't have a straight up website yet or anything like that. You can find me on Instagram under Artistic Death, but just those two right now.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you ever want to send me a message on Facebook, just hit me up and I'll get back to you for whatever reason you want art or just whatever.
All right. Yeah, I got it right there now. All right. Let's see.
All right.
370 people like this and 372 people follow this. Let me see. It says invite your friends to like this page. I got a lot of friends, man.
Which page you looking at?
John Running. The Art of
shit.
John Running.
I didn't even know I had that many people on there. Right.
Well, look. You see what you can't see what I got going on because I pulled my screen down. Oh well, I just sent 1,126 invites to your page, dude.
God damn. Thanks. Thank you.
Good luck.
I call it
get one or two out of there.
I call it the Pops effect. Let me know how it does.
The Pops
Oh, well.
effect.
The Pops effect. I like that. Thank you.
I do that to everybody's art page, man. If it's one that I didn't know about, and then I go to like it, and then I'll go, what the hell? And I'll hit that invite all your friends. All my friends are comic people, so for the most part, it's going to people who will at least.
Hey, it's all good. If we get at least one person on there that likes a piece, it's all worth it.
Mm-hmm.
You might want to turn your notifications off. I'm just letting you know.
I don't think I even have my notifications on, but right on. Thank you, Pops. I appreciate that.
Out there watching who has not subscribed to Pop's YouTube channel, subscribe to Pop's YouTube channel. Can I say that's what we're watching it on?
Right. So I was trying to share my screen, Pops, and can't seem to get that to work.
Hold on.
One thing I want to say about this project, if it's all right, that kind of relates to Damien, is that he was saying, the storyline and the whole idea of this story and the themes, I should say, really seem to reflect Damien, like who Damien is as a person. I know I said before that Damien's a good dude, but like this guy goes and helps little kids in hospitals. You know what I'm saying? He gives them comics to get them to read comics. I mean, I don't know about y'all, but that to me is just totally reflects the best in someone. You know what I'm saying? This guy obviously really cares for other people. Mm-hmm. So when you're reading these stories, when you're looking at these kind of themes, you know what I'm saying? This is sincere. It's not just somebody slapping together something they think is going to make a couple bucks. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I just want people to know that this is genuine, and this is a very genuine man who writes these comics. Yeah. So just
and I've met Damien and come on, man. We had a blast. We had a blast that day. We was screwing around in the comic shop and doing a little made up comic Olympics thing that Damien put together, and we had just a great time. And what you said about him work with the kids in the hospitals and everything, he's been doing that for a while. That's I mean, we forget about the stuff that he's doing in the midst of everything else that goes on. But dude is a very straight up guy trying to do some good work
Yeah, and I got mad respect for him. That's one of the reasons I like working with him on these books. You know what I'm saying? I know it comes from a very genuine place.
Yes.
Thanks,
So-
guys. You know, it's been a really rough year for taking comic books over to the hospital. But, you know, the hospital wasn't accepting donations for a long time. But a few weeks ago, they reached out for the first time since March and said, hey, you can't come visit with the kids, but you know, if you have a bunch of stuff, we'd be happy to take it. And so I took a dolly and wheeled over a couple boxes over there.
And you made a lot of kids happy with just that right there. So that's awesome, man.
Yeah, I hope so. You know, the hospital that I visit has a lot of young cancer patients in it and stuff like that. And so these kids got it pretty rough. And so if there's anything I can do to make their stay in the hospital a little easier, I'd be happy to. But I generally, you know, it's something that I do because it brings me joy, and not something I generally try to spread around all.
Yeah.
But you know, and let me talk real briefly about these images on the screen. These are the concept art for a story that Peter and I are beginning to write called Secret of the Seven Lakes. And I don't want to get too much into it and spoil everything, but it's a story that's going to take place in Eastern Europe with some pagan type elements to it. And you know, that's all I really want to say now until we flesh out some of the stuff a little more. But this young lady here will be our main character, and she will encounter all sorts of crazy things in her journey in Western Europe. And I'm really excited about it. I wish that I could talk more freely about it, but
no spoilers.
Yeah. And let's see, there's something else I wanted to show here. On illuminatuscomics.com, which you've got scrolling across the bottom there. Nope, that's not it. We have items for sale. And next week, mainly right now, it's just copies of Take Your Kid to Work Day. But next week, we are going to get some cute art prints and T-shirts up there. And these are some pieces that Peter had done a while back. And so we're going to be offering these up as prints, and we'll have a bunch of T-shirts on there as well. And Peter's been working on Take Your Kid to Work Day issue 2.
Now, what is that about? Obviously, it's about Take Your Kid to Work Day, but you know, is there?
Yeah,
can you explain a little bit better, maybe?
Yeah. So there's a young man named Dennis. His parents are recently divorced, and that divorce has left him with some emotions that he can't reconcile.
Mm-hmm.
Dad is a world-renowned neuroscientist and decides to take him to work one day for Take Your Kid to Work Day. And while there, in an effort to help him, hooks him up to a machine that would allow his father to see Dennis's dreams.
Okay.
Dennis has been struggling with some nightmares as a result of his unreconciled feelings concerning the divorce. And so he hooks him up to the machine, and Dennis and his dad are forced to address the issues of Dennis's nightmares in the real world. And so these images are from issue 2. Where you know, the action picks up considerably versus the first one. For any that have read the first, you know, that one was really meant to set the stage, and I think it effectively did so. And now in issue 2, you know, we really get into some of the meat of the story.
Well, you got this guy over here wanting to see it now. So
Yeah, I'm pretty fond of this page in particular.
He's over here asking me, he says, so did the nightmare kill his dad? Now I'm gonna have to let him
That brings
read
up a good question. Is this more like an all ages thing, or is it just for adults, just for kids?
It is definitely not an all ages book. I know that is something that Pops thought maybe it was when I was running the first campaign.
I watch scary movies.
So,
But there's definitely some stuff in here that I wouldn't want my children to see, like interactions between parents and children that aren't necessarily nice, and things of that nature.
years before you can read it.
The themes or the pictures?
Oh,
The themes. I mean, the art won't be too over the top, gory or anything like that. Some of what you see here is as bad as it gets. In terms of how graphic the art is, but yeah, the themes are definitely something that I would want my children to read.
Mm-hmm.
It looks good.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's good.
So we have Gino Colesti from Colesti's Cards and Comics. He's going to be dropping some things in the comments every now and then throughout the day. People might want to pay attention to because it'll be like free gift cards for drones and stuff like that in his shop. So, you know, if you see something from Gino pop up in the chat, y'all first come, first serve, jump on those goodies. That's what I do. Huh.
Anything else you're working on you care to talk about, John?
I mostly came on to just what I've already said about this project. I'm not going to talk about anything other than this project, but I'm excited to be working on it. You know, it's something different for me. I don't normally draw stories like this. I've done maybe one. Of everything I've done, I think I've done like maybe one positive story. I've done one thing with a positive theme. Everything else is, well, yeah. But so it's cool to kind of change it up and do something a little different where someone's not getting murdered or whatever. But yeah. Or worse.
Hey, if there wasn't bad things, we wouldn't have superheroes. You know,
exactly.
I mean, you got to have both sides of the scale. You know, I mean, you can't have one without the other. If everybody was good, we wouldn't need.
For every yin, there's a yang.
That's true, but sometimes you get locked into a certain kind of comic you do, and you need to kind of pull yourself out of that. You know what I'm saying? That trend, you know.
Yeah.
But hey, it's all good. I'm not complaining. I like what I do.
Do you write what you want to write? Do you write what the market has?
Oh no, I write what I want to write. I never really go with trends. I just do what I feel is going to be cool. You know, I go with a lot of dark stuff, a lot of culture stuff. Not like occult stuff, but like I take a lot of inspiration from just cult movies and, you know, just the weird stuff.
Gotcha.
I remember maybe 6 months, maybe it was a year ago, you had spent some time at a horror convention or something like that, and met some people, and you shared a few posters that you had gotten signed and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I've gotten a lot of stuff signed the past year. It's nuts.
Yeah. I would love to see your horror collection sometime.
All right, I'll email you some images or send you some. There's some pretty nice pieces.
Awesome.
You got some cool stuff there. Definitely.
John, are you watching them notifications, bro?
I don't see nothing, man. I just see a sign saying you're in the show.
No. I'm talking about the art of John running.
No, I haven't been able to see no notifications or anything. I'm with you here in the room. But I'm not getting any notifications though, no.
You have 391 people following you now.
Wow. If anybody sent me any messages, I'll get to you. If anybody wants to, I'll get to you. Thank you though for checking it out. There's a lot of more stuff that's going to be coming on there.
What did we say? It was like 342 or something when I did that.
Last time I checked, it was like 200. So I haven't really kept up with that for a while.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm getting the notifications, and I've gotten like 30 notifications of people accepting my invite to join your page.
Well, I appreciate that, Pops, and everybody's taking your time to look at the stuff. I appreciate it. There's I'm going to start updating it daily.
Yeah, I'm looking at that picture right now.
I've been working so hard on my comics and stuff that I haven't been able to do any loose drawings, including the one I'm sending you, Pops, which I'm almost done with.
Yeah, dude, I forgot about that.
No, I never forget stuff I got to do for people. I never forget that.
You ain't never got a brush for me, man. I like,
No, it's not going to be rushed, but it's going to get done, believe it.
Yeah.
It already is halfway done. So.
I had actually forgot about that. Now I remember.
Yeah.
You're getting it.
Sweet.
Yeah, that's one thing I've learned about John working with him over the past couple of years is he's quite reliable. He provided several pieces of art for my hospital adventures. He made up a few prints for me, so I printed out a couple hundred copies and delivered them to the kids. And between that and the commissions that I've gotten over the years and the cover, I've never really had to hound him to get the work done. He's
It was a pleasure. Next time you do one of those, I would like to give you some more pieces, or actually I have a buttload of comics over here that I'm not using. I'd like to send to you too. But yeah, what you do, Damien, it's really good, man. Not enough people do that. You're not only promoting comics and creativity, but you're promoting reading. There's just so much good that comes from that. So keep it up.
Thanks.
Keep it up.
My son is 6 and he's learning how to read right now. And watching that is just such an amazing experience. I get so much out of reading myself. I read some sort of fiction every day. And to watch him finally be able to enter that world is just such a touching experience, and to be able to share things with him that I couldn't before. And have him be able to read a comic without me holding my finger on the balloon or on the person who's talking so that he knows what's going on. So I love it.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
That's awesome. If I ever have a kid, I'm going to show him all kinds of horror films.
Yeah. When I was just a little bit older than him.
Nothing like what I grew up watching, but
I found your buddy Damien. He was hanging out.
Oh man.
Hey guys.
Peter Kane.
Yeah.
What's that?
I'll be back in a second.
Bye, Frank. Welcome to CRoM Con VIII, Mr. Goldstein. How you doing?
Hi everybody.
Hey.
So, anything you care to add about our conversations concerning the smallest stone, or Take a Good to Work Day 2, or Here's the 7 Lakes?
Yeah, so you didn't go. I guess. Do we want to go into any more detail on Secret of 7 Lakes?
You're welcome to.
Let me think. So you mentioned it's taking place in Eastern Europe. Our main character is a scientist studying climate change. So she's up there doing research, and we follow her through her discovering some. Everybody's gone.
I'm still here.
Oh, we follow her as she's discovering a lot of
I'm back.
occult stuff, and it's based a lot on like Nordic mythology and some of the old gods and cool stuff like that. I don't know.
Going right down my alley with this, guys.
Yeah,
You didn't tell me that.
We're trying to keep it in a horror theme, so should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, Pops is a big fan of Norse mythology and Thor in particular.
Awesome.
Well, I mean, all of it, really. I mean, Thor just happens to be the guy that I saw on a comic book cover after I was already a mythology nerd. I went, how did Thor get in comics? And then I became a comic nerd.
Nice.
You know, I mean, but it was exposure to all of it. It's, I mean, Greek mythology, you know, I was a fan of all of it. It was crazy.
Yeah, so a lot of our research is leading us towards a lot of the Slavic mythology, a lot of paganism. It's going to be a really, really cool story, and we're really excited about it.
Cool.
As far as the art, you guys saw some of that. I'm trying to keep it looser, more of like a painterly style. So personally, I'm excited to try that.
Dude, I love it. And now that I know that it's got a little something in it that I'm gonna want to read, I don't know. Today's getting to be rough, man. Almost everything I've seen is something I want to buy. This is bad.
That's a good problem. Also dealing with a little bit of 20th century history as well. So, yep, ties a lot of the old world and new world stuff together.
And Peter had mentioned the research that we've been doing. I have found that researching for a story is remarkably fun. And I get to learn so much. Like, you know, I think that I know a little bit about something, and then I start to actually try to know about it and find out that the well is so much deeper than I thought it was.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun, and tying some of those themes into the story and, you know, wrapping it all up like that is remarkably fun.
Yeah, and without giving the one detail that me and Damien are hopping around, the rabbit hole of Wikipedia that I've gone down for this one topic that's in it has been fun.
Yeah.
Dominating.
Yeah, the kind of story you guys are talking about sounds cool. Have you ever read a book called Eaters of the Dead by Michael Crichton?
Mm-mm.
No? You like the Nordic kind of Viking stuff? Check it out. It's badass.
It is something that I found in the research that we were doing. I've not read it, but it's actually, I sent you a link to some stuff about it, Peter, way back. But yeah, that it's definitely in that type of theme, for sure.
Cool. Very cool.
I look forward to reading it. The artwork that you showed Damien earlier was pretty awesome.
Oh, right on.
And then that castle, whatever it was, that skull looked like almost like Grayskull.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yo, I've been kind of mulling over a different design on that, but yeah, it's gonna be kind of like a bunker in a way. But yep.
I like the atmosphere.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
And let's see. So you added your 2 cents about Secret of the Seven Lakes, and how about Take a Good to Work Day 2?
Yeah, like Damien said, this one's going to be ramping the action up a lot. The number 2 is definitely probably our favorite one out of the 3 series. So far, the art's been a lot of fun to draw, and we're just excited to get it up. So.
Yeah, I had a ton of fun writing the issue, and there's a couple parts in particular that I can't wait to see in panels.
Mm-hmm.
And, there's a lot of opportunity to make that a really exciting scene. Some fun spreads.
And then what else? Guess that's about it.
I have to do this to Damien every time I see him.
The one and only. One, and they retired the Olympics.
The day I met Damien, we had a great time. Okay, it was fun. I had a blast.
Thanks
I also
for
had to golf that day, so you know, any day golfing's a good day. Me and my son got up really early and we drove down to Indy and we played 18 holes, and then we went and hung out with Damien and a bunch of other people at the comic store for the afternoon. It was a blast. Great day all the way around.
I think I saw Peter die a little bit inside of the design of that award.
Hey, that is Look, is the date on this?
That is clip art-tastic.
It was fall last year, so it's been floating around my room here for a year. You know, and I'll probably hold on to that forever, man. You know, it reminds me of a great day. You know, I mean, I met a lot of cool people that day. Met Christy, met Jake, and you, and you know, I mean, there was a bunch of cool people down there. We had a blast.
Yeah.
So, comic days are great to remember, and that ain't the only thing happened that day. That's the day Matt McBride gave me them 5 boxes of comics. And there was some just unbelievably awesome comics in them 5 boxes of comics. There was autograph stuff, all kind. I mean, it was crazy, man. He just gave me and my son a bunch of cool stuff for no reason other than he needed space. His wife made him clean out the closet. I think it was future wife at the time, but now wife. Yes. Yeah, man. It's like days like that, meeting you guys, getting to meet people that are in the comic world and do things involved in comics, and meeting people who later, like Damien, become comic creators. Like, he wasn't a comic creator when I met him. Look at him now.
You can blame Peter for that. to a certain extent.
We all get to blame somebody. I get to blame Raj for turning me into a comic book character. And, you know, we all get to blame somebody for something. It's okay. Sometimes they're good things, but we still blame you.
If anyone watching wants to put a note in the chat about particular types of merchandise that you might want to see on our website, that'd be great. I know I mentioned prints and t-shirts and stuff like that, which by Tuesday we'll have up on the website, and also items included in the Kickstarter reward tier that I was telling you about. But yeah, I know I personally love things like bookmarks and little things like that. If that's something that other people are interested in, then we can certainly do stuff like that. I know, generally speaking, you don't need a bookmark to read a comic book. I'm more of a collected edition reader myself, so I always need a bookmark. So if anyone has an opinion on that, feel free and let us know. I
personally, there's certain things. I mean, I do read real books, so I do like the bookmarks. Okay. I read 4 or 5 books at a time, so getting 4 or 5 bookmarks over a couple month period is fine because I need them all. I mean, one of my books doesn't even have a real bookmark in it because I don't have enough. So bookmarks, I don't mind. I love guitar picks. If it's something that you might actually use, or you know what I mean? But like prints, I have a drawer full of prints that I don't have room on my wall for prints anymore. You know, I got original art and signed books on the wall now. You know, even the signed prints are in a portfolio. I don't have room on the wall for them anymore. So prints go in a drawer. They get no airplay. You know what I mean? So, and not only that, but it's like if you make them comic sized, and we can put them in a sleeve, in a bag and board, and put them with our comics. You know, like right there in the drawer, in the filing cabinet where your book is, would also be the prints that came with your book, right there, the same size, and it's all orderly, and I can look at the prints when I'm going to look at the book. You know what I mean? Otherwise, they just, like I said, they just go in a drawer. They're weird sizes. You know, some people are 5x8, some are, you know, I mean, everybody has different sizes, so there's nothing uniform about it. If it was
I think you guys should make posters, not just little prints. Make posters. I love posters.
You're talking about a shipping nightmare. Are you gonna fold my Are you gonna fold my poster up so I get it all creased up? Or you
No, you get a rolled one. You get a rolled one.
You're gonna roll my comic up and put it in the same package? You see what I'm saying?
just saying, I love posters.
Oh, I do too. It's just now it's a shipping nightmare.
And the bigger it is, the bigger someone has it on their wall, and you know they're always going to be reminded of your project. You know what I'm saying? Make it loud.
Yeah, I got Monty Michael Moore right there, his Reaper, on my wall, and it's like that's the biggest thing I think on my wall, but it takes up too much space, man. I can put 4 comics right there.
Yeah, I personally like folded posters like that came out of comic books when we were kids.
Yeah, now I have the ones from the Ghost Rider, the Knights of Vengeance or whatever. I have all 4 of those posters, but they folded them up. They're all creased up. You know, I mean, it's like even the press doesn't fix them. They got a cross. Every one of them's got a cross in it. You know, it's like I love them, and those posters all fit together and make one poster, if you remember.
Yeah.
You know, but they gave them to us all folded up. So I mean, even the press don't help. Trust me, I tried.
You know, I kind of like it because it reminds you of where it came from, and it's just, I don't know, more a part of my childhood. Like right now, I've got this big, what is it, like 20 by 32 poster above my monitor that I'm looking at, and it's got all sorts of creases and stuff in it. It's like, I know that this came from a comic book store.
Right.
And, like this got mailed with a bunch of comics because it's folded up to smaller than a comic, and it was displayed in the store. And I know that, and like I can remember going into a store and seeing this poster when I was a kid.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely the nostalgia thing that goes with it. Like I said, I have all those posters. I'm just still disgruntled that they have creases in them. I'd love to have all 4 of those posters flat so I can display them. You know, but you'll never see that. You know. So I don't know what happened to Frank. Peter, what else are you involved in?
Sorry, like
Websites and graphic design mostly.
That websites?
Yep.
Yeah, he made the illuminatuscomics.com.
All right. Well,
He pulled that one up for us.
there are people in the madness who love graphic designers and people who make web pages, and you know, it's all part of what this is evolving into. So don't be shy about letting people know in the madness what you do. You know, you might pick up some work. You never know. That's what it's about. Networking and promoting. You know,
Poster's done. I can do it.
that is what we do. John, I know you weren't going to talk about anything else, but now that everybody else has talked about everything else, you can go ahead and talk about something else if you want.
Oh no, you know, I got to cut out here pretty soon, but before I wanted to go, I just wanted to say, first of all, Pops, thank you for hosting this whole thing. This is really great, especially for independent artists, and this is all just really badass, for real. Damien, Peter, it was really good meeting you, you know, for the first time.
Yeah.
I really believe in this project. I believe in this book.
Good.
I want people to know out there that I love doing comics. I love drawing them. You know, even, you know, if I'm dirt poor, not doing anything, the one thing you can count on is I'll always be doing comics and telling stories. So one thing that we can take away from you.
On too. We appreciate the help. So.
Absolutely.
And anybody out there who is liking the art of John Running, thank you. I also take requests. If you guys want to see me draw something and put it up there just to see how I do it, request it. You know, if you go on a cheap commission, because I don't charge a lot at all, you know, let me know. And I look forward to seeing you all and all the other comic creators out there pushing your projects. Good luck, because I think it's awesome. I just read some crazy little headline today saying DC is closing down and Jim Lee's leaving. Like, what the fuck, man? Well, dude, the independent creators is going to be all that's left. So get out there and do all your stories. You know what?
Kind of crazy.
All of them.
It's kind of crazy what's going on, but you know, you guys are what is going to breathe life into the next era of comic books. You know, just don't go all digital. Y'all keep drawing real. Keep printing
That's
real
true,
books
too.
for collectors. You know. I mean, I know it might go away a little bit, but don't make it go all the way away. Always give that option to those of us who want that physical copy.
Exactly.
You know, and that's just without that, man, it's like I said, if the power goes out, I got nothing unless I have my books and a candle. You know, I gotta have my books. So
Yeah, I'm always a fan of when the power goes out, because at least then I know I'll get some time to read.
yes.
How do you read without any light?
Candle.
Candle. Okay, yeah, true.
I'm analog as hell, man. John, real quick before you run, earlier you had mentioned a 15 by 21 art opportunity concerning the Kickstarter. Can you elaborate on what that was?
I'd be willing to do a 15 by 21 original draw. Either you can do a 21 by 15 or 15 by 21, horizontal or vertical, however the person wants it. I'd be willing to do a custom piece for anybody who's willing to match or go above the top tier or whatever it is you said, Damien, just to help out the promotion. You know, if you guys want some original art from me, think my art is worthy of being on your wall, man, I'd be willing to do something good for you. And I don't mean just some little thing in the middle of a paper with a bunch of negative space. I make my shit detailed.
Yes.
I fill out the page.
Dude does background. Dude does it all. His stuff is amazing, man.
So for real, if you guys want some badass work on your wall, either hit me up, or if you want to back a project like this that has a positive message to it, there's your way to do it, and I'm willing to do it too. So maybe you want a Christmas gift. Maybe you want to give something to somebody. Maybe you have a piece that you want that no other artist will do. You need someone crazy enough like me to do it for you. I'll do it.
And there you go. There you go. There's your no limits artist right there. All right.
We have a few limits, but I don't think that some of the people are going to request the shit that I won't do. So we're safe. It's all good.
So I want all of you guys to make sure you drop your links in the comments. Okay? So that people can find you. Because, like I said, this video becomes immortal. It stays on YouTube forever. So, you know, anytime somebody goes and watches this, I want them to be able to find you guys if they're looking, not like just watch it and go, oh, those guys were cool. I want them to be able to find you if they're looking for it. So make sure you drop your links in the YouTube chat or, you know, whatever, and make sure people can see it. And I have somebody
doing that right now.
I have somebody in the backstage. I'm sure you guys know by now. I like to kind of blend you guys together so y'all get to meet each other. Marv, this is John, Peter, and Damien. Damien, this is Damien, Peter, and John. This is Marv.
Hey, Marv.
Nice to meet you. Hi from Portugal.
And Marv and John, I think you guys need to talk later. I'm just saying.
I was just thinking the same thing when I saw that poster in the background. I was like, that looked like some Edgar Allan Poe stuff, and that looks right up John's alley.
Yeah, thanks.
It's kind of stuff we was just talking about.
Yeah, I've seen the show, but I have to go to dinner, so I missed a lot of things. But I'll check out later in the replay.
Yeah, so definitely.
Great.
Damien,
I'll see you guys later. It was good talking to everyone. I wish everyone the best of luck. Take it easy.
Looking forward to seeing what you've done for me, sir.
At the next CRoM Con, I want to get some time with you because believe me, I got a lot of stuff to talk about.
All right, cool.
That I'll be releasing very soon, like within the next month. So yeah, we'll talk again.
All right, you got it. Nice seeing you. Peter, it's great meeting you. And like I said, don't be shy about posting in the group what you're about, what you do, because the whole point of the group is to bring you more people to know what you're into and maybe help finance some of what you're doing. You never know.
Good.
That's what it's about, though. Promoting and networking, and don't be shy to do those things.
Exactly.
Damien knows he don't do it enough, but I try to get him to push, son, push.
I try to limit myself to once per week per group.
You see what I'm saying? And our feed moves so fast that 2 people see your thing and then they don't see it, and it's not seen again for a week.
Sure.
Once a day at least, bro. Our feed, we got a lot of people now. That feed moves pretty fast.
As Pop said, he can just step back and let it run itself.
Yeah, I mean, remember I used to have to feed the feed. Everything was Pop's posted.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to do that very much anymore. I mean, the feed runs, and that's, I was telling somebody this morning, you got to at least post once in the morning and once at night to guarantee that you get some kind of views, or you're going to get 1 like and then it's gone. Nobody's going to see it. 15 people just posted. Oops, it's gone. So
where to go?
Well, I'm happy to post more. I try not to
be overzealous.
I welcome.
Believe me, if you get to the point where I think you're spamming me, I'll let you know. For now,
That's that threshold.
For now, promote. You got a Kickstarter going. Don't, that once a week crap ain't gonna get you books sold, bro. Get out there, get seen, and I mean that. Like once a week during your campaign? No. Once a day in those groups at least during your campaign. At least twice a day in my group.
Probably not twice right there.
Right?
And thrice on Sunday.
There you go. That too. More people watch. You're up there 3 times. I don't care. That's what it's about, though. That's why the group exists, is to bring you a larger fan base. So don't be afraid to go out there and grab that fan base.
Will do.
That goes for all of you. Even you guys in the background there. All of
I'm right here, man. Matter of fact, I just posted something in the group. Something simple, nothing really, it's like, oh my God, buy my stuff. Nothing like that. Just hey, I have a group too. Come on, join my group.
I mean,
it's
everything.
Fan club for my thing, but
Actually, somebody posted in the group just a little while ago another con that's going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
And there's 2 online cons going on in our group right now.
Well, isn't yours most of the time the first weekend of the month?
Yeah, we just didn't do it that way this time because of the election, and it was. I wasn't trying to be online last week, not at all.
So, if you do it next month, will you do it beginning of the month?
Well, see, I'm thinking next month. I know how December is. I'm not going to try to tie up a whole weekend. Okay, I think we're going to do a 1-day, 15-minute elevator pitch con.
Mm-hmm.
Where you come out, you got 15 minutes, do your elevator pitch. Next guy comes out, we'll do it for 1 day because people got shopping, people, so we'll just do maybe a 1-day elevator pitch con and get as many people out as we can, and the first of the year we'll go back to the way we,
Gotcha.
I mean, I was hoping we weren't going to have to do this anymore.
Well, that's the way things are going. It probably will for a little while. Like, at least the beginning of next year for sure. I don't know about the end of next year, but at least the beginning of next year for sure.
Well, it's like this, guys. As long as you can't set up tables, I'll be trying to give you this out. But once they set up the tables again, it's like I don't think I'll be needed. I'll probably move toward doing launch parties and countdowns for Kickstarters.
Mm-hmm. Will the group still be there?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be this. I mean, I'll be doing them live in the group. For like if you're doing a launch party, I'll do your launch party live in the group. Gotcha. If you're doing a countdown, your thing's almost over, and you want that last push, do the countdown. I think I'll switch when I don't have to do the cons anymore. I think I'll switch to that, and just try to help people that way. with what they got going on at that time. There you go.
Well, we appreciate it, Pops. I know I enjoy my time spent doing these with you, and look forward to doing it again in the near future. Assuming that I can't go.
Hey,
Yeah,
I'll do a countdown party for you, Damien, if you want. I'll let you know that right now. Whether we're doing CRoM Con or not, if you want to do a countdown bash the last day of your campaign, we'll come out here live and we'll try to get a final push for you, bro.
Sounds good. I'll talk to you offline about it.
All
right. Have a good one. Thanks.
You too.
Nice to meet you, Frank.
Damien, always great to see you, bro. Always.
Thanks. Yep.
Who's next?
Marv. What's up, Marv?
Hey, how are you? Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure. Yeah.
So where are you from?
I'm from Portugal. It's 9 p.m. right now.
Yes.
I was just curious. I noticed a different accent, so I was just curious. Yeah.
We're getting this one.
I try my best. But
no, that's okay, man.
Marv brought some friends, so I'm just gonna get everybody out here, and then I'll let Marv introduce everybody. Oh, there's a shared screen. I didn't mean to bring that one out yet. Oh, there we go.
Hey.
Who's here?
I'm gonna take a little break for a minute because I have to. And Frank, you got this. Marv, go ahead and introduce your friends. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, so we have Ricardo Ferreira. He's a friend of mine. He's doing the comic book that I've created, The Sim Killer. He's doing the digital part, and we have Lucifer Storm, another friend from Ricardo is from Portugal, and Lucifer is from UK. So, guys, introduce yourselves. Ricardo, maybe first.
Hello, my name is Ricardo. I'm a graphic designer. I work most in fashion. You heard me? No.
Yeah, you might want to turn up your mic a little bit. Yeah.
Sorry about that. It's okay now?
It's a little better.
Oh yeah, a little better. Yeah.
I'm gonna have this higher. I'm gonna try that. I'm a graphic designer. I work most with logos and posters and fashion T-shirts. I work for some international brands, and I'm helping Marv with his comic. And I help the board game community with their logos and YouTube channels when they need some graphic design part. It is what I do.
And Lucifer.
Yeah, I'm Lucifer Storm. I'm a award-winning independent graphic novelist from the UK. Like Marv, it's 9 p.m. at the moment. I'm currently working on a book called Lady Satan, An Angel in a Killer's Dress. Definitely not for the kids out there. And yeah, I guess that's pretty much my little introduction done.
Do you guys have websites and social media and stuff? People can follow you?
Yeah. You can find me on luciferstorm.com. You can find me on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube at Lucifer Storm. And you can also, I've got a pre-launch campaign on Indiegogo for Lady Satan, An Angel in a Killer's Dress.
Well, I'm always curious. Do you prefer Indiegogo over Kickstarter, or does it really matter? Or
Personally, I don't think it really matters, but Indiegogo just seemed like the right place for me to go, especially with its in-demand function. So I'm hoping that I'll be able to utilize that the best that I can during this campaign.
Mm-hmm. Pardon me.
Yeah, and I'm on Instagram. My name is Ricardo Miguel Ferreira, the name that you see, and my website is ricardoferreira.pt. We can found some of my work there. It's easy to find.
Yes, I'm back. What's up? It's quiet. Why is it so quiet?
Hi, Pops. Nice to meet you.
How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you.
Okay, we got people in the chat that say, I just saw Lucifer Storm on Geronimo Draws.
That's right. I was on there a little while ago. And hi, Ryan. How you doing, man?
Okay,
you will be on the show. You will be in a few minutes.
Cool.
Okay, so they got the YouTube volume up. Turn the YouTube volume down. There you go.
Elliot.
All right. Elliot, how you doing? Welcome to the madness. Oh, he froze.
Yep.
Frozen, yeah.
Frozen in time.
All right. Let's see if we can get it figured out. Hold up.
Yeah, Ryan will be joining us too later.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, can I assume all you guys working on the same project or something, or?
No, Ricardo and I are making the Sin Killer. I'm doing the art and the writing, and he's doing the logos. Like this.
Gotcha. Okay.
And he's doing the digital.
Yeah, and I'm just doing my book by myself.
This book right here, right?
Yep, that's the book right here. That's the cover for the upcoming graphic novel. I do have a few pages that I can share with you guys. It's like I said, it's not for kids. It goes to some dark places, and it's going to be a 130-page graphic novel at the moment. Although the page count might grow by the time I get to the end of illustrating the book.
Elliot.
Hey, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi. How are you, man?
Hello.
We are not listening to Lucifer.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to get rid of that banner. Sorry, guys.
Now, will that page right there be divided in the center, or is it going to be like one big page?
Oh no, that'll be divided in the center. So this will be a double page spread. Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, there's a few double page spreads that are appearing throughout this book. This is a book where I definitely break a few storytelling rules.
Mm-hmm. I'm almost so curious too. It's like, do you prefer black and white over color?
Yes, absolutely.
Or does it depend on the actual story?
I've got nothing against color. Color can be great with the right story, but I find that with most of my stories, it's much better to work in black and white. I feel that it's just that little bit more effective.
Mm-hmm.
So let me get a link. Let me get a link in here.
I'm hearing a lot of noise in the background.
Yeah.
Somebody has kids. Kids are okay. It's okay to have kids.
It can't be me. I'm in a soundproof room.
That might be me because my child's in the living room. I don't know if you can hear her. Maybe. How do I just mute my microphone?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we could, let's find out more about your stuff because you joined the group. So,
yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's we talk when we can talk.
Yeah, no problem. I'll just keep it on mute when I'm not talking, so I don't interfere with anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but just a small introduction. My name is Elliot Rodriguez. I am an artist. I do mostly comic book stuff, and I'm mostly active on Twitter. I was invited to the show by Marv, and we've been friends on Twitter for a long time and fan of each other's work. And yeah, just happy to be here, and I have artwork to share if it's possible, or I don't know how we go about with it. But currently, I'm not working on any comic books. I have one that I'm going to start working hopefully in 2 months, and it's another project that I'm doing with another friend that I've also met on Twitter, and hopefully maybe by this time next year we'll be ready to launch that book. And yeah, just excited to be part of the indie comic scene. I'm really big fan of all the work that I see with all the talent and all the stories and stuff, and was really I really enjoyed the story that Marv is putting together with the Sin Killer comic, and it's really good stuff. And I'm looking forward to the release. And because of him, I was able to see you guys, and I'm also looking forward to your works and to your books also. And I'm a big supporter.
Great to see you, man. Great to see you. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
I'm looking at your
nice
Twitter
work.
now.
Yeah. I do a lot of fan art and every now and then it's just original characters and designs. And yeah, I'm mostly known for doing fan art. This year, I've been dedicating a lot of time to doing fan art of indie comic characters. I did a piece for Marv. I've done several other pieces for other characters. Yeah, I'm yeah, definitely. I'm completely open to doing.
I'm just being silly.
Yeah, and yeah, my process is my focus is on learning to get better at the craft and. I think I still have a lot more to learn, and hopefully, with each new piece, I get better and better. And
Are
I
you
think
self-taught? Or you go to school for it?
No, I'm self-taught, completely self-taught. I've been learning a lot this last year and a half, and yeah, mostly through YouTube videos and yeah, the YouTube videos a lot I have seen. I also joined this what would you call it, like a forum called penciljack.com, and I've posted a lot of work there, and I get a lot of critique and feedback, and everything. Every little bit helps. And yeah, over the last year, I've been able to learn a lot, and I feel better with my artwork, and yeah, I'm ready to take the leap into doing sequential art, and I have my own comic that I want to do next year also. But for the moment, I'm going to work on this other book with a friend of mine.
Okay, so did you say you had some stuff to show? I think you can hit the at the bottom. You should be able to share.
Yeah, just a second.
Screen you want.
Just a second. Let me. I have to take a look at my art first. The thing is, I'm at my mother-in-law's house, and I don't have all my stuff here with me. But just a second, I'll be able to pull up some of my work.
Yeah, it's great meeting all you guys, man. I mean, I've seen Marv before, obviously.
Yeah.
Indie Volt, we got the Indie Volt connection.
Yeah.
Let's shout out to Randy and Krista and Varian over there. Varian, dude.
They are all awesome people. I really love being with them.
Well,
yeah, if you guys would just give me a second, I'll mute my mic and I'll look for some work to show you guys. Just a second. I'm sorry.
I sent Varian a little gift in the mail the other day, and I don't know if he's gotten it yet. He might get it today. He might not get it till Monday, but I'm kind of looking forward to his reaction.
If you want, I can share.
I do things like that sometimes. I just send people stuff because, man, I bet he'd really like that, and you know. Because sometimes I end up with stuff that doesn't really, not that it doesn't fit my collection, but it would fit somebody else's better, or that person would really appreciate this way more than I do. I'm gonna give it to them. You know, it's just, you know, the way it is. Sometimes you find somebody that's way more of a fan of this thing than you are, and you're like, man, they'd like this way more. I'm gonna give it to them. You know, I do that a lot. And it happens to me a lot too, where people send me stuff. So, you know, Marv, the Sin Killer, What's up?
Well, the Sin Killer is the story of an orphan that was raised by priests, and he became a Vietnam war soldier. He went to Vietnam and he saw some things that changed his mind about faith. He lost all his faith because he saw so many horrible things there. He came back to his own town, Devil's Gate city, and he became a grave digger. Continues to be a priest, but just to, like, he's a secret identity, right? He's just a priest and a grave digger, and what he does is he talks to the dead and he sees what they have been through before they died, before they were killed. And then if he finds somebody who was being killed and justice wasn't done, so he catch the bad guys with his dog Michael and his raven Gabriel, They catch the guys. They are both dead, and they are both a dead dog and dead raven. They both have superpowers. Michael is able to bring back the dogs that he killed when he was alive. He was a fighting dog. He transforms himself into a mist, and the dogs that he killed, including his brother, will hunt down the guys. And Gabriel the Raven, the same. His flock was killed by some farmers, and Michael found Gabriel, and he asked the sim killer, John, to bring him back to life. So those three guys catch the bad guys, and John buries them alive, allowing them to come out of the grave. And then Michael and Gabriel will hunt them down, and they turn the bad guys into stone, into living stones, living statues. They are dead, but inside it's their punishment to be alive to all eternity inside of a statue.
So where is this available at? Or is it
not yet. I'm finishing the last two panels, and I'm doing the cover right now. And Ricardo is putting everything together because I don't have. It's been awesome. I don't have my tablet died last year, and he saw that I was struggling doing my comic, and he said, "Man, if you need help, you can count on me." And since then, he's been helping me, and it's been awesome. He's giving me some support, not only by doing the all digital part, but also telling me this is not working, so redo this panel, this got to be better. So it's been a big help. I've been doing this with a big encouragement and a big inspiration thanks to him. And Lucifer helped me also by showing me through his videos that how to understand the story, how to put together the story, because Lucifer has a great channel on YouTube, how to write comics and other stuff. And Lucifer has been also a big inspiration for me, because thanks to him, I know how to write a comic book right now.
Cool. That's awesome that y'all got together and help each other out like that. That's what this is all about, man. Really.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, dudes, when people get together, it two minds make something bigger. You know, four hands can make a bigger house than two hands. You know, it just, everything multiplies the more people you get involved in it, and the fan base multiplies.
Exactly. Yeah.
Fan base multiplies. You know, that's where the following explodes at. When you guys all start getting together and working together, and instead of your one fan base, now it's four fan bases.
Yeah.
You know, that's where things start to blow up. And a lot of people in the industry kind of realizing that a lot of the indie people are hooking up and expanding their fan bases. And this is huge. And I love seeing it. I really do. I want to focus on this for a minute, though, so that we can go on to sharing a different screen. I want Lucifer to give me a little up and up. What's up, Angel in the Killing Dress?
Yeah.
Hey, Pops. Thanks for having me on here, man. That's been to start with, I guess. So this is a book that I've been working on for a little while. It's a 130-page graphic novel. It's going to be in a hardcover as well, because I love hardcovers. And this is the story of Lucille. She's a stripper from France who was once abducted to be the lead in a snuff film, but she survived. And because she survived, she became this kick-ass vigilante who learned all sorts of things like chaos magic and stuff like that. And she's been on this little journey across Europe trying to hunt down the only copy of her snuff film so that she can destroy it. And that leads her to British soil. She ends up in the UK. She finds an MI5 agent who may just have some connections to where she could find that only existing copy of the snuff film. But she also finds out that the man that tortured her in front of the camera for the snuff film is a high-ranking British police officer who's under investigation from the MI5. So now she has a very short time span to get as close to him as possible whilst he is being surrounded by police officers and exact her revenge.
This is a movie. This ain't a comic book, man. This needs to
That's
be
a
a
great
movie.
comic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe Netflix will hear this and be like, "That sounds good. I need to speak to this guy."
Yeah.
You just never
You
know.
never
man.
know.
Anything
Yeah.
can happen.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that's a great concept, for something, like I said, that sounds more like a movie. That sounded more like a movie ad than a graphic novel ad. I mean, just straight up.
Is it going to be just one graphic novel or two, or?
It's just one graphic novel for now, but I do have plans for another 4 graphic novels if the Indiegogo campaign goes well. And at the moment, it's just in pre-launch phase, so people can go sign up with their emails so that when the campaign launches, they'll get an email. And if they sign up to the pre-launch campaign and they go on to back the book, they'll also get a free sticker with the book. And I think one thing I should note, like I said, it's going to be a big graphic novel, hardcover. If this is the size of like an American comic book, this is the size of the graphic novel in comparison. So there's a lot more real estate to be working with on each page.
Wow.
So this is going to be a big book. And one thing I'm hoping I can do with this campaign is if you go to back the book, then one day the mailman will come to you or the delivery guy and they'll just hand you this black box sealed with crime scene tape. And when you open it up, there'll be an evidence bag. And inside the evidence bag will be your book.
Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool.
And if ladies,
That sounds great.
Oh man, if you missed what he just said, dude,
You
that's
gotta put
awesome.
Dexter answering the door. You gotta put that Dexter answering the door. Get in
That
the
is
book.
marketing right there. That's the way you're supposed to do it.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the
Like a
thing. I
mushroom.
want it to be that if people back this book, I want them to remember it no matter what. Even if they get to the end of the book and go, this isn't my bag, they'll still remember, like, but this guy went the extra mile.
Yeah, exactly.
That's awesome, though.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Seriously, I'm like, yeah. I get a black box wrapped in crime tape first. Just that, the delivery guy's looking at you like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, what's going on?
He's gonna
Yeah.
wanna know why this long-haired dude's getting the box wrapped in crime tape.
All of a sudden, the FBI are showing up and they're like, what's this box all about? Come on, what's in here?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Do you have a link to the Indiegogo? Or is it just real simple to find?
It's real simple to find. I mean, you've seen the cover, so just type in Lady Satan and you'll see
Gotcha.
this cover and you'll be like, that's the one. But I can always share the link a little later on for you guys as well.
Do that for sure.
I will do.
Yeah, sorry, I won't pass. I think I answered late to the chat, but is this the artwork also? Did you do this artwork also? Or is
Yes,
this...
I did the artwork as well. So I'm writing the story.
Oh, wow,
I'm doing
excellent.
the artwork. I'm doing the
Nice.
lettering. I've got an editor on board
Oh, wow.
called John Wakefield. So he's looking it over and going, yeah, I dig this. Keep that. Maybe you should do this
Oh,
with
excellent.
that. So he's really helping bringing the story just that little bit of extra life to it, which is fantastic. He really knows what to look for. But yeah, apart from that,
It
I'm a
looks
one-man
top-notch.
army.
Looks really good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Looks great.
Thank you. Awesome.
I'm putting
Fantastic.
my email there.
So I'm looking at some other stuff over here. What's Caldo Verde?
Calverde is theater piece that that they are doing right now in Portugal about a crime of a real story, I think, of a man that had his wife and his girlfriend in the same house, and they plot together to kill him because they don't want that to going on, and the first wife don't like the new one, but they complot together to kill him.
See, I'm checking out your stuff over here.
Yeah,
You did all this?
Yeah, this is my work on
I'm not a member of Instagram. They're going to keep trying to get me to sign up, but there.
Yeah, you should get on. There's a lot of good artwork on there.
Yeah, it's a great platform to promote, and you find very good artists there. No, I have exhibition of illustration here in Portugal, and part of the artists that I have there, I found them in Instagram, and I send their invitation because I like their art and I want to promote their art. Elliot has one design in the last exhibition that I done here in Portugal, and there you can see some book cover that I do for a friend's book, some poster for a theater piece, some T-shirts, and different graphics that I have done. I try to put some different stuff there, logo work. I sometimes I help the board game community with their logos and for for social media, Instagram and Facebook and things like that. When I see something that I like and that need a little help with their graphic designs, I reach them and I help them.
Cool. Yeah, let's check.
Yeah. Sorry, if I'm not mistaken, I think Ricardo did the logo design for the Singular comic, right?
Yeah.
Marv?
Yeah, both.
Yeah, excellent work. Yeah, really nice.
Fantastic. Yeah.
When the
That's gonna be on
work of the
t-shirts.
comic is good, is easier.
That's awesome.
I can share my website and you can see some other stuff. I don't know. Let me see if this work.
Yeah, I'm not a member of Instagram, so I can't show. But you can share the screen. You can send it to me, and I can bring it up. But I'm not joining Instagram. Facebook and Twitter is enough crap for me.
I'm sharing the link of my website if you want to take a look, and there you can see more graphic design projects that I have there.
All right. Let's see this one.
If you need some a website or something like that, this is a platform that I have my work. It's a free platform from Adobe. If you have an Adobe account, you can have this kind of site, and it's easy to do. And there you have some T-shirts and graphic work. I work some times ago. This is a participation that I have on Adobe site. And some of that,
Board skins, yeah.
some of that is for T-shirt fashion brands.
Nice stuff.
Many different things.
You are really soft spoken. I can barely hear you, dude.
Sorry about that. This is a new microphone, so sorry. I was telling that this is different. Some for fashion brands. I work for sometimes for Inditex Group with Zara and their brand, and I have there some design for women, from men, with different things. And at the end of the site you have more the logo part, and this is my Instagram when I post some of my work there. And there you have some logos for board games and different companies.
Cool. PCP.
Yeah, I make their logo, the logo that they are using right now.
Cool. I've seen that logo. See, I knew that. See.
I was looking to their YouTube channel, and I love what he do. So I reach him and I tell him, I like what you do, and this is a logo that I made for to you, and he liked the logo, and right now we have that in the YouTube channel. I make 2 logos, and this is what he's using right now. And
Nice.
that is a
Good
poster
job.
from the exhibition that I do in Portugal every year. We shows a team, and I send that to different artists to send me their piece, and we do that in Portugal every year.
Like it.
Yeah, different project that I have here.
Cool. So who wants to be next? Elliot, you ready?
Yeah, I got some art that I can show you guys if it's okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Oh wow.
Uh-huh.
This is a fan art I did of the character Violator from Spawn.
Yes,
Mhm.
Violator.
That is dope.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool, man.
Thanks, thank you. And here's a piece that I also did of Captain America.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
The little one's yours.
Here's this is yeah, all this stuff is from my Twitter account. This is
that from Jack Irons or
Yeah.
Cowboy.
this is what I could pull up because I did an indie comic character called Jack Irons. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
I just won a copy of that too. Of Steel Cowboy a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
I read that book.
It's a
Just
great character.
That's awesome. I just read that book. I didn't know you had any. You're part of
I
that.
did
That's
a while
awesome.
back.
That's pretty cool too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I did that while I worked with Cody. And see, I think I have some more. This is a Star Wars piece I did of Yoda.
Nice.
Yeah, it's got great artwork. I'm a big fan.
And then this is The Darkness from Mark Silvestri's creation.
There's a lot of detail in your work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I like I like taking my time with the detail. And this is the fan art piece that I did for Mars character for John Paris from the Spin.
Yeah, that's great, man. I love that piece.
This is awesome work, Elliot.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. Like the compliments and support is just too much. I really appreciate it. And here's another one I did of the turtles.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, and
That's
I'm
real
mostly
nice. Love the texture in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I did. I used a toothbrush for that. A toothbrush, and I dipped it in the ink, and I just make sure that I covered the characters properly, and I just splattered as much as I could all over the place. But yeah, that's
Dude, that's amazing.
that's some of the artwork that I have.
Frank, I'm gonna check out because we got one more guy in the background here. I'm gonna check out for a minute so you guys can talk to him too. All right. So
yeah, definitely.
Frank, it's you for a minute.
Okay. I didn't expect this because I was kind of sharing
Ryan.
a screen.
Woo! He's here. Hey man.
Pressure's on. Hey, everybody.
How you doing?
Hey, man.
So,
What's going on,
go
man?
ahead.
How you doing?
No, good. Thanks, Pop. Thanks, Frank, for running this. Thanks, Marv, for inviting me. Thanks, Elliot, for popping in. Dom for doing such an awesome Sin Killer logo, and nice to meet you in person, Lucifer Storm.
It's nice to meet you too, man. It's been a long time coming.
Right on, brother. Good to be here with you.
So, are you part of the group here, or you do your own thing, or?
I do my own thing. For years and years, I was an inker in the industry. In the last few years, I've been I stepped into doing mainly and only, I should say, independent comics. I co-created a book called Gods and Gears at Alterna that I'm writing and Dean Kotz draws, and we're currently doing an Indiegogo for an expansion book called Hammerella. That's sort of a 70s inspired cosmic adventure in the vein of like Marvel's 70s comics and 80s comics and stuff like that. I'm friends with Marv here.
Okay.
And I know Lucifer Storm a little from online, and I've recently become a fan of Elliot, and I just started following him today. But yeah,
I'll be sure to follow back. I'll be sure to.
Yeah, brother. And yeah, Marv invited me.
I'm not anywhere near my stuff. So.
Yeah,
I see that Hammerell. Okay, I see it now.
So. Yeah, and with Gods and Gears, our thing is it's sort of inspired by 80s comics and cartoons that we read and liked as a kid, and then this is sort of taking the stuff we liked from Japanese animation and European like magazines like Heavy Metal and stuff, and sort of bringing in that influence into our universe.
Mm-hmm. Now, I've noticed somebody else, one of you guys too, also on Indiegogo. Do you prefer Indiegogo over Kickstarter?
You know, for me, it was I have no like dislike of either one. Like weighing the pros and cons, it was Indiegogo's got, like Lucifer Storm mentioned, it's got that in demand that you can do for a while after, and then also for me, it was how do I say this nicely about myself? I'm kind of dumb, and Indiegogo was like, I could set up the page. Like I was like, hey, everything I click and think about is like, it was all intuitive and like really kind of simple for me. And I was like, I didn't have to keep running off to a friend to be like, hey, what do I got to click to do this? How do I do this? How do I do this? It all like, I went to experiment and it all started coming together. And I was like, well, I really like this. So for me, it was like the manageability of putting the page together. And then also kind of the way you can set it up with the perks and the add-ons and everything for the shopping experience for the reader, I thought was pretty cool. But I honestly, I don't have a problem with either one. I'd consider doing both as well.
Yeah, like I said, I was just curious because I know some people have Kickstarters, some people have Indiegogos, so I was always wondering what the difference was, why people like one particular thing over the other, that kind of thing. So
yeah, it was a matter of like looking at those things, and then like I said, like this is a ship I know I can steer, you know.
Gotcha.
So it worked for me.
So do you have like a website and stuff people could check out, or social media and stuff too?
My name that you can see right there, Ryan Wynn. You can go to ryanwynn.com, and that'll take you to Twitter, which is @RyanWynn, and it'll take you to the Hammerella page. It'll take you to my YouTube, where we're doing a bunch of live videos now, but weekly we do an ink along where I draw up an image. You can print it up and ink along with me. So basically everything at ryanwynn.com. You can bounce over there and get all the info you want or don't want.
Or don't want.
Yeah, there might be too much for you.
So can I assume you do most of the artwork, or?
On our regular series, Gods and Gears, I just write in color, and Dean Kotz handles the pencils and inks. But on Hammerella, since this is sort of a one-shot, we're going to be treating it like an annual. I'm going to be doing the writing and the art. It's going to kind of be my little once-a-year project that I get to draw, because I draw a little slower. I'm not that fast, but I still want to have that one thing I can plan on doing. And we figured this would be a good way to do that and allow Dean to continue on with the regular Gods and Gears series. So we can kind of keep both things going, keep us both busy, and then use Hammerell to like expand the universe, because we have our regular series, and then these one shots are going to be kind of like, let's go a different part of the universe, meet some new characters.
They all part of the same world, though?
Yeah, they're all under the same umbrella, and there's going to be there's going to be things in the story that tie them together, but you don't have to have read Gods and Gears to get Hammerella and vice versa.
Gotcha. Okay.
Like it's a single reading experience, but there will be things that you'll learn in there that if you've read Gods and Gears, yeah, you'll be like, hey, I get that. I know what that's from.
Okay.
I see this or that.
I understood that reference. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I understood that reference. So what inspires you to create this kind of stuff?
Well, years and years ago, when I met Dean, I saw his artwork, and he's got this kind of timeless quality to his artwork where you could drop his stuff in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, or 80s, and it kind of fit. So as soon as I saw him, I was like, I want to do an adventure comic with this guy. And this was easily 10 years ago, back in the DeviantArt days. We were hanging out, and yeah, we got to talking, and there were just so many things we loved about storytelling from the 60s to like the mid 80s that we loved. There was this all ages style and approach that was given, that basically an adult could read a story and be like, this is so cool, I want my kid to read it. And that's kind of what we wanted to do with Gods and Gears. Was we're gonna basically shoot for the dads and try to make it so cool the dads are like, I know my kid doesn't read that many comics, but I think they're gonna like this. I think.
Well, that's my next question. I was curious, is it more for like just adults, is it all ages, or we're gonna,
It's as much all ages as we can make. It's not written down for kids in any way, but we kind of avoid like a certain amount of blood, gore, sexual innuendo. We kind of avoid a lot of those things that we don't. I mean, I love those things in other books, and I've drawn horror books. Like, I love that stuff, but for this particular project, we were like, let's make this a thing that like the parent has no problem. Like the parent wants to give this to the kid, and but also as a kid, I never wanted anything that said young adult or teen or this is for kids. Like by the time I was 10, I was like, give me that Stephen King, give me something scary. Yeah, I mean, my mom was cool. She had me reading that stuff at such a young age. Like I didn't even like register the sex stuff going on in certain books, like It and stuff like that went right past me because I was just young and scared of the monster. Like that's like the only thing I was worried about. But so we wanted to have that edge too, that like once the kid gets it in their hand, they're like, okay, this is cool. There's no brains, there's no gore, but the adventure is fun. The heart that we put into it, the characterization we get, you're going to identify with these kids, and you're going to have fun on their adventure. It's sort of Goonies meets Indiana Jones for the main guy.
Oh, okay. It's a good way of describing it. Okay.
Yeah,
awesome.
We got two young boys, and they're kind of adventuring through the world, chasing down ancient alien magics and having fun with that, and racing cars and hot air balloons and things like that. It's all big action wrapped around the story of these two young boys. And then Hammerella, we're going way out into space, way out into the cosmos, and we're going to meet some more of these cosmic beings and their adventure with giant monsters, giant mechs, all this fun stuff.
Now, with a title like Hammerella, I'm assuming it has a lot to do with that hammer.
Correct. She is a
like Thor hammer.
A little bit. That's the thing I didn't do well enough, was to make sure that this didn't sell as like female Thor or a Thor analog. Really, like I mean, obviously I'm a product of Marvel Comics from the 80s, so I love the X-Men annual that Art Adams drew, where Aurora gets her own hammer, and the story. Yeah, Elliot knows what I'm talking about. The story for that was awesome. The art's inspiring, and that's all inside me. But our stuff, our gods are pretty much just aliens. We don't have any direct analogs to any of the Norse gods or Greek gods. There's no one-for-ones at all. We've kind of used them as inspiration for power settings. Like Hammerell is half demigod, and she's half this war witch. So she's going to be super strong. She's going to be able to crush giant monsters and robots with her hammer. But the hammer also works as a magic wand from the half of her that's a witch. So this story, we're going to sort of learn how those powers mix and how and what she's able to summon with her magic smashing wand.
Pardon me.
No problem.
Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds good. I'm a big fan of Art Adams and everything from Marvel in the 80s, and all that's great stuff. Great stuff. Look forward to that.
Yeah, that's I'm diving in and doing as much as drawing as much as I can from those inspirations. Walt Simonson, Art Adams, Michael Golden, just all that stuff. And trying to, it's obviously my own style, and I'm not saying I work at that level, but I'm trying to just incorporate their inspiration.
Yeah, like Russ, the way the only death can save us. something like that, right? To
Yeah.
to the
Yeah.
to the masters, right?
Yeah, like how look at I'm like, how would they do this? And I try to do something that cool in my own way.
How many days you have to end your
We
campaign?
got 16 days. We're close to 90%. We're at 88 or 89%. We got 16 days left. So I think we can do it. I'm out there pushing every day. We're going live as much as possible, and we've been we had a big goal, but we have big plans, and I think we're gonna make it. And I can't wait to be able to bring.
Just out of curiosity, what do you mean by big goal? Like how much were you?
We set it for 12,
Okay.
which does cover the costs and everything. Like this is basically, I wanted to put the number out there that it ensures delivery and ensures everything that we've promised with our backer bonuses, because we're giving out trading cards. With every 50 backers, you get a new trading card with exclusive art and all that.
Mhm.
And I understood the system, and now that I know we can get some backers. I know people trust us with stuff. I'm like, oh, okay, next time we could probably set a smaller goal, reach that, and use the Indiegogo algorithm to help us keep trending. But I didn't want to take a chance and hit a number that was so low that we couldn't guarantee delivery at the date we'd want to guarantee this, February, March, something like that. We wanted to be like, this is the promise, so that you're going to get this, and we're going to be using this to continue the regular Gods and Gears series. So this gets 5, 6, 7, 8 going. This gets Hammerella in your hands, and this gets us all set up for shipping all that stuff out next year, because we're going to be doing a lot of distribution on our own with Alterna and stuff like that.
Sounds good.
I hope so.
Sorry. I got distracted.
No, not at all. No, I didn't mean it that way. I mean, I'm honest. Like, I hope it does sound good to people, because we're trying.
No, Pops was just texting me. Apparently, there's only so many people in the room. I was like, okay, no.
Gotcha. Yeah, they do a limit like that. Oh no.
I can do that too.
The captain has taken the ship back over.
I was just like, letting him know that I'm still out here. I'm still doing the share screens and all that. I just was giving him his opportunity to co-host the CRoM Con, because he's only got an hour left. So here he is.
I've been co-hosting this thing since noon. Yeah, I took a couple of breaks, but
you got demoted a level.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I thought I was over there to the side, but what happened? I feel like the Brady Bunch now. Yeah, the story.
All right, that was fun.
Yeah, but I've been helping them out since 12 noon, and I only took a couple of tiny small breaks here and there. But I'm sure I'll help them out again if he wants help, because I told him before that I worked in radio for a while. I did radio for 1988 to 1989 to 2009. So worked at different radio stations all over Ohio. And then,
I can hear it in your voice. You
Well,
I mean that in a bad way. I mean that in a good way.
Yeah, we're just going to say the same thing. He's got a voice for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I do voiceovers now for different internet videos and that kind of stuff, and
cool.
some radio, TV commercials and stuff like that. But I went and got a professional mic, because I heard we were talking to somebody earlier today who looked like he bought a big professional microphone, and he said, "Oh, he spent $300-$400 on this," and they go, "Well, I spent $800 on this thing." It's what a lot of people in the industry use, and you can hear it when big guys who do trailer voice, like In a World. It's made for that kind of thing, and I wanted that kind of microphone to last. And this thing is a workhorse. I mean, has a cast iron thing around it, and so it'll last me a long time. So, but yeah, that's the only reason I wanted to try and help out one time, because I do have a comic book out too, but I didn't want to have this be about me. I want to help him out, because I know he does a lot for all the comic book industry, and he does a lot for independent comics and has this CRoM Con thing. I was like, maybe he needs a break. I'll help him out a little bit and use my radio experience to ask questions of people. So,
You're
but of course,
gravitas.
I've been doing it since noon, so I'm kind of getting burned out a little bit. I'm sure you probably understand.
Yeah, I would say that's as expected.
Yeah, my radio shows when I was on the radio was usually 3 to 4 hours. This is 6, so it's a little bit longer.
No, and it's going to feel like 12 when you're done.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, exactly. And and Pops deserves a break every now and then too. So
sometimes I'll do an hour live stream, and afterwards, like my wife's like, "Hey, let's go do something." I'm like, I need to like sit for a little bit. I just
just need to chill for a little bit.
Yeah.
Rest my voice or something. Yeah. Now, before we the whole time here is up. Let's get your website and your social media stuff so people can follow you and stuff.
Yeah, so everything all together is found at ryanwinn.com, RYANWINN. And you can get links to my Twitter, which I'm at Ryan Winn, and you can DM me there if you've got questions or follow me. I'll usually follow back if I remember. And it also has links to my YouTube where I do weekly videos, live and
you do art videos, I'm assuming?
Videos. Yes, we do drawing videos and inking videos where you can print up the pencil piece that I'm inking and you can ink along with me. And give instructions and tell stories and stuff like that. It's sort of used to get people to feel brave enough to ink. It's not about like how badass of an inker are you. It's about, hey, can you get yourself to pick up the brush and try to be
for someone who doesn't draw, tell me what's the difference between the inking and just drawing.
So the inking is literally taking the ink and applying the black and white line art to the pencil drawing, then erasing the pencil and just having that final stage, that final piece pre-colored.
So the drawing is kind of like a sketch with a pencil, and then there's
exactly.
inking. Okay, makes sense.
Like we did one for my friend Rob Geronimo. He has a book called Wirehead out now about a cybernetic slasher. So the other night I had him on, and people were able to print this up and ink along with us.
Interesting, cool.
So yeah, so we encourage people. We have a bunch of people, regulars.
Sounds great.
You join in sometime. We have like industry professionals that join. We got people that have never inked that join, because like I said, it's all about trying it out and trying to see what your style looks like. If you don't draw, you don't have to. The drawing's already done for you. And it's pretty clean line. I even provide the final inks in a blue line form. So it's, if you really want a clean thing to trace over, you can just do that. So you get the pencils or the inks in blue line, you print them up and have at it. And we usually have a pretty good time. I tell stories from my time in the industry and stuff like that. So it's usually a good time. Check it out.
Yeah,
I'm trying to follow you on Twitter and everything else right now before I forget. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll follow you back later for sure. Once I'm
off.
It
sounds great.
Yeah, the more the merrier, man. Always feel free to join and participate. I try to share everyone's videos. I'm getting better at all that stuff, so I'm getting a little more polished in my edits and chopping and cutting.
Chopping and cutting. Okay.
And we are going live.
It's always good
I'm gonna have everyone on soon. Sorry,
nice.
go ahead.
Yeah, so it's always good to get inside tips on how to like do proper inking and inking techniques. It's always good to learn that stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, I try to even little tips on like how do you make this with the hand, like what kind of flicking technique, where your wrist. I get into all that technical stuff too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Nice.
I try to learn to draw a little bit from watching YouTube videos, and mostly it's just like a little sketch here and there. I mean, in fact, this is a tiny bit embarrassing, but who's that?
Oh man, I can't see on my phone. Oh, there we go.
Kim Possible.
There we go.
Impossible.
Impossible for sure.
It's a sketch, but I'm not that good at drawing, so.
Yeah, but you did it, you know?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the thing
exactly. I did it.
about
And
doing it, that's a major step, you know?
And now you have to ink it.
Now I have to ink it. I did a couple other ones. There's one upstairs I did. I think it was the character Anne on, what's that TV show called? Amphibia. She's the girl with the twigs in her hair. Anyway, she was easy to draw because she was just a big circle. It's like her hair is a big circle, or her face is more, circlish.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, I'm more of a writer. I kind of want to learn that, so maybe I'll start watching your channel to learn how to sketch and then ink and stuff like that. So that'd be pretty cool.
It's it's fun. Join up and let's see your progress.
Awesome. So what? Let's see here. What else we got going on here? Who else? Because I know we only have so much time until 5 o'clock. So who else wants to plug some of their stuff going on?
I don't know
Yeah,
if you can see my name, but you can anybody who's watching the stream or watching the show, you can find me on Twitter, Elliot Rodriguez at Nigma85. I think I typed it here somewhere. And I post artwork. I post new art every week, and I usually reposting old stuff also. So for the newer followers, and I really want to. I just also want to say thank you very much to Marv for the invitation. Thank you for Pops for organizing this. Thank you for everybody for participating, and I really appreciate your support and help. And I look forward to seeing these projects come out. I'll be sure to take a look at Hammerella and Sin Killer and Turcona also for future, so I can support them because. As you guys were saying earlier, the fan base is what drives this, and it's really good to support everybody as much as you can. I'm an avid collector of all the indie stuff that I see, and I try my best to support and tweet and blast as much as I can so people can see the artwork and the projects. It's a lot of talent out there, and it's really good to be able to be a part of that also. And just one thing that I wanted also to show Marv before I get off, just 1 second if you allow me.
Okay.
No, I want to play the Jeopardy thing. Do 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 do.
Yeah, sorry. No, I just wanted to show
okay.
more of the actual artwork.
Yeah.
This is the actual 8 by 11 artwork of
That's gonna
John
be
Paris.
in the first.
I wish
issue,
I wish hopefully. Yeah. It's a lot of. I really like
there's
this
a lot of
piece. I really like
detail
how it
in
turned
that.
out, and it took me a
Thanks,
while to
man.
finish, but it was worth it, and it was good.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and thank you very much again, guys, for all the support.
Thank you for coming in, man. Thanks, man.
It was awesome meeting you, Elliot.
Yeah.
Now we have.
Likewise,
I know we have.
likewise. Good to meet everybody.
We have a lot more people in this. Who else wants to give a plug? Because I know we only have here till 5, I think, right?
Yeah. I can bounce right now too if you need.
No. I'm just trying to make sure everybody gets their time to sort of plug their own stuff. You know.
I've already rabbited on about mine enough, so.
Yeah, I can go too.
Just signed up on the email for Lady Satan.
Oh, nice one!
Yeah.
Thank you, Ryan. That's awesome, man. I'm gonna have to get you on my channel at some point.
Yeah, and I'll be tweeting that out too, brother. This looks awesome. This looks really good.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Love her outfit. Love her whole design. I love her whole design. Yeah.
That's the one thing I tried to do too. It's like, even though my stuff is more family friendly or my stuff is more for all ages, I do enjoy all kinds of stuff. It's like, I'm a guy. I find sexy things sexy.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not dead.
No, it's funny. That's why I clarified too earlier. I'm like, well, we didn't want too much gore. I'm like, not that I don't like gore. I mean, I drew a Friday the 13th piece yesterday where Jason's punching the guts out of a girl. So I like that. I like that stuff. I just was like, but like you, I was like, let's qualify that.
Yeah, let's just make sure we know it.
It's amazing that almost everyone I appear on a stream with, they're all, when they talk about their book, they're always like, oh yes, we go for action, not violence. We go for love, not sex. And I'm like, yeah, I do the complete opposite. Whatever this guy says, I do the opposite of that.
And everybody has their own way of, showing their art and their stories and whatever else. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I talked to this one guy. God, he wrote some kind of fanfic, but it was very Saw oriented.
Yeah.
And it was just a fanfic, but it's like, okay, that's kind of interesting. It's kind of cool. It's not my thing, but it's when I read the story, I was like, oh, okay, I see where you're going with that. Yeah.
If you want, I put a link if you want to share that. This is the exhibition that I was talking about. And when you can see work from around the world, and Elliot has a piece there, and Marv too. This year, the team, you can see there the theme of the exhibition was social media, and we have pieces from the UK, Japan, Australia, Spain, and I asked the artists to send me what they think about the team, and they send photos, they send illustration, sometimes embroideries. I have the link there if you want to take a look of the project. The project is named Mostrar, and everybody wants to be part of the project. Just has to send me an email.
I had to come back in so I could say goodbye to everybody. Because,
Yeah,
Oh,
thank you. Yeah.
You want to say bye to everybody too?
Thank you, Doc, for the opportunity.
Yeah, thanks,
Doc.
man.
Yeah,
Or
this has
Pop,
been
I'm
awesome.
sorry. I was just
Yeah,
talking
thank
to
you.
Doc. Thank you, Pops, for the opportunity.
Doc will be with us tomorrow. He will. Yeah, I just wanted to say I appreciate all you guys coming out. If you're not part of the Comic Related Madness, join the Comic Related Madness, because that's where we do all the networking, and that's where I can expose you guys to other fan bases.
Okay.
That's where it's at. Facebook Comic Related Madness. That's
Yeah, exactly.
where I built what
That's incredible.
that's where I built what this has become. Okay, so that's really where all the networking and everything goes on all month long. This is just 2 days out of the month that we do it here, but we do it all month long. It's all
Yeah.
about promoting what you guys are doing. So join the madness, share what you got.
Thank you very much.
You bet, man. Let's look. I love doing this, guys. So it's not like it's not like I'm going like too far out of my way or anything. I enjoy doing this. I have a good time. I love making sure what you guys are doing. Quit whistling in my ear, boy.
I was not.
You were too. Right my ear. Quit that. Stop.
I was not.
Okay, so like I said, thank you guys all for coming out. I totally appreciate it. Had a blast. It was great meeting all you guys. I hope to see you again soon. And like I said, man, when we don't need CRoM Con anymore, I'll probably be doing launch parties and countdowns for people's crowdfunders. So I mean, it's not like we're gonna stop doing something to keep things moving. But once you got tables back up, you won't really need this particular thing anymore. So
yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to take a second to thank you again, Pops, for organizing this. Thank you also, Marv, for the invitation, and thank you, Ricardo, also for organizing the event from Mostrar. That was an incredible honor of mine to be able to submit a piece for that and to participate in that. Also, my everybody here, my family was tripping out when they saw the picture of my artwork in the gallery. Really, really great stuff. And yeah, I'm going to be looking forward to supporting everybody's work, everybody's comic. And yeah, thank you once again for organizing all this. This is great stuff. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, man.
Thank you so much.
Pops. Thank you, Marv. Take care, everyone.
Bye bye.
All right. You guys all have a great weekend, man. And
Bye, Ryan. Bye, Pop.
You guys be safe.
Thanks, Marv. Keep whistling, buddy.
Yeah, keep whistling.
Peace.
Take
All
care.
right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Thank you.
You bet. Thanks, you guys, for coming out, man. I totally appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye bye.
And our next guest, Marv, you might know that guy.
Hey, everyone.
Hello.
It's Shinobi.
Yeah, my name is Sean from 8-Bit Shinobi. I'm currently working on the comic book series Paranormal Academy, and we just started our launch on Indiegogo not too long ago.
Let me get that one up.
Okay.
If you want, I can leave.
Let's see.
If you want, I can leave, Pops.
There's a whole bunch of paranormal academies, man. The movies and everything. What's up? I guess I got to go to Indiegogo and find it, right?
Do you want me to put it in the link?
That'd probably be the best idea, so we can click on right on it. Yeah.
Right on. The madness. Don't just join the madness. Subscribe to the to this YouTube channel too. We love that. All right, we got.
All right, put it in the private chat.
There you go. All right. Let's see.
Well, there we are. Okay.
Because I want to share the screen and get it up here where everybody can see it. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Marv, thanks for coming out. Thanks for coming out. It was great seeing you, man.
Yeah, you too. Bye-bye.
And
Thank you so much for having me, and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Especially
Thank you
for
so
bringing
much.
everybody out, man, for bringing everybody else out. Totally appreciate that. Like I said, I
Anytime.
love being able to get the extra exposure, man, for people. So that was awesome. You have great people.
If you need anything, just give me a holler, okay?
All right.
Bye-bye. See you. Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
All right, we got a share screen coming up here. Oops, what happened?
I don't know. What happened to him?
That. Hold up, just hang on, Shinobi. I got you. I got to get the share screen up first, though, or I'll blow it all. All right, now back to him. Okay, there he is.
All right. So this is my campaign. It's like a little bit of a merging of things. I did a lot of themed parties where I'd make Japanese food and we'd play games and stuff, and I was working on a comic book at the same time. So that's where the idea came for of having an arcade bar and having our comics be in like a library and having other independent creators be in our library at the arcade bar. So that's kind of where we merged the ideas together. We also made we make like themed cocktails. This is my my Dragon of the Flame Darkness from Yu Yu Hakusho.
What?
Reminds me of like the 80s when that one song came out, Funky Cole Medina.
Yeah.
The Funky Cole Medina.
Did you see that? He's got his own drinks.
Yeah, so it's we're also making a cocktail book called Nerdy Cocktails and how to make them. And there's also recipes on how to make your own flavored extracts. To make your own flavored extracts, we make slushy with like ice cream mix. We call that a float. And we also have a cocktail of our own character, Kitsu, called the Foxfire cocktail.
Now, are these alcoholic drinks or they can be anything?
They're alcoholic drinks, but
Okay.
a few of them they can be modified, like the Secret of the Ooze cocktail.
Mm-hmm.
It's because when you make it, it's like a slime, and then you put the alcohol in last. So if you want it for a kid's party, you just give them the
slime.
The green
the
stem
slime.
thing?
Yeah.
Turtle ooze. The turtle
Yeah,
ooze.
the Secret of the Ooze.
Secret of the Ooze looks pretty cool.
Yeah, we my daughter loves Ninja Turtles, so that's what made me want to do that cocktail. So I just made this slime drink for their party, and everyone loved it. We did like Ninja Turtles everything.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, that is awesome. I ain't even gonna lie. That is freaking awesome.
Now, you said your daughter likes Ninja Turtles. Does she like the Ninja Turtles series, like on the cartoon? Because in the early 2000s, I think there was one that was where April was some kind of a kung fu artist and stuff, or she just liked the comics.
Yeah, she likes that one. She also likes the live action one too.
Okay.
That's like the first live action movie that she actually sat through. Because usually she just liked animated movies, and then real life movies she didn't like, but she saw the Turtles. She just sat down and didn't move.
Now, okay, just like curiosity, how old is your daughter?
She's 4 turning 5.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, when my daughter was 7, that's when I created my little superhero girl Turkana behind me, and she kind of. It's funny. My girl was 7, and she said, "Daddy, I don't like princesses anymore. I like superheroes." That's where I got the idea from. That was the seed of the idea where I came up, because she's the one that told me that. So in honor of that, I kind of the superhero's named Turkana, but yet I named the alter ego after my daughter Paige. So
Well,
the alter ego is Paige.
we named our daughter Ileana after Magic from X-Men.
Okay.
Yeah. And that right there is our custom-made arcade unit.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it comes with 20,000 games, and the side panels and the top, you could put any design that our guy has in stock, and it'll be like like the machines. They'll have the artwork on it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
And
my question for this is, how well are these built? Because we've seen some that just can't stand up to the rigors of gaming.
Oh, the joysticks we use are the good.
I mean, the whole. I've seen the cabinets fall apart from people just like that are, enthusiastic gamers.
Yeah.
Right, like that.
Yeah. Well, we actually use quality wood for it. It's really sturdy.
Okay.
And the joysticks that we use are the top of the line ones, like the ones that you'd see in the arcades.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've seen the Walmart ones.
Oh, these are so much better. Like the wood is like a lot thicker. Like it's like the Walmart ones are like this. Ours is like about this thick.
Okay.
And it's like close to like 200 pounds. Like you need 2 people to carry that thing. Like the Walmart one, I could just pick it up like that and just carry it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember playing video games in the 80s, like Pac-Man, Centipede, Asteroids, that kind of stuff. So those machines were built good back then.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Now you say these that custom arcade has so many games built. What kind of games are built into it?
It's basically we have a list, and people can be like, okay, this is what I want on it.
Oh, okay.
And then we'll look for it in the system, and then we'll find one that's more suitable to them, and we'll organize them like alphabetized. So when you're searching for the game, you could find it. Like I know I saw one multicade, it had like 5,000 games, but you had to search through 5,000 titles just to find what.
Oh, wow. Keep scrolling, huh?
Yeah, you might be scrolling for hours.
You basically never saw thousands of the games you could have played.
Yeah.
I can't imagine scrolling through 5,000 anything.
Yeah, that's quite a bit.
It's
like scrolling through your Facebook page trying to find what you did last year.
Yeah. Have you ever gone through your friends list to screen out the people who killed their accounts and stuff?
Oh yeah.
Going through 1,000 people takes a long time.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, a real long time. Trust me.
Yeah.
So this is on Indiegogo, right?
Yeah, this is on Indiegogo right now.
Okay. Now I've asked this question before, and I'm always curious. Why did you choose Indiegogo over Kickstarter?
A lot of my supporters, they highly recommended Indiegogo, and I'm the type of guy, if someone refers me to something, I would go with what someone referred me over, because like the data could say one thing or another, but you know the person, and you know that they're trustworthy. They're gonna want to recommend you the better products.
I biggest reason I asked, and I've been asking this all day long because I'm the co-host just until 6. I know some people use Indiegogo, some people use Kickstarter, and I tried a Kickstarter probably like 6 months ago, back in April, and it failed. Thinking, well, maybe if I do another one, maybe I'll try Indiegogo just to kind of see if it does any better. I mean, I don't know if it will or not, but just I'm kind of leaning toward Indiegogo now because a lot of people are using Indiegogo. Okay. Got any questions, Pops?
Well, actually, what I was doing right now is I was posting that up on Facebook with the little also the link to the CRoM Con, letting everybody know. Not Facebook, I mean Twitter. I was just like letting people know that Sean's here on Twitter.
Okay.
On CRoM Con right now on Twitter and posting this up there at the same time. I'm just doing my networking thing. That's when you're up here talking and I'm off screen. That's all I'm doing is sharing and sharing and doing. I mean, just trying to do all that stuff, man. Because
now, what are those two things in the picture there on your Indiegogo?
That right there, those look like joysticks. Like,
you mean the wands?
The one, yeah, I was wondering what they were. I was because I can just see a picture here. So
they're for the virtual reality system. So they allow you to like pick things up, or like you could like punch with them, and because you have the headset on, it feels like those joysticks are like your hands.
Oh, awesome!
And like, I think because you have that thing on, it kind of tricks you in making you think that it's heavier than it actually is. Because I'm lifting this thing, I'm like, I know this is a joystick, but it feels like it weighs a lot more than that.
That's pretty cool.
So it's kind of like a Wii controller.
Yeah, it's like
it's kind of like that. But it at the bottom it has like a little trigger thing, so it feels like you're gripping it when you're moving the trigger handle.
Mm-hmm.
So it feels like you're picking something up when you're pulling the back handle trigger.
Now, I'm also curious. This is, you said, part of but are there comics involved in this? I guess.
Yes, there are comics involved in this. We're also developing our comic book that we're working on. It's called Paranormal Academy.
Okay.
And
is there a project like an Indiegogo Kickstarter for that too, or is there a website people can go to?
It's actually on here if you scroll down.
Okay.
So that's the Paranormal Cat right there.
Okay.
And that's the main character, Kitsune, the fox spirit. And then I have original art for the variant covers.
Mm-hmm.
So that's Kitsune, the original design, and that top one is Blue, the blue elven prince.
Okay. Well, is there any way you can tell me a little bit about the story? Or
yeah, sure.
Okay.
So basically, what happened was that all the creatures, the fantasy creatures, and wizards and all that, they felt like the human world, like our world, was becoming too toxic. So they decided that they were going to leave to another dimension. So they left to a dimension called Paranor, kind of a play on word with the name.
Mm-hmm.
And what ended up happening was once they left, all the demons and evil spirits that were in the mortal world were starting to infect their world. So they realized that they had to go back and combat that. So they started a military academy where they trained the next generation of students. So once the students would go through the program, they would at the end of their graduation ceremony, they'd go in with teams and fight off the evil and then come back to their dimension.
Interesting. Okay.
So the main character, his name is Blue, and the fox spirit Kitsune. Blue is the, like I said, he's the elven prince, but he's gone through like a lot of trauma and like events. He doesn't want to be a fighter anymore. He doesn't want to have anything to do with it. He just wants to like party and like numb the pain. And I kind of like tease why he's like that, but not like, like I give like little tidbits of why he's the way he is. So his father is the king, and he's like, yeah, you can't be doing this. You need to actually straighten your life up. So he gives him an ultimatum. He's like, join the academy or we're gonna exile you. So he's kind of being forced to join and fight, but he's still trying to get out, trying to find a way out of it. But along the way, he meets some new characters. He meets the Orin, the goblin white mage, Golem, a kid who's unable to walk, but he got the magic golem from the goblin, and it's like a rock armor around him, and it allows him to like control the earth, kind of like earthbenders from Avatar.
Okay.
Yeah, like how they're able to manipulate the ground. And then he meets the necromancer Nero, and he's part of their group. He's that character, he has a lot of like hidden power, and he's like afraid to use his power. So whenever he's placed in a conflict situation, he tries to avoid it because he's afraid to use his full potential and hurt people.
Okay.
And then you have Allison, the mage in training, who's trying to live up to the potential of her mother, who's like the greatest mage ever. So she's always pushing herself harder and harder just to be able to live up to that potential.
I'm sure that the term mage has been around for quite some time, but the first time I heard it was on The Dragon Prince, the series on Netflix.
Oh yeah, I saw that. It's a good series.
Oh, that's a really good. It's from the same creators as Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yeah,
Oh,
at least
that's
one of
why.
the creators anyway. But yeah, one of this main guys, he's a mage, and he finds out there's magic everywhere, not just, but you don't need a rock, you don't need this, anyway.
I love the Avatar.
But that's the first time I heard the word mage.
This is awesome. You got so many different things going on here. I was looking at the tiles.
I actually have some on me, the tiles and the pixel art.
Hold up.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
See, I mean, I was trying to look at everything you got going on there. It's like you got a good little store going on your Indiegogo page.
Mm-hmm.
And that's,
Yeah, so this one, my brother handcrafts them. He's my partner. He's the one that does all the building stuff. And the tile art, at a convention, I met a local artist that made these. So we teamed up, and we're like, we'll get this product for the Indiegogo campaign. She's actually contributed some for our contests and stuff, and she's giving me some of her artwork at a reduced rate, and some of them she's given me a handful of like one of her sets free of charge. So she's been very helpful. We've been helping each other out, promoting each other. So this is the Ninja Turtles one, and she has like a large collection of everything from pop culture, so TV shows, video games, movies, or just like popular sayings. She could put that on a tile, and you can use it for almost anything. Like you can make like a whole wall of it. You can make like maybe even the floor, or it could be like a good coaster, or like there's so much you could do with it if you like use your imagination.
I was just gonna say a coaster might be good too. Yeah. So where do people find you on Facebook and Twitter and stuff?
So on Twitter, I'm H Shinobi at H Shinobi. Twitter, Facebook. We're 8-Bit Shinobi on Facebook, and we're also on YouTube, 8-Bit Shinobi. My YouTube channel, I do like all my playthroughs of all my games, so people have a sense of the games that we have in our library.
Oh, okay.
We have a lot of rare games. I try to go after the ones that you can't find very easily. So it's like when you come in, like it's games that you've never played. Like I have the Street Fighter game right here.
I saw that in the background there.
Yeah, and we have the Terminator Terminator game over. There you go. Over there.
Wasn't there more than one Street Fighter game?
For pinball, I think there was only one, and they did make a lot of them.
Okay. Because I thought there was like more video games of Street Fighter, but
There's video games of it, but the pinball, the pinball one, there was only so many of them.
Mm-hmm.
But there's like a ton of Street Fighter games.
Yeah, I guess I thought there was a lot of Street Fighter game, but then again, pinball is a little bit different. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're blowing up over here, guys.
Oh, nice.
We're
That's
blowing
always
up.
good.
The members list is blowing up. The subscribers are blowing up. It's a good day.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
All because I was co-hosting. I'm just kidding.
It's always the guests, bro. It's not,
I know. I'm just kidding.
it's always the guests. It's you guys.
Well, it's like Archer said. It's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I followed a few people that I've been talking to throughout the day on Twitter and on Instagram and stuff, and so yeah, I'm sure they probably maybe followed me back too. Oh boy, I mean, I don't know how Pops does that. I gotta tell you, I don't know how, because he's here for like 6 hours doing this. I'm like getting exhausted, and that's why I took a couple of small breaks earlier. Because I had to go. I had to go to the bathroom now, but I figured I'll just wait till this guy comes in.
It's no, I mean, like the first time I did this, when I did the 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, dude, that was crazy. I don't think I can do 3 days anymore.
Without having a co-host.
Well, I mean, even
I'm doing a 2-day event end of the month. It's called Ottawa VCon, which you could find on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
we're starting a virtual convention, and it's like it's unlike any other platform that you've seen. It has like tables on the platform, and if you click on them, that's like a table of like 8 people. So like if you want to have like a games table there for people to play games, 8 people could join that and play a game there, and we could also have vendors on those tables. So we're trying out this software that I use for a networking event, and I thought this could be a good replacement for Comic Cons until we're able to get back to them.
That's interesting.
Well, the premise was kind of like it was thought about, where we do like tables that you click on and stuff. And that was like an idea that somebody else had for where they wanted this to go. And it was a great idea, but it wasn't what I was trying to do, which was, keep it a free and open platform. I mean, if you came out right now and what you wanted to do was have your table set up and you wanted to sell books or sell what you're selling, anything on your Indiegogo, you can do that. This is your time. It's not I have to interview you type thing. This is your time to do whatever you want to do with it. And most people have just gravitated to the promotion part of it. It's like a long infomercial.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But there are those people like we've had a few vendors come out, and that's what they did was set up their table and sold stuff. It's just what can you do in 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's like I only have so much time that, I mean, what we can do, we do best we can,
Like Pops, your idea for next month, the 15-minute pitch, that'd be something perfect for me because I don't have a Kickstarter or an Indiegogo or anything to plug, except for the comics I already have. So that'd be that. I can't wait for next weekend, next month.
That's gonna be like speed dating.
Speed dating, yeah.
Come out here, you're gonna say what you got to say and get out.
Yeah, there you go. Bada boom, bada bing, bada boom.
I remember back in the day, I went to a comic convention and they had a comic version of that. And then there was like one of those, the panel ones where you'd have a bunch of guys and one girl, and then the girl would ask all the guys the questions and then pick one of them. I went to one of those.
Kind of like the old dating game, right?
Yeah, but we were all in cosplay.
Oh, that'd be pretty interesting. Okay.
So I wonder if all my white makeup turned the chick off.
What were you cosplaying at?
Interesting. That was pretty cool.
I was cosplaying as Orochimaru from Naruto.
Okay.
So I had the white makeup on and the Japanese robe and the hat. I actually still have it here.
Oh,
This
okay.
is my hat.
Hold on. Let me see. What are we looking at here? Oh, let me see. Here's it.
It's a Japanese straw hat.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you know who wears those, right? Turtles in Secret of the Ooze.
No, another person who wears one of those.
Who?
Master Blue.
Oh.
Jago.
Oh.
Yeah.
There you go.
I know the kids love that one.
See, he's going to be out here interviewing people. You watch. He's going to be out here soon. He's got questions. Mr. Phil, what's up, brother?
Hello.
Hello.
What's up, Frank? What's up, Shinobi and Pops?
Hey.
Man.
So is Phil next?
No, Phil is actually my tech guy.
I just
okay.
dropped in to say, hey,
Um,
see what kind of trouble Frank's getting, Pops.
I bet. I don't know how Pops does it, man. He's here doing this thing the whole like 12 hours when he does. I'm worn out after 6.
Now look, we
that's where the madness comes in.
Yeah, there you go. I told you it's something that I love to do. If I didn't love doing this, come on, man, it wouldn't be. If I wasn't having a good time, yeah, we wouldn't be doing it. It's something I love to do. I get really kind of embarrassed and stuff when everybody thanks me all the time for this because I'm having fun, y'all. It's not like I'm working. It's not like this is a drag and I really need those accolades. I'm having a blast. I thank you guys for coming out.
And even this is a little bit different than a normal Comic-Con too. I mean, a lot with Comic-Cons, people come to your table. You can wave hi. You can shake hands. You can.
But
this is a little bit different.
But there's a part that sucks, and that's when I got to say, Shinobi, thanks for coming out, bro. But we got somebody in backstage that's coming out next.
All right, well, thanks for having me.
Hey, man, it was great seeing you. You're always welcome. Make sure you get involved in the madness. Make sure you're posting, letting people know what you're doing, because you got a lot of good stuff going on, man.
Bye.
Yep, here we go. See, he's going to be taking over here soon. You watch. You take it easy, Sean. It's good seeing you, man.
Take care. It's good seeing you. Bye.
And
Teenage
Phil,
Mutant Ninja
how you
Turtles.
doing, dude?
I'm doing, man. I'm doing. How you guys doing?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm gonna take a quick pee break. I'll be right back.
Phil's here. I'm running now. All I got
See you
a
later.
chance.
I'll see you later.
Javi, what's up,
Mr. Hot
dude?
Flashner, how you doing, brother?
How you guys doing?
It's great, man. I'm having a great day. Do me a favor, drop me a link for whatever you want in the private chat there so we can put it up here in the, make sure people see what you got going on.
I got you.
Just because it's all part of the promotional, I'm having a great day though. Phil, it's good to see you, man. I'm glad you made it out.
You too, man. Yeah, I'll be back and forth as I got in. I'll be bouncing back and forth in between, taking care of some stuff while you guys are on for a minute here. Anyhow, man.
All right.
Waving a hand to you, Phil. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, Javi, man?
Hanging in there. Trying to.
In there. That's a good thing to do. Kind of stuff you've been getting into, good sir.
A lot. So a lot's been going on since last CRoM Con. So getting pinups made and getting colorists and joining other ventures with other creators. So I've been working with Luke and Travis. Going to start working on doing the sketch art for Voodoo Nation, their next book, and then Luke's working on something, and then putting all the panels together. I had an opportunity. I talked to Sam, and he told me about a signing to meet Travis, and we went out there, and so a lot of good information from that. Finally got the website up, MechYardWarriors.com. I don't have the email form yet, but we're working on that. But now it's got a lot of good information there. All of our social contact is on there for Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook, and Parlor, and all that good stuff. So,
That mech yard logo that you sent over to look at, that is cool, dude. I dig that, man.
Yeah. We got lucky with that. We actually we went to trademark the first one, and we went through a company, and they kind of hem-hawed around and screwed around with us, and we pulled out, and it kind of went like, okay, well, you know what, let's wash the negativity off of that. So let's redesign the Meckyard Warriors logo. And that's when I came up with the second one and put that one together and kind of did a little R&R on it, or R&D on it, and everybody kind of liked it over the first one that we had. So we were like, okay, well, it was a blessing in disguise not to trademark the first one. So so now the trademark is pushed in for the new logo. So it kind of worked itself out, and it looks a lot cooler. I agree. It does look a lot cooler than the first one. Welcome back, Frank.
Hey, how you doing?
Bill, you want to pop that up on the share screen, bro?
What's that? What?
His Mech Warriors page.
I can try. I'm not prepared yet, man.
I'll do it then. Don't worry about it. I got it. I'll do it.
I'm still kind of sliding, getting settled in, man.
And then I was waiting on my pinup artist to give me the pencils so I can start inking the pinup. And now out came Quabi. So I don't know if you guys have seen that. We're going to start running a weekly little skit, maybe like a single page, do some sequential art for it, and just play around with him. So Quabi will be an intricate part of After Comics kind of workflow here soon. So I did post a Quabi and Baby Yoda on my page, so you might want to check that out if you want to. It's just going to be stuff like that.
Baby Yoda.
Right?
And that one.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
So right now, the become a fan doesn't work. I don't have a form on that yet, but everything else is there, and I will have that here shortly. I've just been pretty busy, and I do pretty much everything. But I'll go ahead and get that. If you scroll down just a little bit.
For the Munchkin, hold on.
I think he's talking to you, Pops.
I was dealing with the Munchkin here. I had.
Yeah, there you go. So right there, you'll see that all the link. Oh, you went past it. Maybe I need to make it a little bit brighter. But right there, it says Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, Parler, YouTube, Twitch. That'll get you to any of the Meckyard platform, social platforms there. And then, of course, we got a mission on there, and then a little bit lower, it gives you a kind of the story that's going to be told with Meckyard Warriors. And of course, changing the industry one indie at a time. I'm all about indie. So any indie, it doesn't matter. I don't look at people because of their name. I look at people from their talent. So, I've had a couple people that reached out to us about wanting to color our stuff, and they've reached out to us, and we'll look at everybody. But and we've also reached out to some people for the industry because. Being in this situation with, making things happen. Some artists are really expensive, and some artists are reasonable, and some artists are cheap. It's just part of the industry. But when you're trying to acquire a certain type of organization, I think it's me.
Oh,
I saw an artist the other day that's charging like $800 for one particular pic, but it's very detailed, almost realistic, and I'm like, wow, $800. But on the other hand, hey, if that's what they want, particular picture, then
and that's the thing. So I'm just getting into this. So the whole the process to making a book. A lot of people, when I tell them I'm doing a 48-page book, and from the prices that I got right now, that's about $12K just to make that book. That's without print. That's $250 a page, and you've got your pencil artist, you've got your inker, you've got your colorist, and you've got your letterer and all that stuff, and that adds up. Even if it's $20 a page or $50 a page or $100 a page per person, and it's really it's kind of daunting when you get into it. And then I see people that are on these campaigns. They're running for 3,000 or 4,000 to hit goal, and it's like, wow, they're really doing a lot of stuff themselves, or they really got some great artists that they're giving them a break or something. I don't know. So that's a kind of a factor that somebody coming in not knowing the industry and not knowing the game yet has had to overcome. And with people like Pops and Phil, I've had private conversations with Phil and other people, and Travis and Sam and Greg, and I mean all these people. There's and Ostros. I don't want to miss anybody because there's a lot of people out in this industry that are willing to just openly help and kind of work through it and introduce you to other people. Because like I wouldn't know as many people that I know now in this industry if I didn't reach out, or they didn't reach out to me and say, hey, I see what you're doing and I like what you're doing. I like your presence and stuff like that. And I want to help you. Even Travis has sat down and said, I'll help you write the book. And with that conversation, we actually hired his wife, Heather. She's going to be editing the book. So, that's what I'm saying, is that this industry and this community has been really great, and it's awesome the type of people that you get from this community. Frank, I've seen you a lot. I haven't actually had a chance to sit down and talk to you personally or anything like that. But I've been watching what you're doing too with TerraCon. It's amazing. It's really good. So.
You've seen me a lot. Am I everywhere?
Well, I watch a lot of streams, so yeah.
Okay.
A lot of streams, so
you're around.
There's a lot of people
that
feels like you're around, man. Like, well, I try to get around.
Right. Well, just don't tell your wife, right?
What's that?
I said, just don't tell your wife, right?
That is something why. Okay.
It's like I said, guys. The reach is getting longer.
What is it?
The reach is getting longer.
It is.
Everybody, we're getting out there a little more all the time, man. We're getting out there.
I try and tell people, and like, I'm willing to, like, here I'm co-hosting. I'm not really here to plug my stuff. I'm here to help Pops out. And like I said before, when we were talking to somebody else, like, I don't know how he does it for 12 hours in the whole weekend. Because man, I'm beat after 6 hours here, and I'm about done.
You'll get your second wind, man.
Well, I come from a background of non-structural engineering, and I work in power plants for 20 years, and and we work anywhere from 12 hours to 16-hour days, 7 days a week while we're out there. So I guess in this industry, if you're wanting to make something, you're gonna have to push yourself and do that, because when I get out of bed, I'm sitting here or I'm at my table drawing, and I got books all over the place with sketches and stuff like that, and you just constantly. And then on top of that, if you're doing your own stuff with your websites and your social media, social media by itself is a 24/7 venture. It's crazy amount of time that you're going to put into this. So if you have to be a certain type of person to be able to write a comic book. It's just you're not going to half-ass it. It's not going to happen. You're either all in or you're just like you're not going to make it. You know, and the community will tell you too. They can tell if you're a half-assed or if you're somebody that's actually really devoted and love to write comic books, because it takes a certain person to write comic books. I think.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm finding out.
I'm more of a writer than an artist. I mean, I don't really draw that much at all, but I hire artists to do the artwork and stuff, and so yeah, I'm the kind of person that really believes the story is what really drives you to come back again. You know?
And I agree. I agree 100%. If you don't have all the elements, the pieces of the puzzle together, it's not going to be a great book. And I'm not saying that you can't have really, really, really good art and then a shitty story and then be able to sell a book, because it does happen. But when you get that perfect formula of story and actual illustration, you got something. And that's what we're all trying, achieving to do. So
yeah,
in different perspectives from that's the eye of the creator, But that's what drives me to this, man. I love it. I love all of it. I love drawing. I love storytelling. I'm Native American, so I want to bring that that style of storytelling to to comics. And
is that your art table in the back there?
Yeah, I got Hamilton.
I was like, that's a pretty big table.
Yeah, it's the one where you push the button and it goes down and up and all that stuff. It's a drafting table, so. But I've got a 23-inch right now. I'm working on a pinup for Backyard Warriors on it. But,
Bobby's got all the cool gear, man.
Yeah.
I know that's yeah. I don't mean to like gloat, but even like Pete kind of said it. It's like, yeah, if you want toys, Hobby's got it. We do prints. I've got 10-color print set up. I've got a 6-color print set up. I've got a DTV machine. I've got 4 3D printers. We've got large format printers for printing, because we're going to be printing all of our stuff too. So we're going to be printing our own posters. I've got a 24-inch lamination machine, so we can do foil, type of holographic prints. Yeah, we've got a lot of stuff, but.
Well, I have an interesting question. Since you have a big art board in back of there, do you do anything digital at all, or do you just mostly do art and handprint stuff?
You can't see it, but in front of me, I've got a 22 right now. I do digital too. So all my inking is going to be digital, and then all my penciling and stuff like that is going to be on the board.
Do you prefer one over the other?
I'm finding out that I'm a technical guy, so I like technology, but I don't want to disregard, traditional, because I believe in hard pencils. I believe in inking. I believe in coloring that way.
Look at Pops.
But yeah, but in this day, the problem with that is that traditional style art is slower. To me, I think it is.
Yeah.
In the situation that we're in, whereas digital is so much faster, because I can take a scan, I can put it on digital, and I can work on 2 or 3, 4 projects at a time, bounce back and forth from what I'm doing. And with traditional, you can't do that. So your workflow is different, and the consumption of the consumer is so great now, because their attention span is so small, and they constantly I want. And in order for you to keep up with demand for whatever, it's kind of a bad situation, because you want to get stuff out there because you got to pay bills and stuff like that. But on the other hand, is at what point do you start losing quality over giving out quantity? So I know that probably doesn't answer your question, but that's where I'm thinking with that situation is.
Well, it's basically hand in hand traditional with digital, and learning how they interact with each other, because there's no reason not to be able to digital ink. If you can ink, it's just a tool. If you know the tools, the program, you have it set up right, a lot of people will not even notice that it is digital if you've done it right.
Oh yeah. And when I do my inking, I don't adjust my pen size. So when I color in a large area of black, I physically color in a large area of black, because I'm so used to on paper that I've got to cover that area. I can't just I can't lasso it and fill it with a bucket tool. So there's a lot more quicker ways I can even do digital inking. But for me, as a traditional artist, I want to feel those pencil strokes every time, or pen strokes every time I fill in an area, because it's just my workflow. So I do digital like I was doing paper, if that answers your question. So every every area that's colored in black. Like I did that. Jim O'Reilly, he posted a couple of days ago for a Hulk, and he did a really amazing job on some pencils. And I reached out to him. I didn't want to just do it because that's just disrespectful. I reached out to him. I said, hey, would you mind if, because I'm practicing, my digital inking and coloring. I said, would you mind if I went over this and inked it and then colored it? And, he came back. He's like, oh, yeah, sure, great, And then I said, well, once I get done, I'll send it to you and approve it. And if you're okay with it, I'll post it because, you're an artist, so you got to show your work and let people know it's content, right? So I did that, and he was, he was really, really cool about everything. And he was like, yeah, that's great. And, he did his version of it too. And he's a lot better inkist than I am. So, but yeah, it was fun, and I did it all digitally, and I would have preferred to do it on paper, but my workflow right now is pretty much 80% digital and 10% paper. So
I was just kind of curious because it's like, even though I don't really draw that much, I'm kind of okay. I'm kind of learning all the stuff off of YouTube to learn how to draw. I'm probably not going to go into it like really, really in depth, but I just kind of want to learn with some basics. And like, okay, maybe I should learn how to draw digital. I don't know which one, because I showed this a little while ago. This is something I did. I saw it on YouTube. It basically impossible. It's just a sketch. That's all it is. But I tried.
Oh yeah, no, I seen the guy that did that. Oh yeah, that's
some guy named Pops drew that.
I haven't actually drawn in probably about 20 years. So I just got back into this recently. My father had dementia. We moved back to Florida, and I had to come home and take care of him. And we had a T-shirt company. We were printing T-shirts, and before that, we had 2 vape shops. And with COVID and all that stuff, it pivoted our businesses. Period. And then I met up with Greg, and he was talking about writing his story, Gun Demon. And I was like, you know what? That really makes a lot of sense. That was about 4 or 5 months ago. So, we did a lot of R&D, and he helped with a lot of the structure for me to be able to develop my story, because I'm not a writer per se. I can do it and all that. And then I did a lot of studying and, like you're talking about. To me, and I've said this before, but when you put a comic in front of somebody, it's like you're watching a movie in your hands. So, like storyboarding and sequential art and all that stuff. I mean, yeah, you have technical terms and all that, but it doesn't matter. A story is a story. You've got Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. You've got all your plot points and your escalation, and you've got your attention spans between, so many panels. So I've literally devised a system off of the Act 1 4 page. So like on my 50 pages, I've got them broken down for like 13 pages, and 24 pages, and 13 pages, and then in between those, that first 13 pages is my Act 1. Those 24 pages in the middle is my Act 2, and so forth. And then I've got plot points in between those, and I've got my oh shit moments and stuff like that set up for my panel. So I kind of lead my story up to write my story in that sequence. So I can break it down. I can start it, end, and go back or whatever. I still have it all laid out because. When
you prefer graphic novels over like traditional comics, like 24 pages.
I was gonna do that, but that's Greg's stuff. That's not mine. We're no longer in cohesion with each other. But yeah, he's a great guy. We broke off as far as like collaboratively. He does his thing now, and I do mine. But yeah, he's still a great guy. But yeah, graphic novels and stuff like that. What was your question?
Well, I was curious if you prefer graphic novels, making a graphic novel over like a regular traditional comic that's only like 24 pages.
Well, this is my first book, so I don't know if I would. So, but I'm just thinking that 48 pages is where we wanted to go. Our first model was going to be like every 90 days we're going to do 48 pages for this story. And I want to get to 300 issues, so we've got a lot of story for Backyard Warriors. We don't want to just make a one shot or a couple, books and then be done with it and move on to something else. We want to take this story to 300 issues, and hopefully they're all going to be 48 pages. So, but on the other thing is and I know that's a big big chunk to bite into. That's
yeah,
and that's what I'm finding out. They're like, why'd you go with 48? It's gonna be so much, and blah blah blah. And yeah, it's just that's what we're gonna do, and we're gonna try to do that in 30 days once we get the system down.
It's nice
So
to have a chunk of story like that, though. Sometimes, man.
Yeah. Huh?
It's nice to have a good chunk of story like that. 48 pages. That's something you can really get into, man. And
yeah, and we want to move this franchise into. We're going to move it into games. We're going to move it into animation, 2D animation, CGI animation. We got a lot of plans for this, and and then looking out there as far as like what's out there in this genre. There's not a lot of stuff out there that's really going to be like what we're going to be doing. Because it's gonna have some interesting twists to the story. You're just gonna have to wait and read it and find out. And,
no spoilers.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil it. I mean, right now, like if you go to the website, that's pretty much it.
Well, there you go. Tell us the website one more time in case people haven't,
So it's MechYardWarriors.com. Warriors is plural. And then that will give you all the information as far as what our social platforms are. And then it does give a little snippet of the storyline or the premise of how it starts. Because like any story, you've got to have a normal person and a normal everyday type of situation. And then it changes from there. And there's that oh shit moment where it starts the journey. And that'll pretty much tell you that. So you have to go to MechYardWarriors.com and read that and look at that. And then we're going to have a lot of cool things, drones and dronoids, and there's going to be mechs and battling. And we're going to introduce an old game from the Native Americans into the storyline, so you'll get to see that. But yeah.
Put it in there. MECHY. MECHY.
Yeah, right there. That what you're looking for?
Oh, my kids will beat that door down if I don't go answer them. Yeah, so the mission pretty much kind of tells us where we came from, what we're doing, who I am. I've got 7 kids, 4 boys, 3 girls. And they actually help me out a lot as far as like, I'll run an idea across with them and I'll be like, hey, what do you think about this? And they'll be like, no, that's kind of stupid. Because that's another thing is, I'm 45. So my relation to the audience and who I'm targeting is probably a little skewed because I think a little bit different than they do. So I take a lot of insight from what they're doing. And then, that's kind of like the story synopsis. Ben Maxwell, he's a he's a mechanic that fixes these mechs for their little pockets. There's a current civil war that's kind of like not really over yet, but it's kind of going. So the world is kind of like in the process of being like self-imploding or however you want to take that. So you've got a lot of different things there. And again, we're Native Americans, so Stoneclad is actually a story from Native America. And it's got a lot of stuff that kind of like precedes that. And there's more stories on top of that than what you can actually Google. So like, you can go and talk to elders and they'll tell you about stories. Stoneclad, in a native aspect, he was only defeated by women that menstruated. But he was, a stone type of character, and his skin turned to stone and stuff like that. So the mechs that they're in are a little bit different than the ones that the other guys are in, or the pockets are in. So they'll look like stonish and stuff like that. But anyway, he starts out his day as just an ordinary, mechanic, and he's going up for promotion. And then once he goes into this meeting, just to kind of give you an idea, all hell breaks loose, and they get attacked and stuff like that. And there's a situation inside that meeting that was going to take place, but it kind of doesn't because the attack, and then he finds out some newer stuff and yada yada yada, and then we go from there. So again, I don't want to tell anything about what's going to happen, but
sounds like you got a good backstory built. You know where you're going with it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's like we've all discussed, it's the story. You know, art's great. I love art, but I wanted to ask you real quick before this is because time's almost up. But have you guys ever read a novel and then they made a book or a movie of it later, and you didn't like the person they cast because the guy you created or girl you created in your mind was more right for the part?
Right.
You know, like you read and you get the description from, let's say, Tolkien about Legolas, and this is who you make this character in your head. This is a long time ago. You created that guy in your head, and then they came out with the movie and they cast that guy in the part. Was that guy your Legolas, or was your Legolas the one you created in your mind 30 years ago? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Sometimes they make them better. Sometimes they ruin them. Like I'm sorry, I love Mrs. Tyler, but she's not my Arwen Evans star.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, she's just not all that elevated.
Well, here's a problem with that is that you know, no matter what you do, when you're doing something creatively, you're going to have somebody that's not going to like it. You're going to have somebody that likes it. So you know that you're going to have to deal with that. You know, there's two sides to the coin.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that we are. And hold on, and I'll give you that. But that's one thing that we are going to do with this is that the cohesion between whether it's comic books, CG, 2D, or movie or animation, we're going to keep them very consistent because I do have a lot of people that say, you know, I read the comic, but the TV show has nothing to do with the comic. Or, you know, I watched the TV show, but the movie has nothing to do with the TV show or something like that. And we don't want to do that. We want to keep everything in this realm of storytelling to be very consistent. So it doesn't matter where you start. You can go in there and you can see that this is a part of the same world, and there's no different characters. There's no different perspectives. It's all going to be the same. Now, we might not cast the right person for the part, but it's going to be the same story.
Well, I want to thank you for coming out, Hobby. Totally appreciate it. That was last minute. You filled up a spot for us.
Oh, yeah. No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Man, that's big for us. That's real big. Frank.
Yeah.
Thanks, dude, you were awesome, bro. You were awesome. And,
I know I had to, like I said, I had to take a couple of tiny little breaks. I don't know how you do it for 6 hours and just don't hardly talk at all, but man.
Like I said, I have fun doing it, so it's not hard for me at all.
So did it do okay for you?
Yeah, you did great, dude. And the thing is, though, is I got to end this broadcast right now and start a new one for part 2 because, you know, Facebook cuts you off
Yeah,
at a certain time, and I don't want to get cut off in the middle of somebody's segment.
exactly.
So 6 o'clock hour is a good hour for me to end this one, start the new one.
Frank, Phil, Pop, thank you.
Hey,
totally
good to see you,
appreciate
Javi. Hey, I'll be getting hold of you, dude. By the way, I know I missed you earlier this week, but
All right,
we'll
I'm
catch
just
up,
like you,
man.
man. I know we're all busy, so.
Totally appreciate all you guys. Just want to let Tina and Rodney and those guys know I'll be right with you in a minute. Let me get this other stream set up.
All right, and I will see you around, Pops. Thanks a lot for having me.
Hey, man,
Great,
great.
good seeing you, buddy.
Phil, I just sent you the new link for the new studio. I'm going to go ahead and kill this one. I want to thank everybody who tuned in to part 1. You people are awesome. I'm going to fire up part 2 right now. Just come right back to the YouTube channel and pick it right back up with Rodney Fike, and we're going to have a great time. Talk to you then.
Oh, yeah.